Hello everyone, I bring you the novel Warcraft Anomaly. Do not forget that the novel belongs to its respective creator. Subscribe, don't be lazy. Also, if you like the channel's novels, recommend it to your friends. Have a great day. To all those who can help the channel with donations to PayPal or Patreon, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. You know that even if it is $1, all that is love. Chapter 151. In the darkness of the night, there are lonely men and women, and the shadows of the lights tremble. Carlos looked at Alleria for a long time, then pulled up a chair and sat down. Well, sister, what valuable mortgage can you take out? Carlos asked, bored. Alleria is dressed in a thin dress, with a short bow and a quiver hanging around her waist, and the short swords on both sides of her thighs are also attached to the weapon belt, which does not mean the slightest charm. Is this enough? Alleria took out a long book with a special material and put it on the table. Carlos picked it up and unwrapped the rope with a bit of hesitation, but after one look, he handed the long book back to Alleria. Sister, don't hurt me so much. Silvermoon City Council party list, I'm not messing with Ukulthalas. I haven't seen these things, and I don't understand the hall's language of your elves. I don't know what it is this. Carlos was shocked by Alleria's actions. Whether this list is true or false, it is not something humans are meant to touch. It seems that you are not satisfied. What about this one? Alleria took out a flat box half the size of a palm, placed it on the table, and slowly began to rewind the list that Carlos handed back to her. In an awkward mood, Carlos took the flat box and found that the box had no locks, and found that inside the metal frame, there were some large and small movable wooden blocks. Huarong Deo. Sister, what's the matter? This puzzle shouldn't be difficult for you, Your Majesty. Carlos, right? Too lazy to say it, Carlos started to play, solve puzzles Shikai. I forgot all the steps, but Carlos couldn't get around the basic trick. After more than 10 minutes, when the square representing CAO was pasted into the square slot, the box was unlocked with a smile. Carlos opened the box and a breath of life came to his face. I said. Carlos discovered that his words had never been so lacking. The young leaves of the Garni mother tree, which is older than the Night Elves' world tree, Nordrassil, is a secret treasure that can bring the dead back to life. Are you satisfied with this guarantee? This is not something people can get involved in. If it was a few years ago, it is estimated that Carlos agreed without saying a word. However, as he moved away from him on the path of the holy light, Carlos also had his own perception of his power. Garni's young blades contain the power of the world of Azeroth itself, and contain the hope of life. Carlos has the intuition that as long as he absorbs this power, he can immediately hang Gul'dan and fight. It's not a dream to fly during the day. But not. Once it absorbs the power of the young leaves of the Garni mother tree, it will connect with the world of Azeroth itself, and gradually become a substitute for the will of the planet, and even replace Thrall as the world rider. This is not the fate of my Carlos. There was a deep roar in his heart, and Carlos tried his best to close the box. Take it, take it, take it quickly, the poor monks don't eat ginseng fruit. Carlos took Alleria's hand and returned the box to her. He hid to the side and then looked at this flat, slab-sized box begrudgingly. Your Majesty. Carlos, I can't help but look at you with admiration. There aren't many short-born races who have such knowledge. I thought that human beings can't bear the temptation of immortality. Look, because this guarantee is like this. It's precious, just I prepared the last one on top. Alleria teased in a tone that was sure to win. Hurry up and put it away, don't let this box appear in front of me. Carlos hit the wall with a sore head. The temptation of immortality is really great. However, once there is a connection to the world of Azeroth, as Carlos's power grows, this connection will gradually deepen. Think of how the Black Dragon King was tricked by the ancient gods into a neurosis. Carlos shuddered. one who loved to go for such a glorious and great feat of becoming a substitute for the will of the planet on Azeroth, was insensitive to thanks anyway. Do humans call young Garni leaves a ginseng fruit? Knowledge has increased. Bodhisattva, put these things away quickly. Carlos discovered for the first time that having power is also a pain. The whole body yearns for the pure breath of life, but reason and willpower strongly resist. No matter what is too late, Carlos now deeply understands that power beyond his control is better than not. Just smell a little, let yourself live and live. If you really understand, maybe something will happen to you yourself. Without 300 years of cultivation, I really can't control it just by looking at it. Well, this is the last thing. Alleria put away the box containing the young leaves of the Garni mother tree, tossed a magical scroll made of black goat belly skin onto the table, then slowly sat down. Carlos was really scared. What a king of Alterac, what a great human noble, in the face of the high elves who inherited part of the Kaldore Empire's inheritance, they are all poor and old hats. You can't afford a race that has experienced the age of mythology. After taking a deep breath, Carlos returned to the table, untied the string of the magic scroll with a slightly trembling hand, and read it carefully. Although Carlos is not a qualified magician, the paladin itself also involves the casting of holy spells and the preparation of materials, along with his mother's education when he was a child, and the magic consultant's explanation of bricks after he grew up. This allows Carlos to have good magical ideas and stores of knowledge. After reading word by word, thinking about each symbol, Carlos's face turned green. Isn't this the legendary scroll of absolute dominion? Yes, it is the recreated version of the legendary absolute domination scroll, what is known as a completely fair and unfair contract. Hearing Alleria's words, Carlos's face was a little better, scaring the baby to death. Carlos thought that Alleria was about to turn her face, and used the freehold scroll to control herself as her slave, and then helped her take revenge. That is, whether it is voluntary or not, as long as it is signed, will it inevitably abide by the agreed absolute fair contract. Carlos had heard of these things, and his magic consultant, Fangswen, once explained it to him in detail, because a king is already worthy of being faced by others with an absolutely fair contract. But Carlos still took a second look. He did not expect that the absolute justice contract was actually the crippled and disfigured version of the absolute domination scroll. This was really unexpected, and he had gained knowledge. Compared with human magic and magical magic, there really is a big gap. Is this collateral enough? Alleria smiled lovingly, chewed on her fingertips, preparing to put her mark on the blank contract. Enough. Carlos yelled and grabbed Alleria's wrist. I said enough, the value of the scroll itself is enough. I promised. Alleria Windrunner was also surprised when she heard Carlos Barav's answer. He's ready to give it his all. Is this human man really saying enough? Alleria, enough, really enough. Carlos turned around and hugged Alleria without a hint of profanity. After a while, he patted her back and released his embrace from her. Go and rest, I will keep my promise. Shortly after Alleria left, Turaleon knocked on Carlos's door and approached Carlos with 2 bottles of wine. Thank you. Although you are a king and I am only a general, Turaleon will recognize you as a brother in my life. Turaleon handed Carlos a bottle of wine. What is the situation? What the hell? Carlos can't understand it at all. Didn't this kid go to the shower? What's wrong with this again? Although completely confused, Carlos smelled the young leaves of Garni, and the entire face of the National People's Assembly was radiant at night. He was very happy that Turaleon found himself drinking. Necessary. Chapter 152 56 races, 56 flowers, 56 holy horses drive together, la la, la 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 DK is the father. Even if Alleria's request to send troops was granted, sending troops would not be a fair act. Ask Alleria Windrunner to submit a request for assistance to the Turalian Alliance Adjutant as the officially certified Ranger Lord of Kulthalas. King Charles of Alterac and those with noble status in Alterac. The generals gave a complaint speech in front of the nobles in Stratholm, and then took an oath of defense in front of the nobles in Stratholm. The soldiers then held a tactical seminar, packed a marching pack, planned the supply route and rally point, and stayed. Under the reserve team, the army can officially leave. Although the first half of the political image project was completed in a large room in more than 10 minutes, it was very fast. The military-related prep work is no joke, though, and it took 4 days. Your human army is too inefficient. Alleria sighed after seeing the so-called Alterac elite soldier in Carlos's mouth. You have 5,000 rangers in the Kulthalas Farstrider troops. Carlos relentlessly taunted each other, comparing frontline legions to rangers fighting in the jungle. Whatever happens when I can't fight? Your Majesty, the trolls don't know how to hear about the serial number, and they ask us to give them a serial number. When the subordinates went down to report, Carlos was still afraid that Alleria would run away. What do you think of me looking for a troll to be a mercenary? Carlos asked carefully. It's perfect, using trolls to fight trolls, letting them kill each other. What a nice thing, what an exciting tactic. You are a genius, Your Majesty. Seeing that Alleria wasn't dazed with hate, Carlos was relieved. He was very afraid that Alleria would find an opportunity to kill these 300 trolls. The lucky ones among these trolls are still useful for me to keep. Really? I think so too. Cheekily responding to the title of genius, Carlos turned his head and said to his subordinates, tell the trolls that their number is enough for a minimal configuration alliance. As of today, their alliance code name, Tustingo. After the boisterous preparations, it was not until the 7th day after Alleria's arrival that the army of Charles and Turalion left Stratholm and marched into the Eversong forest where Kulthalas was located. When the nobles of Stratholm learned that Charles was going north to suppress the bandits, by suppressing the trolls, the mood was mixed. Suocien Carlos also left a 1,000-man reserve team behind at Northland Fortress, giving Stratholmes a bit more peace of mind. And while Carlos was worrying, the human army ran into big trouble passing through Caerlands. Lindical's guards refused to release him and did not allow the human army to enter Kulthalas on a large scale. As a result, Alleria Windrunner, who became angry and furious, directly arranged a Wushuan fight with 2 deputies, and the 3 of them disarmed the main guard of the Quilsland Farstrider troops and a total of 37 guards. After that, Alleria's tiger body trembled, and the domineering aura surprised the other High Elves defenders like a wave, allowing them to obediently open the gate of the walled city and let the human army into the territory of the High Elves. OMG, Alleria is so cool. Turalion's long list of cool gave Carlos a very bad sense of sight. Great fart, it's all ghosts and phantoms. Don't say you can't see Quilsland's Vindicator is acting at all. I can see it, but I don't quite understand it. Turalion is not a sheltered baby next to Lothar. In a crisis, the Alliance Adjutant should not be too wise to give the highest company commander a decision. Although he has only been in the army for 2 years, Turalion has truly experienced hundreds of battles and honed his vision in actual combat. So Turalion had already noticed that even though the garrison officer was fair, he almost didn't ask Alleria to hurry up, posing very tired. Especially when Alleria's short sword was put on his neck, this unprofessional guy was actually relieved. Everybody's a soldier, is a soldier, can't we tell the difference between a sigh and a relief? Isn't he responsible? In the future, if the Sun King Anastrian hands over the old account, it will be Alleria's pot, do you understand? Carlos is under no pressure to discredit the High Elf regime. I thought that there were enough unpleasant things in our alliance, but I did not expect that the High Elves would also be urinary. Turalion had an illusion of disappointment, with a boom like a soap bubble. The human army had a total of 5,000 people, and it took an entire afternoon to pass through the pass guarded by Caerlins. It wasn't until the sky darkened that all the men and horses arrived at the camp prepared in advance by the 1,000 elven rangers stopped by Illyria. Oh my god! There are so many humans. Almost as many as there are trolls. Well, with humans in the lead, I can draw my bow and shoot arrows with ease. Master Illyria has a way. Listening to the chattering high elves talking about the human army, Illyria's face is not very good, and she can't directly tell these idiots that they don't depend on the situation. The human king understands what the high elves say about Salus. To speak, I can only pretend to be invisible with a cold face. And Carlos's face wasn't ugly either. I will go. Are there only women in the elves? A large number of Yingying and Yanyan can also fight. Don't talk nonsense. Have you ever seen a woman with such a flat chest? I heard that men and women of the elf race are almost the same. Stop nonsense. Are you a dwarf when you are an elf? Do women have beards too? Or do you say that a woman with golden hair is a woman? Look, those elves with long beards. Don't talk nonsense. I added dwarf ants, they don't have beards. Ant dwarf? Them. Praise your majesty Carlos, this is heaven. I'm all embarrassed. That is better. Let me talk about it first. We have come from afar, let's hand it over to you at tonight's vigil. I need to unify the thinking of the troops first. Carlos said sternly. No problem, it should be. I should too, yes, unify my thinking. Illyria nodded her head in agreement with Carlos's words. Just when humans and elves formed a large-scale coalition for the second time after thousands of years, various stupefying accidents arose one after another, and I don't know how the ancestors solved it back then. During the short and necessary period of meeting between humans and elves, Gul'dan was not idle either. Damn, it finally arched a bit, and the materials are not enough. Tyrone, come here. Gul'dan yelled. Master, what do you call me? Tyrone Gorfiend elegantly interpreted a justification. After absorbing the soul of the high elves, Tyrone Gorfiend seemed to become more graceful. Runestones, more runestones, my research needs more and more runestones, the more the merrier. Gul'dan said testily, completely different from the deep testiness he used to be. Master, we have transported all the runestones that can be transported around here, and the rest are either hidden by the elves or too large, and we can't do anything about it. Tyrone Gorfiend explained. Then cut them down or grab them somewhere else. Only we can't do it, Master, this requires the cooperation of those trolls. I'll let them cooperate. Tell the troll that I want to see Zujin and let them fix it. At the same time, you will contact the representative of the Halongma clan to prepare them. It's time to be loyal to the tribe. Yes, Master, you are always so wise. I will bring you rune stones. Seeing that Gul'dan no longer intended to speak, Tyrone Gorfiend bowed and left Gul'dan's research cabin. Ha 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 ha, I found it, I finally found it, the Master's power will soon come to this world, and the Burning Legion will eventually rule this world. A little, just a little, my experiment still needs rune stones. After Tyrone Gorfiend left, Gul'dan smiled and spoke quietly in the empty laboratory. Chapter 153 Boiled Beans and Burnt Bean Osmunda, Bean Crying in the Cauldron. Before dawn, the guard woke Carlos, who was only sleeping in the middle of the night. When he first became king, Carlos suffered from delusions of murder, telling the guards that he had a dream to kill. The guards said that he is a good king, no problem, king, don't worry, we will pay attention. So when the personal guards would ask Carlos to get up, they would put on armor and shields and put on a defensive posture, so that His Majesty would not worry at all. Even more insecure, okay. Mengda, you liar. As a result, after a long time, Carlos also wanted to understand that if even his personal guard was bought by someone, then he would be cheated. The failure to be king, and deserve to be killed, has nothing to do with the loyalty of the guards. But Carlos was embarrassed to tell his subordinates that killing someone in a good dream was a joke, so he had to bear the steel shield in front of him when he woke up unnaturally. Your Majesty, Master Alleria is looking for you with an emergency military situation. Seeing that His Majesty the King was awake, the guards holding the shield stepped back and reported the military situation. Understood. Carlos finished speaking and closed his eyes again. Your Majesty, General Turalion, they are already waiting for you. The shield guard wanted to say something, but Carlos pulled his hand axe from under his pillow and chopped it down. After an explosion, Carlos breathed a sigh of relief. Bastards, did I spoil you? The guards do what the guards are supposed to do, and they don't mix other things, understand? Your Majesty, knowing that you get up very angry, the heavy siege shield that I specially selected, would you like to do it twice? Roll. After pushing his guard away, Carlos got up and washed his face, shaking his head to go to the meeting. What is the emergency military situation? Carlos thinks there is a reason. Trolls and orcs will never be attracted to come and jump around Caerlands, most of them Turalion is showing his courtesy. As a result, when Carlos hung up and felt the joint command, life slapped Carlos in the face. Carlos, the High Elf scouts saw a troll of 500 people approaching us. Turalion said. That. High Elf scouts saw a 500-strong troll approaching us. Turalion repeated it. Have I heard voices? Trolls. 500 people, dare to come bother us? Without mentioning us, it's not hard to clean up 500 trolls, is it? Is there really going to be a war? Carlos felt that his IQ had been insulted by the troll. Don't worry about what Zujin thinks, the troll is here anyway. Well, the tribe troll is here. Turalion thought for a moment and emphasized the theme of the troll camp. What else are you thinking about, Aslan, Henry Shet, after you're surrounded by 500 people, Alleria, scout? Turalion, go, let's go to the theater, of course the horde trolls. Let the alliance trolls go. Take care of it. Carlos, who was not so lucid, did not find his orders to be too much. Humans and elves were under joint command and not under his command. But Alleria agreed with Carlos's order, nodded and said nothing. Turalion didn't mind at all. Unconsciously, Carlos was in the leadership position of the coalition forces. Tustan Go United, a troll mercenary belonging to the Alterac Kingdom. In troll parlance, Tustan Go means welcome. Although trolls don't understand why they use a word like their army designation, employers use troll vocabulary, which makes trolls very happy. Go Tajin, the order has gone down. Our first battle was Zujin's team. In trolls, the suffix gold means noble, leader. Gata was originally not qualified to be called Gotajin, but these 300 trolls have already put life and death out of the question. Before leaving Zumasha, Ilshans gave Gata permission to use him as a priest. Gold ratings. Do your compatriots kill each other? In just a few days, have you learned the sentimentality of human beings? What kind of compatriots are Zeuman's gangsters? Allowing other trolls to argue and fight, Gotajin simply silently polished the blade of the war lance with gravel. The sense of ethnic identity among trolls is actually quite poor. Except for members of the same clan, trolls from other clans can also be eaten and sacrificed to another clan. Seeing that the war spear was almost polished, Gotajin smashed the ground with the war spear. The sound was not loud, but the trolls fell silent. Isn't this something to be expected? 7 heads can't earn the trust of His Majesty King Charles. Blood and feats. Every time we kill an enemy, a Zumasha compatriot will receive food for 3 days, which is fair. It is not like this. Gottijin's words have the power to calm people's hearts. These days, I have been observing and studying human society, asking about mercenary groups. When I understood, I suddenly found that I did not dislike the identity of mercenaries at all. Before, we hunted in the mountains, and the reward came from the hunting beast. Now, accepting the new human rules and the king's rewards makes no difference, does it? My countrymen, we must let Zujin know that Zeuman's warriors are worthless against our Moss clan. Alone a mention. In the past, the animal Tartar spear could be used to cleanse those who cross the boundary. Now with the steel spear, they can only die faster. Then, in addition to buying food for Zumash's compatriots, at the reward still has a little left. Change your drink. In a burst of deep, cruel laughter, the trolls accepted their gang leader Gottijin's words and relaxed. The new troll doesn't seem that different from the old one. Dear Gottijin, humanity has sent 10 sets of full armor, said to be an early reward. Then take it. Gottijin believed more in the war spear in his hand than in full body armor. When it was ready, Zumash's group of troll mercenaries withdrew from the camp in a scattered formation. I'm preparing a rich breakfast for you, Gottijin. The alliance is never stingy with victory. Carlos saw Gotakin walking in front of him, nodded with satisfaction and said, the battlefield is not a military parade, and there is no need for soldiers to line up and advance. Seeing the loud sneezing and bloodthirsty eyes of the troll, Carlos was very satisfied and his teeth were broken. Zayama was pleased with himself, and all the soldiers sent out were really strong. Warrior and hot old hunter. Your Majesty Carlos, moderate hunger can arouse the madness of the soldiers more. Compared to a rich breakfast, I hope that when Tustingo returns from victory, he can get a more generous reward. Gottijin spoke in a common language not so fluent. Okay, very good. There are 500 enemies. I sent 1,000 people and flanked. The task of blocking the enemy frontally is left to you. Carlos was too tall, and to show his respect, Gotakington sat very low and low, causing Carlos to have to drop to one knee to slap the troll leader on the shoulder. No, Your Majesty, I hope you will grant me this honor. What glory! The new troll needs to prove his loyalty to the alliance. Please, Tustingo, let us punish the 500 traitors who have joined the tribe alone. Carlos hesitated for a moment. Well, I bestow this honor upon you. After the combat troops left and agreed, Carlos greeted a guard. Go and inform to Raleon that we should go and let him take all of his hands. Why, can't you stand your toys? Aliria didn't know when she was behind Carlos. That is, my own troll, I can fight, but the old king next door can't fight. Chapter 154, The XX Mountain Forest Seagrass Candor. This is a war between trolls and trolls. King Carlos Barros, who refused Altarac's proposal to let the elves lead the way for him, Gottijin only asked for the approximate direction, then led the tribe on their way. In the forest, trolls are hunters no less inferior to elves. Zumash's new trolls used their unique hunting skills to smell the fiery fighting spirit of the wind. Gottijin, we are in the downwind position. Those elves are really powerful. They counted the number of people on the other side, and the other side didn't even know they were surrounded. A troll told their leader. Gotajin found a plant with a function similar to licorice under a fallen tree. He reached out with thick, sensitive fingers to cut the stems and leaves, and tossed them into his mouth to chew. Send 2 good hands to watch, and don't come back if you miss. Gotajin gave a cold, almost cruel order. However, the trolls were not surprised. Soon, among the volunteers, the 2 most convincing ones quickly left the group and disappeared into the shade of the trees. Gotajin, we only have 300 people, and there are 500 people on the opposite side. Why are you refusing the help of humans? A human friend told me that the king sent 1,000 people. The deputy asked Gottingen in puzzlement. To prove our worth. But we will suffer heavy casualties. Big casualties will add value. I can't understand, but you're Gottingen, I hear you. Gottingen pressed the sugarless grass residue to the tip of his tongue, preparing to spit it out. After thinking about it, he swallowed again. My friend, my brother, my countryman. What human beings need is not our 300 trolls, or they despise us. Didn't the king hire us to make us fight? Gottingen suddenly felt that he somehow understood the prime minister who had come from the Evil Tooth clan. There are plenty of smart trolls out there, but not many really smart ones. Some words can only be understood and understood by themselves, and cannot be expressed in words. Once these words are spoken, they will change their flavor. So Gottingen decided to follow his deputy's words. So we have to let the humans and King Charles see how good we are. If the opponent is badly equipped, then we will attack. If the opponent is supported by the tribe and has steel weapons, then we will set a trap to destroy them. We, Tustingo, have taken this credit for ourselves. Makes sense, this reward, we Tustingo will decide. Seeing that his deputy was no longer struggling with this question, Gottingen sighed in his heart and decided not to think about these headaches right now and in this place, and let the battle numb his pain. The Tustingo United team was hiding about 3 miles downwind of the opponent. The troll soldiers fell to the ground alive to make up for their doze, wiping their weapons alive, and no one showed the slightest impetuosity. Patience is the basic skill of a hunter. And trolls are good hunters. Return. The deputy who had been lying on his side suddenly emerged. After a while, the 2 sentinels who went to scout the wind returned to Gottingen. Gottingen, those trolls are acting weird. There are some things on your team with the same green skin, big jaws, and little teeth. It should be the orcs of the tribe. Gottingen nodded after speaking, signaling that he knew, and asking the sentry to continue speaking. Those trolls even have weapons. Lots of people are holding picks and shovels, like they're following the orcs' orders and don't know what they're digging. How many weapons do they have? Do they have armor? Do they have shields? Gottingen doesn't care what tricks his opponent plays, he only cares if he can beat him or not. There are iron spears and axes, a small number of people have iron armor, half of them have wooden armor, and the others have no armor. After the sentry finished speaking, Gottingen abruptly stood up. Everyone obeys orders, takes off their league jerseys and hides them. It's time to fight. The 5-kilometer mountain road is half an hour's work for trolls. When the Tustingos approached the horde trolls, they were standing at the stove opposite. Stop, who are you? I am Gottingen of the Evil Moss clan. I am here to support Zujin by order of the Patriarch. The sentinel yelled loudly upon seeing these fully equipped trolls, and Gottingen responded fearlessly. Soon, when the opposing party met, a troll in the guise of a leader came out. Evil Moss clan, I thought Evil Moss clan were all cowards. Your patriarch ran back to Zumashar with someone and sent this hapless fellow there. The other party sneered with a triumphant look, and at the same time showed the clothes that had snatched away the elves and contained bloodline. It's so ugly. When did I start feeling so superior when facing these trolls? Gottingen looked at the nondescript dress opposite and suppressed her disgust. Please tell me where Zujin is. My order is to go serve Zujin. Zujin is everywhere. Then please tell me where the omnipresent Zujin is now. Zujin is where the enemy least wants to appear. Gottingen just had enough. Then please tell me how to contact Zujin and deliver a message so that I can explain it to the Patriarch. Go north and head towards Zeuman. Zujin is planning a larger scale attack. We will eventually destroy those ugly elves. May the spirit of the ancestors bless you. Bless you too. On behalf of the ancestor spirit, even if he did not deal with the troll much with the Evil Moss clan, he was relieved. By the way, I think you're cooking, can you tell us? I can't. The other party simply refused Gotajan's request. We've been on the road and there's not a lot of dry food. There is food everywhere in the mountains. We robbed a human caravan and intercepted 5 pieces of full body armor. I can use this as a price for food. This. Gotajan handed over another bag of wine. Well, inform our people and prepare more food. In this way, Gotajan mixed his own hands in the camp. What are you doing here? The trick of the tribal orc warlock, I don't know. Warlock, what is it? He is the charmer among the orcs. Holding a stone slab and looking at the sticky, mushy thing on it, Gotajan felt for the first time that everything he had eaten before was pork food. At this moment, Gotajan's helper came over and whispered in his ear that the labor was arranged. Why don't you eat it? The tribe trolls looked at the Tustingos playfully. Because the patriarch of the evil Moss clan is gone forever, the evil Moss clan has a bad reputation in the association led by Zujin. These trolls have added special ingredients to the food prepared for the evil Moss clan, and everyone is waiting to see the evil Moss. The clan is embarrassed. Thank you, so kind, just look at it and you feel full of energy. Gotajan sincerely thanked him. Ha 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 ha, this man is a fool. The unique laughter of the trolls came one after another. At this time, an orc came over and asked, my friend, when can we start work? When the guys from the evil Moss clan finish eating, I think 5 pieces of armor aren't enough to repay the kindness of a meal. You should help us do the whole day's work, said the tribal troll leader. What armor? The orc asked suspiciously. Come on, my friend, let's take a look. The tribe's troll leader greeted the orcs to see the full body armor. Do bad things. Gotajan stood up. Thank you for your hospitality, this friendship is in my hands. So you're going to help us work? No, I don't mean the favor of this meal. What's that? I mean the kindness of a head and 2 gold coins. After Gotajan finished speaking, he took out the spear that was inserted into the ground and pierced the opponent's chest. But under the powerful resistance of the troll, this is not fatal. Therefore, when the opponent was in pain, Gotajan returned his spear and took out the short sword to cut the opponent's head cleanly. New troll, Tustingo, Alliance, Tustingo. At Gotajan's signal for action, the Tustingo mercenary group quickly launched an attack. You're a troll. How can you join the human alliance? That orc was stunned by the sudden accident, a troll who joined the alliance. This world is too unreal. A troll has 2 gold coins. I don't know what an orc is worth. After Gotajan entered the battle, the whole person was no longer calm, and the whole person exuded a fanatical aura. Come on, I've already fought against the strongmen of the alliance, let me weigh the fineness of the tribe, the assassin, Gotajan. Chapter 155. The Tustingos left the camp when the sky was dark, and returned when the sun was leaning to the west. Returning to camp, the troll mercenaries carried 1 or 2 in their hands, 3 or 5 more, all troll heads. Standing on the high platform, Carlos watched his mercenaries throw the enemy's head to the ground, and then went to find the cooking soldiers to find food, which felt quite good. I didn't expect these mercenaries of yours to do a very good job. Aliria said the same thing, her emotions not to be savored in her tone. It seems that the casualties are small. Turaleon watched and expressed his opinion. The troll's shoulders will shake when walking due to a problem with its body structure. If humans walked like this, they would be extremely uncomfortable and unstable. But relative to humans, trolls just seem unstable, but actually don't affect their ability to act at all. Carlos saw the trolls drop their heads and swayed. Soon, the heads harvested by the Tustingo were piled up on a hill. Your Majesty, Gotajan wants to see you. The guard loosened the straps on his hand armor to make his elbow more flexible, then stepped onto the platform to inform Carlos. Then let's go, my cavalry hasn't returned yet, Let's hear what the trolls have won. After Carlos finished speaking, he leaned down and supported the edge of the high platform with one hand, jumped straight down, stood firmly, and then walked towards the camp. Aliria shook her head bored, somersaulted into the air and landed steadily, following close behind. Turaleon sighed and looked at Carlos and Aliria, who hadn't expected what he wanted to say. They moved their joints and ran away. After landing, they rolled in a circle to relieve their strength and rose to chase the two of them. Buddy. The guard who passed the order craned his head and looked at the 3-meter-high platform. He dismissed the idea of jumping and decided to walk the stairs honestly. Are all Alliance generals monsters? The guard muttered and went back down the stairs. At the camp, Gottingen briefed on the situation and intelligence developments from today's battle. Carlos praised Gottingen and his Tustingos without reservation, and promised generous rewards. But Your Majesty, you reward their original owners with Zumash's looted property, is this really good? Gottingen asked with a confused look, his words making the faces of other humans in the camp very unsightly. Gottingen, you are good at lingua franca, but you haven't learned it at home yet. Carlos looked surprised, then smiled again. In Zumashar, they are only items for the burial of the dead. They cannot be forged into weapons, nor can they be used as food to fill hunger, so when we took them away, you did not oppose them much. Yes, it is. But now I understand that they can buy food and weapons, and even slaves. Gottingen stated his thoughts truthfully. Why do you think the value of these properties will change? Carlos asked. I've thought about it, but I can't say clearly. Gottingen replied. Because you have joined us, because you have become an ally of the enemies. Gottingen, please cherish this pact. This is the most precious gift I give to the Moss Trolls. Then use these rewards and rewards for yourself. Buy some delicious food, I'll say hello to the quartermaster. Carlos said impatiently. It seems that I understand, Your Majesty. Gottingen nodded thoughtfully, but there was still confusion in his eyes. Don't worry, think slowly, the new troll is not made in a day. As Carlos said, he took an oak barrel with a capacity of about 5 liters from the corner and put it in Gottgen's arms. What I promised just now is the Alliance reward to the Tustingo mercenary group. This is my personal reward to you, Gottingen, my warrior. Carlos said with a smile. Gottingen hugged the oak barrel with one hand, unplugged the cork in the other hand and sniffed it, and the corners of his mouth smirked. Then, Your Majesty Carlos, thank you for your reward. If there are no other instructions, I will go first. Come down and rest. Then I'll go first. After Gottingen left the camp with the clansmen standing behind and returned to the troll camp, the troll leader threw the barrel of wine at others, calling them to drink alone and ignore each other. Gottingen, why do you want to anger the king of humanity? His deputy asked. Because humans want us to be stupid. Gottingen replied. But shouldn't we fully demonstrate our worth? Gottgen's deputy was confused by the capricious words of the leader. Yes, our courage is to be stupid and able to fight, and we did a good job today. Gottingen, a smart little dead-headed sutra, ha ha ha. Gottingen didn't know what he was thinking and laughed. It's a good wine, don't you want some? From the moment you chose me to be Gottingen, I didn't drink. Gottingen rejected his subordinate's glass of wine without hesitation. But after the Tastinga mercenary group trolls left, the Alliance generals quarreled and quarreled. Carlos, the Horde is planning a grand conspiracy. Look at these shards your trolls have found, these shards infected with strange energy, these runestone shards. Although the orcs are not known to the outside, what they want to do we will destroy anything. We must never let them succeed, time is running out. Aliria, just because we don't know what the tribe is planning, we should be more careful about everything. We don't know if we can get more support from your tribe, and we are at a disadvantage. We need more information. Although Turalion is crazy about Alleria and considers her his goddess, as the helper of the alliance, this young paladin has never forgotten his identity as a general. At a critical moment, he never will. Due to the paranoia of the goddess in his mind, his subordinates are allowed to take risks. I think it's better for us to split our forces and use the tribal intelligence asymmetry to play some games and reduce the number of trolls first. The trolls are over 10,000 according to intelligence, and there are nasty things like kobolds and linjing, and we plus elves are no more than 6,000. I don't think it's a good idea to split up the troops. After all, there is still insufficient intelligence. We don't know what the guy named Zujin is planning. Hearing the arguing and noisy people around him, Carlos was a bit distracted. Zujin shouldn't worry, the real difficulty is how to stop Gul'dan. My own butterfly has caused a storm in time and space, and the memory of the previous life can no longer be completely trusted, and can only be used as a reference. So what is Gul'dan planning now? Carlos didn't care how much damage the High Elves took. He only cared how much Gul'dan's unstable factor would have in the alliance. After all, the runestone is a totally unamiable ghost thing. Enough, I have a word to ask everyone to listen. Carlos's screams calmed the scene. Alleria, you find a way to spread the wind. You have invited an army of 20,000 humans, ready to cooperate with the defenders of Kulthalas to completely eliminate the trolls and target Ziu Aman. Second, the entire army is prepared for 10. Dry food for the day. Carlos hit his fist on the battle map. No matter how many ways the tribe comes, I just fight all the way. Defensive combat is not my style. Chapter 156. The enemy has 30 seconds to reach the battlefield and crush him. The Eversong forest has been developed and used by the Kaldori elves for thousands of years, and man and nature have achieved near-perfect harmony. The forest paths in the forest have been reformed to be comparable to the main roads between the cities of the human realm. Carlos rode a war horse, the middle of the army marched in silence, thinking of the next strategy. Rushing the troops in a hurry, although there are good reasons and reasonable tactics, from a strategic point of view, it is not profitable for humanity. Turalion rode in silence for nearly 3 hours. She couldn't take the silence anymore. The soldiers could still tell jokes, while the captain and squad paid no attention to taking a piece of jerky out of their bag and taking 2 bites. Leon found that there weren't many people around for him to talk to. Being able to fight with the soldiers is a kind of affinity, and being able to share ups and downs with the soldiers is a kind of perseverance, but as a general, it is impossible to discuss tactics and strategy with the soldiers. This is not to say that soldiers do not understand tactics and strategy, but rather that they have different positions, different sources of intelligence, different starting points of thought, and different ways of thinking, and the conclusions they reach are very different. Giving his deputy an order, Turalion rode forward, ready to catch up with Carlos and chat with him. Carlos, Ziuaman has been wiped out by the elves year after year. Is it really useful for us to rush like this? By the time Turalion caught up with Carlos from the back of the marching tail, his little mare was already breathing lightly. You're not on your team, why are you running here? Carlos recovered from Turalion's words. Aren't you bored? You're so boring. Turalion was said to be speechless. Hey, we have to do something, time is not on our side, I feel very anxious. Carlos didn't want to demolish Turalion's platform, so he followed his words. What is the meaning? It's been too long since we left Hillbrad Hills. Marshal Anjouan Lothar is there, what are you worried about? Turalion felt amazing and felt that Carlos was doing fearless care. Marshal Lothar's level is, of course, top-notch, but accidents are called accidents because they always happen at unexpected times and in unexpected places. Carlos said something nonsense that seemed very philosophical. Okay, let's quickly end the chaos here, and then head back to the Hillblad war zone. The trolls they've been dealing with for a long time are all trolls, and I almost forgot how orcs should deal with it. Turalion loosened the reins, clamped his legs around his mount, pinched the joints with his free hands, and made a snap. Real. Carlos seemed dismissive. Educated comments. Turalion felt that Carlos was very boring for a moment. I also know that it's not a great idea to attack Zeoman, but I'm actually scared to fight a troll in the forest. Carlos said with lingering fear. Isn't that so? Isn't that your battle of fame about fighting trolls inside? By the way, you're almost becoming a troll fighting expert in the league. Turalion looked incredulous. Come on, inside, our Alterac army was helped by the dwarves, and we built a bunker up to the Witherbark troll gate in Chedralo. What kind of jungle warfare is called that? And then the night battle, it's the most adventurer I've done in my life. In the jungle, humans are far inferior to elves and trolls, so I don't dare or want to fight trolls. Carlos said sadly. So you let the wind out so the enemy knows that Zeoman is our target, and then you force the trolls to rally their forces and fight the Legion against us. Turalion really understood Carlos's intentions, but in order to continue the topic, he still followed the interface. Yes, 100 human soldiers may not be able to beat 100 trolls, but 1,000 human soldiers won't be afraid of 1,000 trolls at all. I don't have time to play with the trolls after Zumash's strategy. Everyone made a real fight, and I have to come back if I win or lose. Carlos let out a long sigh of relief. But Aliria? Turalion hesitated. Carlos struck Turalion with a whip fist to the chest, causing Turalion to nearly lose his balance and fall off his horse. What are you doing? The blow was not heavy, it was too sudden, and Turalion was busy for a while stabilizing his mount. What gives you the illusion that you can't handle all of this without our elves? Carlos took a sip to the side to express his contempt. Then why has it been so long? Our human army has already entered the Eversong forest, and the Elf Kingdom's army has yet to appear? This is unreasonable. Doesn't an Astrian know that the troll has taken refuge in the tribe? Turalion didn't really discover this problem. Aliria ran through her village, but her king turned a blind eye to the invasion of trolls, which made Turalion very angry. When you find out, you will mature and be able to really help Marshal Lothar. Hearing Carlos's words, Turalion suddenly turned serious. Then tell me something, just talk about it. It is precisely because the Sun King of Kulthalas knows how powerful he is, that he has not sent troops for a long time. Because. Carlos shook his head and said in a strange voice, "You're not ready yet." Turalion thought for a moment, but blushed. There has not yet been a blow of the horoscope, what is yours and ours? Carlos was stunned and his face flushed red. Who? After taking a long breath and easing his mood, Carlos assumed that everything hadn't happened before, and continued, "The trolls are coming ferociously." According to Aliria's statement, the entire 1,000 man garrison in the east has been wiped out, even there was no time for the news to spread. What would you think if it changed to you? Very terrible enemy, send more people to investigate the situation. That's right, you are a general who knows how to send more people to investigate the situation. What do you want an Anastarian king to do? How? At that time, lowering the defense is the prudent strategy, especially since the great enchantment in which have trusted for thousands of years has failed. Carlos explained. Great Barrier? Why am I not sorry at all? Turalion turned to look around and shrugged, not feeling strange at all. Why do I have such a magical jerk as a friend? Carlos made another crack of the whip, but it was a shame that Turalion had been prepared and raised his arm to support him. The same move can't be effective against the paladin twice, I hum. Hearing such an instant line, Carlos, who had not used any force, could not bear it. He used his hand to push Turalion off his horse. Hey, you've got enough. Hit and hit, push and push, just say it. The young and strong Turalion was not hurt. He patted the dust on the back. Turalion quickly caught up with his scared horse, calmed his horse 2 by 2, and then returned to Carlos. You are a general. If your army is lost, you can ask Marshal Lothar to replace it. Anastarion is a king, and his army is annihilated. Who does he seek to replace? How many elves are there in Colthalas? If our Alterac kingdom has a large population is a problem. Anastarion cannot afford to lose. He is waiting for the opportunity to kill him. After Carlos finished speaking, Turalion stopped responding, but thought carefully. In this way, the marching queue returned to silence. More than 10 minutes later, there was a strange sound of feet, and Carlos heard the abnormality in the noisy queue. It's the elven chocobo. Turalion said in the affirmative. Within seconds of speaking, he saw a white chocobo carrying a fully armored high elf ranger running towards Carlos against the direction of the army. His Majesty Carlos. After the high elf messenger greeted Carlos, he turned the bird's head sideways to parallel Carlos. General Turalion, it's nice to see you here, you saved me a lot of distance. Let's talk, what's up? Carlos nodded and indicated that he saw the messenger waving. Marshal Alleria asked me to inform you and General Turalion. Our detective detected the whereabouts of an army of trolls, but the address was not Zeuman. Marshal Alleria asked His Majesty Carlos how he is going to respond. Chuan Lingbing said hurriedly. The army, how big? Preliminary estimates are more than 3,000 people. Oh, what a big fish, you tell Alleria over there and say I know. Understood. Chuan Lingbing asked questioningly. Go, Alleria knows what to do. Carlos responded calmly. Chapter 157. There is a group of male elves at the other end of the tree on the other side of the mountain. Master Gul'dan, is it really okay for us to leave like this? Tyrone Gorfiend followed Gul'dan as he stood on the beach, watching the orc warlocks and warriors working hard to survive, with no intention of helping him. There is an extremely hidden temporary dock on a headland in the northwest of Zeuman. Gul'dan accumulated all the stolen runestones here, preparing to secretly transport them back to the tribal occupation. Enough, the plan has been able to continue, and we can play some tricks, ha 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 ha. Gul'dan smiled happily, which came from the satisfaction of power and knowledge. The elves protect the baby and don't know how to use it. They only use the runestone as a fulcrum for the magic circuit. The elves' magic is nothing. Because he was in a good mood, Gul'dan casually ridiculed. Master Gul'dan, I cannot participate in your topic on the knowledge of magic, but I want to remind you that the Elven Sea Fleet is far more terrible than their magic. These 3 ships alone cannot carry you at once. All of them the collected runestones. Tyrone Gorfiend said calmly. What you said makes sense, so we need more time. The next diversion fleet won't arrive until at least 3 days later. Considering that accidents will always happen, we need to set aside at least 5 days. Gul'dan had already opened his mouth, but his words changed at the end. Forget it, stay here to supervise his work. I'll take care of it myself. If the goods are loaded and I don't come back in time, then don't wait for me, just leave. Yes, master, I will urge you to implement your resolution. Gul'dan nodded, thought for a moment, saluted a team of men, and left the secret dock on foot. As a Death Knight, Tyrone Gorfiend no longer simply believes his own eyes, much less believes the words of others, even if this person is his master Gul'dan. After Gul'dan's breath was far away, Tyrone Gorfiend condensed a thin shadow in his hand. These faint shadows floated in the air and gradually gathered around the Death Knight, while Tyrone Gorfiend seemed to walk casually, enclosing his own territory in the world of energy. 5 shadow eyes, Master Gul'dan truly values these goods. Tyrone Gorfiend smiled and smiled. His skin, which had been corroded by time and the power of the shadow, cracked a scale-like crack under such action, just like the belly of a snake, but under the power of the shadow respond quickly as before. Using some small means to temporarily shield Gul'dan from monitoring and controlling the sport camp, Tyrone Gorfiend walked to a place where the goods were piled up and mixed a powder made of runestones with magical energy. The large wooden box whose blood was divided into magic runes was taken out from the other goods with one hand. After hesitating for a long time, Tyrone Gorfiend decided not to open this box. Add an extra layer of canvas. After Tyrone Gorfiend gave the order, he sat on this box and got rid of the trick of tricking Gul'dan. Around the same time, the coalition of the human king Carlos Barav and the Alleria ranger Lord Windrunner grabbed the tail of an army of trolls on the way to Zeuman. Carlos, we must catch up with this troll. During dinner, Carlos Barav's only privilege as king is a small piece of butter. Other than that, Carlos' dry food is no different from ordinary soldiers. Chewing on some stiff, dry food, the king of Alterac indicated that he had heard, nodded, and asked Alleria to continue speaking. Our sentinel caught 2 tongues, and one of them recruited. The troll's goal was the middle of the forest itself. It was not enough for the beasts to devastate the east. They wanted to take all the civilians back to Silvermoon City or kill. We cannot stand idly by. A large number of refugees gather on the path of the trolls. If we stand idly by, it is tantamount to murder. Alleria Windrunner's original clear and sweet voice suddenly rose an octave when speaking of the word murder, a bit broken. Carlos suddenly slapped Turalion's arm. Turalion looked at him and calmly threw the bag of water at his friend. I really want to hang the logistics officer and beat him, it's really unpleasant. Carlos poured out half a bag of water in 2 mouthfuls, hit his chest a few more times, and finally swallowed this breath. I have fried jerky, would you like it? Turalion tossed Carlos a piece of black bark. After Carlos took it, he first sniffed it, then rubbed his hand on the skirt lining, and then crushed the fried meat into dregs and sprinkled it on the marching dry food, and then took a bite. From very nasty to generally nasty, fried jerky really is a great invention. Carlos happily made a statement similar to what you can eat when you turn your head off, and that the protein content is 5 times that of the Turin. As a king, isn't it right to enjoy such a small amount of preferential treatment? You have to pretend to say something about sharing happiness with the soldiers. You don't want the soldiers to go up in force, don't you eat more meat? Divide your butter. I order. Turalion sat on the ground, his thigh pressed against the dagger's scabbard, and he was too lazy to move his body, and he stretched out his fingers directly to pinch Carlos's butter. Alleria stood on the spot, took a deep breath, and then spat it out slowly, calming her violent emotions. Your Majesty Carlos, General Turalion. Our ranger troops in Kaldorei have discovered most of the trolls' actions, please give instructions. Carlos looked at Alleria's bag in a daze, and saw things like shells and leaves through the gaps in the bag. Taking another deep breath, Alleria used the deep breath skill. Throwing a piece of fruit at Carlos, Alleria stopped talking angrily and watched with her hands on her hips as the 2 important young men of the alliance fiddled with the marching dry food. Not tasty, sour. Carlos tossed the remaining half of the fruit to Turalion, and Turalion didn't care. After eating, he commented, it's really bitter. Though interspersed with slapstick and taunting, a meal is actually about 5 points total. Standing up, clapping his hands, brushing the food residue off his body, Carlos finally turned serious. Marshal Alleria, please pay attention to one question. There are 10,000 trolls. Even if we kill 500, there are 9,500 left. According to the information you gave us, we found more than 3,000 trolls. Trace, then the question is, where are the remaining 6,000 trolls? If you don't realize this, how do you want me to fight the 3,000 trolls in front of me? Carlos asked rhetorically in an unhurried tone. My good boys and girls will do a good investigative job. Alleria is full of trust in the ranger of the Kaldorei, and doesn't care about Carlos Barav's questions. The troll cannot bypass the ranger's reconnaissance net to play ambush and flank tactics. Do you remember what I told you? Carlos suddenly changed the subject. I know. I know. I know you can handle it. Alleria, you elves are the masters of this forest. Under the established strategy, it doesn't matter how the tactics change, as long as the strategic goal can be achieved. The tactics are good. Tactics. I trust you a lot, but your current performance is not worthy of my trust. Carlos said solemnly, and Alleria was speechless. Due to the death of her younger brother Lillis, though Alleria remained calm on the surface, her heart was truly in disarray. In her opinion, the humans and the coalition forces are just tools for revenge. She has forgotten how to treat her allies with sincerity. I will strengthen the investigation and give you a battle plan later. Alleria is not an ordinary person after all. As a hero who has long been famous for Colthalas, the mature Ranger Lord understands the strange and true meaning of Carlos. Before leaving, Alleria took out 2 more fruits and threw them at Turaleon and Carlos. Well, this is sweet. Turaleon nodded, looking intoxicated. This girl has a true revenge mentality. Carlos felt a bit of bitterness in her sweetness, and looked down, half bug. The troops that march in the field are not so particular. There are tents full of tents, and there are no tents that sleep like blankets around a campfire. After the generals organized the outpost arrangements and patrolled the camp, Carlos gathered all the generals and half of the wing captains. 2 people with a bag of wine can be considered sympathetic to subordinates. Carlos looked at the officers by the campfire and couldn't help but feel a proud sense of accomplishment. This is half of my team. Seeing that the king summoned everyone and did not speak for a long time, Henry Skett relied on his seniority to ask first, Your Majesty, why do you summon us? Let's do it first, let's drink some wine, roast it, don't worry, the night is still long. Carlos pressed his palm down and motioned for everyone to be quiet. After waiting for a while, Carlos spoke. Although everyone has fought many battles with me, except for those old men who were by my side at Hillblad, everyone else probably didn't fight much alongside me. Although I'm not very young. But if I count as a military man, I'm afraid I'm still above of a lot of people. Here I rely on the old to sell the old, just talk casually. Carlos rubbed his hands, and the night breeze in the season was already very cold. First of all, we have to resolve a question: why should we leave our warm fortress and camp and come to the Eversong forest to help the elves fight? Colthalas is such a powerful country, do we need human help? I know that many people just obey my orders, the king's orders and the usual obedience. This is good, but not good. If you don't even understand this question, how should you answer when the soldiers below ask you? It's not good to fight in doubt after all. Adjust your sitting posture, Carlos continued. I have also felt distressed and wondered why orcs and trolls appear in our human world. This should not be the fate of the Alliance. On the contrary, someone answered me, the times have changed. Yes, times have changed. The orcs are here, the trolls have jumped in, they want to enslave us, dominate us, take our food and our women, kill our parents and children, and they want to make us their slaves. Times have changed and they want to open up vacant land. No more agriculture. Seeing that the officers were listening to their own talk intently, Carlos paused to give his subordinates time to think and buffer, then continued. You may be wondering, does this have half a copper to help the elves fight the trolls in this mountain forest? Yes, my comrades in arms, some. Some of you may not have seen the brutality of the orcs. Hillbride, our alliance has a stalemate with more than 100,000 soldiers and 50,000 orcs. In a tug of war, it takes almost 3 men from the alliance to replace the orcs. Although the war has progressed to this point, the battle has lost Billa. It's 2.5 to 1, but it's still a non-optimistic figure. So we need reinforcements, allies, and unite with all the friends that can stand together, and fight all the enemies that can be attacked. Seeing his subordinates frown, Carlos felt that it was time to put more fire. These Amenizeuman trolls wear tribally made armor and weapons, grabbing food from the elves and shouting arrogantly in front of us. Can this be tolerated? They have become our enemies. Let them be left alone. Sooner or later, they will break the group. The mountain obstacle: when we come to our world, we must resist the enemy outside the country. Today, we don't help the elves; tomorrow, we don't help the dwarves; the day after tomorrow, we don't help the dwarves, so when it's our human turn to suffer, who will come to help us? Carlos reached out for the guard's bag of wine, took a sip to warm his stomach and hydrate his throat. There's no need to tell you these truths. Soldiers, war, hacking, and death, that's enough. But I don't want my soldiers, my officers, and the nobles under my command to be unreasonable. Stupid. So I'll tell you. Now that the fundamental principles are finished, let's talk about the benefits. There aren't many new ideas, just adding officers to the ranks and exchanging military feats for money. Carlos talked about it little by little for 10 minutes, made a beautiful vision and taught these muscular sticks how to get down and play with the soldiers under their hands. Force. Brothers, don't be confused, don't be afraid, don't be intimidated by the power of the orcs. Although I just said that orcs can fight 3 each, we have 10 times the number of humans. Our Alterac kingdom is good, all men can compete against orcs, and I can fight 10 of your kings. The alliance will win and Alterac will rise. At Carlos's instigation, the Alterac generals and officers uttered a deep roar, with depression and excitement. The king said it thoroughly. He made these soldiers feel that he took them seriously, and the cook who knew how to cook always commented on the delicacy that was particularly convincing. Carlos has exercised throughout the year, and his physique and the prestige gained from his years of fighting have played their rightful role. Because of his record, because of his strength, what Carlos said is particularly convincing. After mobilizing his thoughts and mobilizing morale, Carlos pulled another guard and asked him to pose as an orc and a troll, and explain to all the officers the coping methods he found and explored against the orcs and trolls in actual combat. The atmosphere there was very hot. Turalion leaned against the tree trunk in the shade and asked, "Do you mind if Carlos doesn't call you?" Her Majesty said in advance that there were some bad comments against trolls at this meeting. Her Majesty is a caring person. Gottingen squatted next to Turalion and answered, "Your Majesty is wrong. Kidney shot doesn't do much to our trolls. Excellent fighters can take such pain. It's the right way to aim for joints and bones and then cut off the head." From the guard's swaying posture in the distance, Gottingen guessed he was playing a troll and pointed out Carlos' mistake. "Well, I'll tell Carlos later that he was wrong. Remember to remind your Majesty that I said so." "I will do that." What Turalion and Gotakin didn't know was that less than 20 yards from them, Aliria was watching the squad of Carlos and Alterac officers with feverish eyes. The Farstriders Rangers have spread out, and Tenton Liang will be able to get accurate information. Aliria has recently become obsessed with taking deep breaths, as if swollen lungs could ease the pain in her heart. This time, Aliria seemed to smell the fragrance of the wine called revenge. The sweetness of revenge is always intoxicating. Chapter 158 Zeumans 4 Uranos. Why are there 5? A great battle began in the once quiet and peaceful Yanga forest. In the case of the detection advantage, Alterac King Carlos Barav still persistently reserved 1,000 troops to deal with emergencies. Even so, the coalition of humans and elves still has the upper hand with numbers of 5,000 to 3,000. The story is like a novelist who can only write third-rate routines, pulling a troll joke. Originally under Turalion's suggestion, the humans should split up their troops and surround the scattered trolls, eliminating them when the organization disintegrates. But Aliria Windrunner strongly opposed it, because it would cause heavy losses to her fellow citizens. When the two were arguing, Carlos patted him on the table. After thinking and thinking, the human king came up with a plan that was the same as Gul'dan's entrapment of the East Elf Ranger troops over a month ago. Alleria took her rangers, both Xingyu and Xingyu, circling from the direction of Silvermoon City and marching along the path with great fanfare, while the human army split up and split up again, leaving the troll scouts. I cannot understand it. After several trials to no avail, the trolls decided to dispose of Alleria's small army first, and then turned around to clean up the humans. Just do it, and the wild scattered trolls quickly assemble, organize the ambush circle, and drive off the decoy troops to find Alleria's problem. On the human side, more than 40% of the troops have been secretly released between splitting and recombining. Both the Alliance and the Horde have prepared the same tactics. Although the tactics are simple, the execution process is full of climaxes and is exceptionally exciting. Numerous elven rangers and troll scouts are conducting reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance in the mountain forests, and countless small teams are sweeping and counter-sweeping outside the army. The official battle has not started yet. The Alliance and the tribe have paid more than 500 pieces together. Life. The elf has taken the bait. The troll is on a set. As the troll fired a crooked red flare into the sky, it confuses the human scouts. This young human looked at the flare gun in his hand and quickly came to his senses. Just take care of it and shoot again. Therefore, both elves and trolls are boring for a while. What the hell are these two flares? But I can't control that much anymore, the enemy rushed over. Under the suppression of the elven ranger's sword rain, the frontal impact of troll casualties was not small. But the trolls' powerful regeneration and recovery ability made them ignore the cries of their companions, shield their faces, and run upwards. As long as they are not shot through the heart or head, this damage can be offset by eating a rabbit. However, the elf's bow and arrows hampered the trolls' frontal offensive. When the flanks and surrounding trolls completed the encirclement, the front charging troll still didn't get close to the elf by 200 yards. Marshal, where are the humans? The trolls have surrounded us. Facing questioning from her subordinates, Alleria still took out a bow and arrow from the quiver without rushing, put it on the string, and shot it accurately and forcefully. 12. Alleria was able to determine that 12 trolls had been killed. Under their magnificent archery skills, ordinary trolls couldn't escape the life-threatening arrows. Can't you fight without humans? Alleria's screams made the questioning elf blush and they continued to struggle with complaints. Victory will finally belong to us, all elves must die. The troll commander sent a signal, and the troll army began to slowly accelerate, and then pointed the tip of the spear directly ahead. Some highly skilled trolls also took out spears. Although spear throwing in the forest is affected by the dense tree branches, but within 50 steps, spear throwing is still a deadly weapon. Is now. Seeing that the troll army began to move, Carlos waved his hand fiercely, and the metal trombone that was unique to humans exploded, one after another in the forest. What sound? Reinforcements are coming. Although the troll generals have some doubts, the main force of the trolls has become entangled with the elves, and it is empty talk not to destroy the elves. In less than 3 minutes, the elven rangers who had surrounded the city had nearly 300 casualties. The trolls' spears are too dense. But Alleria was unmoved, putting away her bow and arrow and drawing her scimitar, she entered the army and ordered and dispatched loudly. As long as you hang on for a while, the humans will come, and the tougher the trolls are now, the more miserable they'll die if they stay. Thinking of this, Alleria couldn't help but laugh. Master Marshal, what are you laughing at? Helping Alleria remove a flying spear, her helper couldn't help but ask. I'm laughing at the impermanence of fate. Alleria left behind a misleading word, withdrew her energy from her fantasy, and continued to calmly deal with the troll's siege. My lord, this elf didn't chase the bait we sent, but it was still surrounded by us. This is not normal, and the unusual flash and strange sound just now make me afraid that things will change. We have been surrounded. Under the spears of the many warriors, the elves are vulnerable. Although there are many smart people among the trolls, if they stop at this moment, they are not the peerless celebrities, they do not have this courage. And how can a peerless star get caught up in such a vulgar strategy? So when the human soldiers appeared in the trolls' vision in an orderly line, the troll commanders were shocked. Why do the humans appear here? Aren't they 100 miles from our southwest? There is no point in doubting. In the forest, how the scattered troll fronts can rival the thick array lines of the human legions. Under the dual handicaps of psychology and strength, the troll made a bad decision. Some people continue to surround and slaughter the elves, and others continue to slaughter the humans. After the troll leader gave the final order, he also took out his weapon and prepared to join the chaotic battlefield. You are the commander of this army. Even I am the clan leader, a warrior, and I cannot abandon my clan. After speaking, the troll commander waved his hand holding his cloak and ran off with the guard. This is a war, and only half of the generals have finished. Ha 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 ha, isn't there even one of the trolls who can fight? Zujin, is this the one you chose? The previous dissidents ignored the strange eyes of the surrounding trolls and decided to take another look. But as more and more human soldiers appeared on the battlefield, Lolok said to the nearby trolls, "Your commander is an idiot. I'm leaving. If you want, please follow him." Coward. Trolls don't. Not tolerating for the abuser to finish speaking, Lolok severed his head with a single blow. Sense is not cowardly, trolls are good in battle, but now Zeuman can't even choose a qualified general? I must honestly tell Zujin everything that happened here. Lolok scanned the surroundings, then stopped speaking, turned around, and quickly left. On the battlefield, no one paid attention to this episode. The human soldiers from a squad and a squad formed a thick lineup. The first and second row were swords and shields, the third row were spears, and the fourth row were bows and crossbows. The frontal width of a squad is 50 to 70 meters, and said squad has invested over 30 humans. A battle line thick enough to make the trolls desperate. No matter how the trolls strike, humanity's wave of steel cannot be stopped. Do you need a cavalry attack, Your Majesty? Emir has not fought for a long time, and he couldn't help but ask his King Carlos. Send some more scouts. I don't want any accidents to happen. Carlos completely ignored the brain spasms of his men. In such a huge battlefield, the inner and outer layers are full of people. Cavalry attack. Impact your own people? Emir received the order and bored off, Turaleon circling him again. Carlos, I am also a member of the coalition army. You don't need to think too much. Soldiers are not afraid of sacrifice or bloodshed. Let's go to the battlefield. Protecting my men like this is a kind of injury. Lothar arranged for Turaleon to bring 1,000 people to Stratholm. After a few months, there were only more than 700 people and 800 people left. Carlos did not allow Turaleon to be out of political considerations. His army participated in this battle, but the general said so, and it was difficult to refuse. Well then, you choose 500 people to meet Illyria and the others from the south. Yet. Turaleon received the order and left happily, leaving Carlos alone on the slope watching the battlefield with limited vision and listening to the battlefield dynamics reported by the messengers. War is not a 3D game, and generals do not have God's perspective. Carlos consulted the messengers and kept drawing a picture of the war situation in his mind. About 20 minutes later, Emir reported that there was still no abnormal state around her. About half an hour later, Turaleon's messengers reported that their general had broken through the trolls' defenses and managed to take over the Elven Rangers in Illyria. About 40 minutes later, Illyria's messenger reported that the elves still had combat skills and combat strength, and were waiting to join the suppression sequence. About an hour later, Nearly all the generals sent messengers to inform them that the king's victory was near. Come on, let's enjoy the trolls' last wail and let Tustin go know they're ready. Carlos moved his feet that had been on his feet for a long time and was a little numb, then mounted the horse, controlled the horse to trot, and joined the battlefield. Your Majesty, a brilliant victory. The first thing that Carlos met was Henriette. After seeing Carlos, the big knight ran all the way. How is the troll now? Carlos nodded to indicate that he knew. It's over here. The soldiers are clearing the battlefield. To the northwest, there appears to be a remnant troll standing on its back against a hill. Henriette reported what he knew. All right, be careful when clearing the battlefield. The vitality of the trolls is very tenacious. Don't be fooled by the injured trolls. It's up to you here. Carlos nodded with satisfaction and then left. Yes, sir, there is no problem at all, sir. Henriette gave a military salute to Carlos, then watched Carlos and his guards leave, and after looking back, he arranged all the trolls' bodies, from repairing 1 to 3, and then searching. Along the way, the wounded soldiers saluted their king one after another, while the less wounded soldiers were sorting through the troll remains and caring for their fallen colleagues. It seems that our casualties are not serious. Carlos watched for a moment and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Because they couldn't understand what Carlos thought, the guards didn't dare to flatter, they could only follow Carlos's words in general. Questioning all the way, the soldiers did not know the situation of the battlefield. After turning around, Carlos finally ran to a small alcove located in the southwest of the main battlefield. Yo, Turaleon, how does the hero feel about saving the United States? Come on, the elves can fight a lot more than we think. We don't need our rescue at all. After not seeing each other for only an hour, Turaleon went back to see Carlos. He had an illusion that he had not seen for several years, and could not help but produce a war consciousness. Well then, how's the troll? Carlos changed the subject and asked. Not very good. In the case of strategic passivity, the tactical advantage is not great, and there is not much difference in the combat effectiveness of individual soldiers. Isn't victory taken for granted? Turaleon rubbed his shoulders and swung his warhammer continuously, making his shoulders ache. What happened to the last wave of trolls? Carlos got off his horse and walked over to Turaleon and asked. What else is going on? The leader is particularly powerful, and he brought a bunch of leftover seeds into a breach. Alleria and her generals are after them like mad dogs, and no one is thinking of staying behind. No way, I have to stay as one honest person to protect this intersection. Turaleon ridiculed himself and said that even though friendly forces are nearby, accidents can happen at any time on the battlefield. Lothar's teachings inspire Turaleon at any time, so the responsibility left him. So where are they now? Carlos asked Alleria and his generals. It seems like 5 miles to the north. The troll found a cliff and stubbornly resisted. Just now, a small group of elves were collecting arrows everywhere, probably trying to shoot those trolls. You go with me. Then you have to substitute my job. Carlos turned his head and gave 2 orders. Soon a small team of guards left the main unit and stayed behind. Turaleon also called a small team of full troops to join Carlos' ranks, and they all quickly ran to the last of the war. Battlefield. Carlos, do you still have bows and arrows? Alleria had good eyesight and saw Carlos from a distance, so she called out. Carlos hesitated for a moment, made no response, patted the horse and hurried on, until he was within 3 paces of Alleria, jerked back on the reins, then dismounted, finishing a graceful move. How's the battle going? Carlos asked. More than 400 dead species remain, all of which are dealt with before dinner. Alleria responded beaming. Let's take a break. When the tone in the troll's heart relaxes, it will be better to fight. Carlos suggested. How can there be undead in war? Why weren't you relieved when you used us as bait, but now you're pretending to be pitiful? Alleria taunted mercilessly. You weren't happy when you accepted the military order. What do you mean by accusing me now? Carlos did not accept Alleria's accusations at all. The privilege of heroes. Well, feel free to do so, I'll see the situation. By the way, I let Tustingo's people through, so your subordinates don't get hurt by accident. Carlos finished his order and decided to approach the battlefield to see the situation. Chapter 159 I don't want to sleep, I want to stay with you all night. It's not that Carlos has repeatedly tested the loyalty and awakening of the new Tastinga troll mercenary group, for Gotagen to bring his people here, and for one thing, it's for them to see. The strength of the alliance, on the other hand, is dealing with whether he can persuade a part of the enemy to surrender. But the first half of the matter is very happy, the second half is very helpless. When the Tustingos waved the Union flag and the Alterac emblem, they strutted across the battlefield with their hands throughout the battlefield, amusing every human being. But Gotagen didn't care. As the victorious side, it was no fun to die under the indistinguishable arrows of the Allies. But Gotagen's appearance and screams not only did not shake the will of the besieged subordinates of Zujan's subordinates, but rather aroused their ferocity and the bloody nature of the enemy himself. Your extra effort has delayed the battle that would have ended soon until now. After the battle, Alleria complained unsatisfied. And Carlos himself felt that there was nothing to say, so he had to leave him alone. The remnants that could have been wiped out before dinner erupted with amazing fighting power under anger. Facing a human being 10 times the size of his own, a battle with life was staged, and the battle really reached the last drop of blood. However, there is no use for the eggs. Faced with the absolute power gap, it is useless to explode. His own king made a small mistake, and the subordinates must help Yuan Chang, right, but these generals who have not fully completed the transformation of the peerage really don't know how to take this stubbornly. In the end, it was Gotagen who came to Yuan Chang. Alleria, as a former opponent, your notoriety spreads among all trolls. Thank you, it's my pleasure. But after the change in position, it is a very glorious thing to have allies like you. Even if you say that, I won't be happy, I still tend to kill all the trolls. You see, even our trolls have learned to look at problems dialectically. Why do you still treat trolls with such a stale concept? Ha, I don't know if there is a philosopher among the trolls. Well, it doesn't matter if the so-called new trolls stay for a while, but your loyal dog, barking ferociously here, didn't do it for you. What kind of face does your master save? Nothing you've said can prove what effect your master has in putting you on the battlefield. Of course yes, among those trolls lying on the ground, there should be no fatal shots. Perhaps they are watching our conversation now. Although I don't know if this discovery will help His Royal Highness Carlos, it's up to the generals. Come decide. But I want to say that as a mercenary, it will never be a mistake for you to send Tustingo to the battlefield. After Gotagen finished speaking, Alleria's expression was very bad. Alleria snorted, turned, and left, preparing to visit her subordinates. As an infantry unit, the elves fought very hard in this battle. And Carlos looked at all this in silence, thoughtful. Although Gotagen has always played a simple and honest role, but by talking and doing things, you can still vaguely find that this troll is unusual, or Gotagen's hideout is not so successful. Why don't you talk? Turalion looked at him and found that Carlos's condition seemed to be bad, so he asked. Carlos looked at Gotakin, ignoring Turalion, seeing all the officers all the while finding out that his king was not well, so he moved. Walking step by step next to Gotagen, Carlos placed his palm on Gotagen's shoulder. If you can survive, you will be the hero of the troll. Carlos said yes. It depends on your decision, your majesty. Gotagen lowered his head. No, it's up to you. Because he was convinced that Gotakin was smarter than he thought, Carlos didn't say more. He withdrew his hand, just ordered a prayer. It's going to get dark soon, hurry up, clean up the battlefield, don't let the guy who pretends to be dead escape, don't let one. Gotakin bowed his head deeply. Terrible king, I am already aware of other trolls, and you still have to give favors. What do you want from us, from Zumasha and the Moss Troll? Gotakin was puzzled. He discovered that he could no longer understand the meaning behind Carlos's actions. Wouldn't it be better to let the guy who pretends to be dead spread the news of the Tastinga mercenary group in the dark? Forget it, keep watching. If you don't understand, there will always be a day of understanding. Accepting Carlos's order, Gotakin took out his head-hunting knife and began harvesting the first level. To deal with trolls are more professional. I have been busy until the second half of the night before the preliminary statistics of the battle are made. In this battle, the coalition of humans and elves suffered more than 1,000 casualties, of which more than 800 were killed and less than 300 seriously injured. Minor injuries were not counted. Among them, the Alleria High Elf Ranger killed more than 200 people. The troops lost more than a fifth. But the results are brilliant. According to incomplete statistics, the coalition forces killed more than 3,300 trolls in total. No prisoners, all murder records. The trade ratio of 1 to 3, this kind of warfare is enough to make a fledgling general directly become a shining star in the peaceful era. But almost every general in the alliance knows that the king of Alterac is a troll professional, a troll slayer, who made his fortune killing trolls all the time. Under Carlos Barav, he seems to have played against the trolls in this way. The victory is not surprising. But only those who accompany Carlos know that for this battle plan, their king has not closed his eyes for 5 days. From deceiving the enemy, tempting the enemy to transfer troops, from terrain selection to peripheral investigation, from details to the whole, from the enemy's reaction to the cooperation of the coalition forces, Carlos almost did the corresponding plans. Yes, the plan. Although they called him a general, Carlos knew that he still had a lot to learn, so he continued with a good habit of modern military affairs. Make more plans. Quick wit won't always show up when it should. Opportunities only favor those who are prepared. Carlos almost conceived more than 40 possible situations, and formulated countermeasures accordingly. Unfortunately, these trolls are not strategic masters and they did not make any unexpected moves for Carlos. Therefore, many plans are forever buried in the heart of Carlos, forgotten in the corner of memory. Victory is the most important thing. Carlos told himself that, then he drank such a small cup and fell into a deep sleep. He was really tired these days. Changing one's destiny is never empty talk, it takes life to work hard. Chapter 160. Some people may wonder why all the generals like more soldiers, better. Of course it looks so cool. Joke. Of course it's because the party with the most people has an advantage. A soldier, no matter how sharp, his physical strength is limited, especially after a fierce battle. Physical pain is a terrible thing. You cannot demand that all soldiers be masters of martial arts, capable of distributing every point of their physical strength in a reasonable manner and fighting as precisely and deadly as a fighting machine. In the era of cold weapons, all night-level professional thugs can continue to fight. Ordinary soldiers need time to rest after the war, whether they are human or elves are no exception. In the battle against the troll not long ago, humanity used superior forces and reasonable tactics to completely annihilate a troll. However, the casualties of the soldiers were not small, and the surviving soldiers were also very tired, and it was imperative to rest. Therefore, after gathering the troops, the humans followed the High Elf allies to a camp in a clearing in the middle of the Eversong forest. Alleria temporarily left the coalition to gather supplies and organize the evacuation. In this battle, there was mental and unintentional arithmetic, beautifully won, but there is one thing that cannot be denied, Zujin's strength is still strong, but the coalition forces are very tired at this time. Alleria is going to send another urgent report to Anastrian, ready to seek support from Silvermoon City. You see, we've already won one game. 3,000 trolls were annihilated under the Allied forces. Humans have paid such a heavy price. Shouldn't you do something? At the end of the battle report, Alleria wrote such a sentence directly in a secret language. After eating the special products from the Yanga forest, the soldiers rested for 2 days and their energy began to recover. But the recovery of physical strength lags far behind the relief of the spirit. A battle narrowed the gap between elves and humans. More and more high elf soldiers were willing to talk with the humans and trade gadgets. But for the idiots who showed love, the elves mainly responded with slaps and jokes, and the human soldiers didn't care, holding their blushing faces and continuing to find the next target. The camp at this time was peaceful, except for the remains of the dead and the heads of the trolls lying on the shroud, as if this war had never happened before. On this day, Charles's request as king was rejected by the high elves. The reason was that he wanted to try the chocobo. Will humans eat war horses like their own brothers? I won't do it. Neither will the Kaldori elves. Looking at the face of the Alleria mayor, I was very curious. Carlos accidentally got into the language trap set on the opposite side, and he was not nailed by either soft or hard. Carlos, you have enough. If you really want to eat one, let's have one. Why do you have to ask someone? That's not good. Turalion's seemingly persuasive words caused the elven quartermaster's eyes to widen. You, and you, go count our chocobos right away, right away, right away. They treated me like a bad guy. Turalion said excitedly. They treated me like a bad guy. Carlos gave Turalion an annoyed look. She couldn't get what she wanted from the guardian elf quartermaster, and Carlos didn't want to embarrass the young lady who looked pink and cute and left with Turalion on her back. What about the soldiers? Carlos naturally did not ask his Alterac soldiers, but the Lord Aaron soldiers of Turalion. Okay, we played a game and you were treated preferentially. Energy is good and physical reserves are good. But are your guys exhausted? A scam is a scam. If you want to fool the enemy, you must fool your own people. Can't you be tired after mobilizing the march for several days? I am really worried. Worry about what? In the land of elves, we are a guest army after all. It is very difficult to supply and rest. This battle has destroyed more than half of our material reserves. Unless we retreat 200 miles to the south, it will be difficult to reach from Stan. The Somme area has been stocked with supplies. And now it seems the elves are a bit unreliable. Even if they kill 3,000, the trolls still have at least 7,000. This battle is hard to fight. I want to retreat. Carlos said in a volume that only he and Turalion could hear. Retirement, how does Alleria explain it? You still don't want Raquel Thalas to enter the league? Turalion asked, frowning. This is the contradiction. Just like a player or a businessman, the capital has been invested, but there is no return. You can only invest and invest again. It is very difficult. Why are you so pessimistic, my brother? We are the winners. Turalion tried to cheer Carlos up. More than 5,000 people, the master went on an expedition to help the elves fight. After a battle, the results were brilliant. The Sun King of Kalthalas actually didn't even react at all. Even if I come to your house to help you fight a thief, you always treat me to dinner, right? That's the truth. Carlos expressed his concerns. You mean? I'm afraid that Alleria deceived us or hid something. The most important thing is that I don't know what she deceived and hid from me. This feeling is terrible. While Carlos was conversing with Turalion, Sunstrider King's Court, Sun King Anastrian was discussing Yanga with his magical advisor, Archmage Romans, and the Silvermoon City Hall's High Mage Hospital. Everything that happened in the forest. Romans, has the reason for the missing magic net been investigated? Anastrian's son Strider asked. Yes, your majesty, judging from the magical reverberation, the troll destroyed our runestone. Archmage Rothman leaned in and answered in a calm voice, giving the people a sense of authority. Is the troll capable of destroying our runestones on such a large scale? Someone raised objections. The fact is that our magic net and the great enchantment are destroyed by people, which can directly threaten the sun well. Opponents immediately objected. Marshal Alleria is at war with the troll, we just wait for the news. Those who approve immediately agree. But humans are not credible, your majesty, Marshal Alleria is not strong enough, we should support your marshal. But the safety of the Sunwell is much more important than the Yongsong forest. As long as the Sunwell is intact, no matter how much trauma the Yongsong forest is damaged, we can quickly repair it. Once there is an accident in the good sun, how do you handle it? But in the forest, there are still a large number of civilians, don't you let go. Marshal Alleria is taking care of everything. Ha, now everyone talks to Marshal Alleria and shuts down Marshal Alleria. Do you forget how dark Alleria's face was when she left Silvermoon City? However, the news I received is that Marshal Alleria has just won a big battle in the south-central part of the Eversong Forest, and the results are brilliant. What's the use of killing more trolls? Those green monsters are like weeds in farmland. They can't be killed. Only the sun can make Uskaldorii invincible. Every meeting always turned into a fight, which made Anastarian a little tired. But as a king, you always have to pay a little while you get some. After patiently listening to the congressman's speeches, Romano summed it up again. Anastrian asked, we should give our hero Alleria Windrunner some support. That is also for sure. It is necessary. At the same time, it is also necessary to thoroughly investigate the actions of the trolls. Send and who should lead the team? There was another fight, and until the end, the leader of the army was not selected. The war is on, you still have free time to fight for these. It's a serious matter to send the soldiers to Marshal Alleria. In the end, a wizard congressman named Dokkan couldn't help but scream. Then it's up to you. I will attract 2,000 people from the Farstriders, the Blood Knights, the Magister Legion, and the Silvermoon City Garrison. You are responsible for sending this army to Alleria. Anastrian also felt that if he was just a transport captain, it didn't matter who was sent. Rather than let the military factions fight against the ground, it would be better to send a mage to at least allow the army to reach the battlefield faster. Alleria was raised by Anastrian. Step by step, watching the girl become a hero of the kingdom, Anastarian loves Alleria very much, but Alleria's words and letters deeply hurt Anastari, the Sun King install. The king does not do what he wants, my child. Anastrian thought silently in his heart, and said that it was indeed. Then this meeting will end here for the time being. Chapter 161, The children of Warcraft are many Chiji, don't love red makeup, love arms. Carlos was recuperating in Kulthalas, the northernmost part of Lord Aaron, licking the wounds of war and preparing to face Zujin's most frantic offensive, Lothar of the Hillblad war zone facing Orgrim's attack. The leading orc tribe has been stronger than the waves of offense. Too passive, Marshal. We have almost 3 times the enemy's strength, but defending everywhere is too passive. Uther stopped in front of the map with a resentful look. Uther, don't let anger go to your head. Our goal is to defend our homeland, followed by the AO Annihilation orcs. Don't reverse it. Lothar's calm voice was full of confidence, always so convincing. But Master Marshal, the orcs are so crazy about their offense regardless of the damage. It seems very abnormal. Over the period of time, the battle damage ratio between the Alliance and the Horde has gradually decreased, and it is already less than 1 or 2. The actions of the horde are not compatible. Common sense. Sedin de Throhan questioned the recent war from another direction. The abnormality means that the tribe has a conspiracy. No matter how crazy they are, as long as they cannot break through our defenses, they will eventually be trapped in the hills and mountains of Hillblad. My children, think about it, the orcs came down the sea, how many troops have been lost to the sea? This year's sea fish can be fattened. If the orcs want to retreat, then none of them will want to leave. Anduin Lothar patted his hands. Okay, don't get caught up. Intimidated by temporary difficulties, time is on our side. By the minute, the alliance is growing stronger, and by the day, the tribe is growing stronger. Weakening. As long as we do not make mistakes, the final victory will be ours. By the way, Master Marshal, a promotion request was sent from the Alterac Kingdom. 10 days ago, the Alterac army surrounded and wiped out an orc of about 2,000 people in the Taran Mill area. Grand Duke KX Barav hopes that the alliance be promoted to 13 commanders. After Turalion left for the north, Gavinrad temporarily replaced Lothar's post, taking advantage of the lull in the meeting, hastily reported the matter to Marshal Lothar. Tribal orcs that encircle and annihilate 2,000 people must be promoted to 13 commanders. Lothar was stunned by the large lion's mouth of Alex Barav. Officers below the major rank are promoted by Alterac. Those above the majority in the alliance are all commanders and fighters with real power. There will be no soldiers to bring you when they are promoted. Where you're playing? Master Lothar, Alterac used nearly 20,000 troops and 7 regiments to encircle and annihilate this time. Gavinrad quickly explained when he saw Lothar's unhappy expression. Ha, 20,000 people? If I remember correctly, Our Majesty Charles will also bring 2 regiments to fight the trolls at Stratholm. Alterac can muster 7 legions. They put the women on the battlefield. Still. No wonder Lothar was so teasing. As a small country and a heavily affected war area, even if the Alterac kingdom entered a full-scale state of war and recruited 30,000 strong men, it would still be enough to keep the 7th-level women in the country as widows. Actually, yes. Gavinrad responded. As soon as the statement came out, the entire conference room was silent. Talk about it? Lothar kept his quizzical gaze and asked seriously. His Excellency Grand Duke Alex has launched a female manpower conscription order to gather women in the slack period to transport supplies and build offensives. All young men who can line up on the battlefield are dispatched. In fact, the duration of this battle is very long. In short, according to the battle report, Alterac Kingdom fought a siege and annihilation with 10 times the strength of the enemy, and the battle ended in only 3 hours. The battle damage ratio it was as high as 1 to 5. The Alterac side only less than 400 casualties. After Gavinrad finished speaking, he took out a document from the document bag he carried with him and handed it over to Lothar. Next time you will show me the battle report before expressing your own opinions. Don't let my subjective consciousness be influenced by you. Lothar looked clearly and nodded at Gavinrad. Yes, Master Marshal, I'm sorry. Soon, Lothar read the document and passed it on to others. Gavinrad, you took the time to do this. The Alterac guys are all good, and I apologize for being rude at this point. In a military operation of 20,000 people, it can be said that Alex Barav used materials heavier than orcs to stack the 2,000 orcs, and Alterac expected to get only 13 alliance promotions. Please note that such behavior is not to be ridiculed. It seems that the defense of Alterac Pass can be eased for now, but how should we deal with the defenses of Gilneas and Thoradin's Wall, Master Marshal? Uther touched his chin. The long-term war did the originally smooth and shiny beard turned into weeds. Thoradin's Wall, it is impossible to break through from the north, unless Biglas Bertone surrenders to the enemy. But Biglas can't surrender to the enemy. So Thoradin's Wall cannot be breached. The other generals argued, and in the end they all agreed that the defense of Thoradin's wall was fine. Lothar couldn't help but nod. After all, he was the legacy of Emperor Thoradin, a testament to the splendor of the Arathor Empire, the unbreakable wall, Thoradin's wall. Back then, when Carlos was a little boy playing in South Bluetown, he went to Thoradin's wall to admire this historical relic, but he did not find it for a long time. Here it is. When the locals told Carlos, "Did Carlos watch you playing with me?" As a result, he returned to the city of South Blue. After checking the tax, Alex found out and took Carlos to the main entrance of Thoradin's wall. Seeing the magnificent and terrifying high wall, the building blending into the mountains, Carlos had the illusion of tears in his eyes. Since the ancient troll wars, humanity has started building this great wall. We know that it was completed only 600 years ago during the time of Emperor Thoradin. The longest building in Fort Erdel, this is Thoradin's wall. It is, you can say that it is with this barrier that humans can go north with peace of mind. Because behind the wall is the birthplace of humanity, and it will never fall. Home. Young Carlos looked at the city wall that almost covered the sky, reached out to pat the heavy blue stone brick, and sighed heavily. All games are tricky. What are more majestic buildings than the Great Wall in Song of Ice and Fire in the game? In the era when magic had not yet emerged, the people of the Arathor Empire used simple tools and human and animal power to build the defense line that took 2,000 years to build. How could something so simple be? Father, let's go. Won't you go inside and take a look? Our Barav family name is enough for the defenders of Stromgard to let us go up and take a look. Don't go, that's enough. Then let's go. Chapter 162. The Arthi Highlands lie in the north of the wetland. The climate of the Arthi Highlands is very similar to that of the wetland in the south. Thanks to its high altitude, it does not form a large number of swamps and wetlands, even if there is long-term rainfall. The temperature here is not high, and the sky always shows a kind of gray. Although compared with the Hillblad foothills in the north and the silver pine forest further north, the land here is slightly barren, and the high altitude makes the temperature insufficient. However, sufficient light has made up for this deficiency, making the Arthi region still one of the main producing areas for human food. Once the guardian, Magna Egwin, lived in seclusion here in the mountains of Arthi. Due to the rampant use of magic by the Dalaran mages, some of the Burning Legion's minions who were expelled when the Well of Eternity collapsed were reintroduced back into this world. Although there aren't many demons, they still caused a certain amount of chaos in the human city. To prevent further disasters and conceal the abuse of magic, the Mago Kras Council in Dalaran and the High Elf Silvermoon Council in Kulthala secretly jointly established a Council of Tyrusfal, organizing and selecting a guardian to concentrate power. Magic from human wizards and high elves to give him the strength to fight powerful demons. In the last 2,000 years, many people have held this position. By chance, Egwin was selected by the Guardian Magna Esgiven as an apprentice and received magical training. As the only girl among Esgiven's 5 apprentices, Egwin was questioned by other children, thinking that she could not be a good wizard, but Egwin persisted. Before the end of the first year of her apprenticeship, she had already grandmastered the missing spells in the Matrix Scrolls, masterpieces created by powerful and noble wizards 9,000 years ago. With this ability, she was selected to be the Guardian Magna Esgiven and became the heir to Tyrusfal. Although she is still questioned by other Esgiven trainees, the council believes that she is the best, and there can be no other person who is more suitable to be the guardian than her. The elf members on the council also believed that as a mage, Egwin already had a better rating than the others. In the end, she inherited the guardian identity from Master Esgiven and took the responsibility of protecting the world. Although this human girl is quite critical of the Tyrusfal Council, which is monopolized by men. However, she focused on hunting down and eradicating demons. At the same time, Egwin's strength has also been greatly improved during this period. In the early days of her role as a guardian, she was tasked with dealing with a small demon called Z-Mater, who reported directly under the Burning Legion commander Sargeras. This demon kidnapped many children from a school and tried to use these children as sacrifices to perform certain rituals. Egwene immediately fought Z-Mater upon receiving such information, and soon defeated him and exiled him to the Twisting Void, saving the group of innocent children. However, her behavior caused great dissatisfaction with the council. The council's order at the time was for her to capture the demon alive, so they could learn more about Sargeras of Z-Mater, as well as what ritual Mater is performing. But such plans failed due to Egwene's recklessness, because she insisted that the children in the school were innocent, and if they acted in accordance with the council's orders, all these children could be sacrificed. At this point, Egwene's actions began to move away from Parliament. She believed that the Parliament was too old-fashioned and gradually believed in her own decision. So she started to do a lot of brave but reckless behaviors. So Egwene invented a magic that can maintain youth and beauty for a long time, which is similar to the age-sealing magic to never grow old. In this way, she was alone as a guardian for hundreds of years. The demons were fighting. Egwene's actions began to move away from Parliament. She believed that the Parliament was too old-fashioned and gradually believed in her own decision. So she started to do a lot of brave but reckless behaviors. Then Egwene invented a magic that can maintain youth and beauty for a long time, which is similar to age-sealing magic to never grow old. In this way, she was alone as a guardian for hundreds of years. The demons were fighting. Egwene's actions began to move away from Parliament. She believed that the Parliament was too old-fashioned and gradually believed in her own decision. So she started to do a lot of brave but reckless behaviors. Then Egwene invented a magic that can maintain youth and beauty for a long time, which is similar to age-sealing magic to never grow old. In this way, she was alone as a guardian for hundreds of years. The demons were fighting. Which is similar to age-sealing magic to never grow old. In this way, she was alone as a guardian for hundreds of years. The demons were fighting. Which is similar to age-sealing magic to never grow old. In this way, she was alone as a guardian for hundreds of years. The demons were fighting. Egwene has inherited the power of the guardian for thousands of years, along with her ability to use magic. It has made her the strongest guardian of all generations. After serving as a guardian for 500 years, she discovered that many powerful demons appeared in the Northrend region of the north, and these demons actually hunted the blue dragons and then absorbed their magic power, so she ran north to stay cold. The continent tracked down these demons and eliminated all of them with the help of the dragon clan. However, the matter did not end like this. A huge portal appeared in the Yamanaka storm group, and Sargeras, the leader of the Burning Legion, came personally. The proud Egwene believed that this was the greatest opportunity to show her abilities. She was convinced that she could defeat the Dark Titan after a fierce fight, and the result was as she expected. She defeated and killed Sargeras's body. Egwene took the flesh of Sargeras to the ruins of an ancient night elf in the sea, sealed the Dark Titan's flesh in the abyss, and placed a band that cannot be opened by any creature on the Azeroth continent to ensure that the soul of Gross will never return to his body, and this relic will be called the Tomb of Sargeras. At this point, Egwene began to become invincible, proud that she thought she had accomplished a miracle that no one in the world could do, but she never thought that this was all a conspiracy by Sargeras. This Dark Titan was deliberately defeated, and her soul was lost. Slipped into Egwene's body at the time the body died. 45 years before the opening of the Dark Portal, the council finally decided that Egwene should be released from guardianship, especially after seeing her use magic to extend her life. Because if this magic inadvertently loses its effectiveness, the hundreds of years Egwene has used before her will cause her to age and even die. Fearing that they may lose their long-standing power, the council does not want Egwene to continue serving as a guardian. They want to choose a new successor who can faithfully carry out the orders of the council. But the proud Egwene was still ridiculous about the council's concerns. She felt that they didn't understand her at all, because she had faith in her own body and her magic. However, fighting with the devil all year long made her feel a bit tired, so she finally agreed to pass the power to the next guardian, but this guardian must be chosen by herself, because she no longer trusts any decision made by the council. She therefore hopes that the guardian can completely escape the control of the Tyrus-Fal society. So Egwene plans to pass on the position of guardian to her children. Although she now despises any man, she still finds a relatively suitable person, the palace wizard Nira of Stormwind. Ella. After finding a good match, Egwene began to strike up a conversation to seduce Neelas into having sex with her in order to achieve the goal of getting pregnant. So Egwene plans to pass on the position of guardian to her children. Although she now despises any man, she still finds a relatively suitable person, the palace wizard Nira of Stormwind. Ella. After finding a good match, Egwene began to strike up a conversation to seduce Neelas into having sex with her in order to achieve the goal of getting pregnant. So Egwene plans to pass on the position of guardian to her children. Although she now despises any man, she still finds a relatively suitable person, the palace wizard Nira of Stormwind. Ella. After finding a good match, Egwene began to strike up a conversation to seduce Neelas into having sex with her in order to achieve the goal of getting pregnant. In the fall of the same year, Egwene became pregnant. When she found out that she was pregnant with a boy instead of a girl, she was really sad for a while, because as a female powerhouse, she originally wanted to make Parliament ugly again, but despite this, Egwene gave birth to her son in an isolated forest and named him Medivh, which means he who keeps secrets in the language of the High Elves. The inherent magical talents of Egwene and Neelas were deeply imprinted on this child. Egwene believed that her son would grow up to be the next guardian and pass down her power to him. However, Egwene did not fulfill the obligations of a mother. Young Medivh spent his childhood with Anduin Lothar and Ryan Rin under the care of his father Nielas Allen. But due to the endless struggle between the soul of Sargeras and Medivh, at the age of 14, Medivh fell into a coma. Nelas Ella declared this to be a magical accident and took Medivh back to Karajan, where he lived in the Guardian Age. When Medivh was an adult, the powerful force in his body awoke, and Sargeras' soul took the opportunity to control him and twisted his will and emotions to the dark side. Just as the controlled Medivh began his plan to destroy the entire Azeroth world, Egwene came to Karajan, the tower where Medivh lived, and wanted to discover the root of the matter. And here she finally discovered the horrible fact. It turned out that her hundreds of years of hard work were completely wasted, but because she was too blind and arrogant, she walked into Sargeras' trap, and now the powerful guardian power has been belonged to this Medivh who was possessed by Sargeras, and the council of Tyrus-Fal had also been wiped out by him, and no one could fight against him anymore. When Egwene's mana was passed to Medivh, there wasn't much left, so her son easily defeated her at this point. Afterward, Egwene returned to Lord Aaron to live in seclusion, coldly watching the incident unfold. Learning of the council of Tyrus-Fal's destruction made Egwene smell a different breath. After helping the Barav family boy deal with the troll god, Egwene continued to return to her seemingly humble cabin to continue her magical research work. She wanted to take on her son and inherited most of him. Strength concentration is by no means an easy task. Hello, is anyone here? Although it looks like a dilapidated wooden house, the interior space is very large. Egwene can't help but wince when she hears the sound of Loli outside the door through fantasy incantation and space warp spells. You can't go wrong, this voice will never sound bad, this is definitely the voice of the disaster star. Egwene left without a word, launched a random portal, and her time was so valuable, how could she waste it on such a calamity? But Egwene didn't expect that as soon as he stepped out of the portal, a smiling lowly dwarf would greet him in front of him. Friends of Taoism, please stay. Hey, Egwene looks up at the sky speechless. The passing years don't go well and there's never a good thing about meeting Chromie. You have 3 more words to explain your last words. Egwene closed the portal and began casting the rainbow split. Don't be so insensitive, we have known each other for hundreds of years. 2 sentences. Egwene felt that it was not safe. Facing the bronze dragon, he couldn't explore time and space. Even the rainbow cracking technique that could break through the defense was not safe, so he began to anchor the space again. Don't be like that, I'm so cute, can you save me from dying? Go to death with no last words and say hello to Naz Dormu for me. Egwene is about to shoot. You are a mother's dead son. Chromie hugged her head and squatted down, screaming aloud. Egwene displayed extraordinary magical achievements. With his hand, the magical spells that destroyed the world and the earth disappeared, there was no backlash and no trace. What did you say? Egwene asked. Your son is dead. Say it again. Egwene continued to ask. Although it's very secret, it's not something particularly secret. I thought about it and thought that you just didn't know, so I came here to tell you, Magna, your dead son. Chromie quickly complimented my expression. Medivine is dead. Egwene looked incredulous. Yes, he was stabbed to death by his good friend Anduin Lothar in Karajan. The white knife went in and the red knife went out. Chromie imitated the scene repeatedly. This is really important news. I owe it to you personally. After Egwene finished speaking, she turned and left. She had to go back to Karajan to see the situation. Friends of Taoism, please stay. Keep your brother-in-law. Ignoring Chromie, Egwene casts a teleportation spell and leaves. I want to tell you that Karazhan's password has changed. Forget it, I can't help you anyway. Chapter 163. In Hillblad winter, wars are raging. Kulthalas, there is no winter. Under the magical radiation of the sun well, the Yanga forest has only 3 seasons, spring, summer, and autumn. And Silvermoon City is always spring. As a magical investigator, Dakan did not expect his Anastrian Majesty, the Sun King, to hand over the duties of warlord to himself. I miss the bitter cold wind. This Silvermoon City is too extravagant. I really hope the north wind can blow here. Dakan raised his hand and performed a little trick on himself. A cool breeze blew across the price of his face, making him shiver comfortably. As a radical, Dakan is angry. As a learned wizard, Dakan is sane. Between anger and reason, Dakan has a kind of psychological rapture, a desire for discovery and dissatisfaction that can never be subdued. This made Dakan want to do something, he really wants to do something, everything is fine as long as he can remove the decadent atmosphere in this glorious city. As a strong violet that surpassed the so-called heaven and earth of the Dalaran kingdom, the true magic city of Silvermoon City, it is naturally impossible to have a decadent aura. On the contrary, the fragrance of various plants permeates the streets and alleys, even the toilets are also fragrant. The decadent aura Darkin thinks refers to the political decadence of Kulthalas. As a beneficiary of the parliamentary system, Dakan's status as a parliamentarian gave him sufficient power and benefits. But Dakan despises and even hates the system. Look at these delicious and lazy people, look at these extravagant nobles, look at the Kaldori elves lying on the tombstones of their ancestors, is this the life Darkin hopes for? This is not Darkin's ideal Kulsala. It can be said that in Kulthalas, there are only 3 Kaldori elves who are truly respected by Darkin. First up is Aliria Windrunner. This lone warrior nearly fulfills all of Dakan's illusions about him. When everyone doubted the damage of the great enchantment, only this hero was fighting alone on the front line, the unintelligible fight was on the front line, and the successful battle was on the front line. Dakan often imagined that she was Aliria, running through the jungle quickly, reaping the life of the enemy. What a refreshing pleasure that must be. It's a pity that Dakan, as a magician, has good martial arts skills, but he hasn't really fought opponents with swords and soldiers. He has always been a magician. The second is Anastrian Sun Strider, the king of Kulthalas, the ruler of the Kaldori elves, the owner of Silvermoon City, and the man known as the Sun King. Dakan really understands Anastrian. From the Sun King's perspective, Dakan thought his king had done enough. The greed of the nobles, the limitations of the parliament, all made the king difficult. Even the sending of soldiers is such a small matter. The noble magicians and congressmen have to fight for a long time. This Kulthalas is a pill. Although the Anastrian station was also demolished, Dakan was satisfied with the Sun King and was convinced. The third was the late queen. The woman who had been reconciling the conflicts within her realm her entire life gave herself everything she now had, but until her death, the atmosphere in Silvermoon City had not reversed. It can even be said that Dakan's limb is usually bestowed by the queen. Why is it so hard to want a harmonious, equal, and progressive kingdom of Kulthalas? Why is it so difficult to prove that Queldor is better than Kaldor? Why is it so hard to change the world? Why is it so hard to do something? None of Darkan's proposals to reduce the noble cult, tax all people, expand the scope of births, and accept half-elves as legal citizens of Kulthalas have not passed. For 200 years, Darkan's sincere proposals have not been approved. This made the reformer who was interested in reforming the elven society of Kaldori unable to help but feel resentful and frustrated. But Dakan is not a discouraged person. In front of the outsiders, he remains the gentle and powerful archmage and member of the Silvermoon City Council, Dakan. Walking the streets and alleys of Silvermoon City, Dakan never uses mobility tools or teleportation spells in Silvermoon City. Because magical research and political life have consumed too much of his time, Dakan can only feel the breath of life from the limited walking time. Even if it breaks down, I still love this city. Looking at this glorious city, Dakan smiled and greeted all the pedestrians who greeted him. Though the reason for those people's greetings is because of the dress that represents their identity, not Dakan himself. When Dakan spent more than half an hour returning home, Hadulun Minji had been waiting for him in the living room for a while. Glancing at the remaining tea in Hadulun's cup, Dakan probably judged how long the customer had been waiting. "Excuse me, Commander, you know my habit of walking." Dakan bowed slightly, then sat down opposite Hadulun. "It doesn't matter, I didn't wait long." Hadulun nodded and put the cup of tea on the coffee table. "Your Excellency, don't you know what you call me?" Dakan asked knowingly, but he grew increasingly dissatisfied with the bureaucrats of Silvermoon City. If Hadulun had pleaded for some people for errands from him, Dakan decided to rush them directly. If his trial is not bad, and the prince's meeting is not over, Hadulun Minji should have received the news, otherwise it will not come so quickly. Are there no secrets left in Silvermoon City? Actually, I came to your Excellency for help. Hadulun hesitated for a moment, but still said something. "I do not know what it is." Dakan's face darkened. "Actually, I hope Master Dakan can open one eye and close one eye." Hadulun hesitated for a long time, but still said it. "Oh, I don't quite understand, please let your military master make it clear." Dakan withstood his anger without exploding. "That's it? Marshal Aliria's power is too weak. Although I have heard that His Majesty Anastrian is ready to send reinforcements, there is no guarantee that 2,000 people will face the trolls. This gives Marshal Aliria an absolute advantage. However, because the Marshal's prior recruitment of volunteers has harmed the interests of too many people, so except for the Farstrider troops, other troops are likely to be an obstacle, so I hope that His Excellency the Archmage can open an eye and close an eye, allowing more rangers to travel with the team as volunteers, and, if possible, provide them with the necessary supplies. After all, in your Majesty's transfer order, faraway travelers can only send thousands of people." When Hadulun finished speaking, Dakan was not only relieved but also filled with righteous indignation. Kulthalas is being invaded, the village is burning, and the people are crying. Why do the generals want to defend their homes and the warriors who want to fight and kill the enemy? They have to wonder, what is wrong with this kingdom? I will coordinate. After all, this errand is ordered by your majesty. How can other people also need to accommodate 2 points? Da Khan agreed. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, as the commander of the Farstrider force, I can't help it. Otherwise, I really want to go to the battlefield and kill him. Hadulun rose to his feet and walked in front of Darkin, taking the Archmage's hand and shaking it vigorously. This is what I must do as a member of the Silvermoon City Council. At the same moment, Lorthamar Theron in the Silvermoon City shopping area was pulling Liadrin to spend what little vacation time was left in the drink shop. Lorthamar, is it because you asked me out for dessert and drinks? Liadrin drank the juice with a helpless look. Hey, aren't we good friends? Do you want to see me eat desserts in a dessert shop and have my subordinates and colleagues laugh at me? Don't I want to do such a small favor? I can let it go, whatever you want, I pay the bill. Lorthamar ate the pudding with one big mouthful, a very fair expression on my face. The problem is that I don't like desserts, it's too greasy. Liadrin was really embarrassed to blame her friend, and it wasn't bad that she liked desserts, so she had to make excuses. Priest Liadrin would rather spend more time meditating and reading books. Recently, combat preparations are very tense. I'm going to take leave and return to camp at 3 in the afternoon. What's wrong with me? Lorthamar said with some dissatisfaction. It doesn't matter, but you shouldn't keep using this that tastes good, hurry up and try it and see me. Liadrin sighed helplessly and continued to drink the juice. Huh? Isn't that Lord Sylvanaz Windrunner? Suddenly, Liadrin found the direction Lorthamar was facing, and Lord Ranger Sylvanaz crossed the road with 2 small followers. Lorthamar inadvertently pretended to be close to Liadrin, pulling back the chair, adjusting his vision, taking the opportunity to look, and whispered to his friend, "It really is that wage thief." "Why do you all call your Lord Sylvanaz a wage thief?" Liadrin is a priest and doesn't know much about the history among the Farstrider Rangers, so he asked curiously. 4 words are too many to write. If you don't tell me, I'll be back. I said. Lorthamar hastily agreed under Liadrin's threat. The second young lady of the Windrunner family is also considered a legend. At first, Sylvanaz's promotion was based on her sister's merit book, but some people were not satisfied with it that night. People went to the houses of the opponents to block people, one family after another, one for a beating, without restraint. Then they took the initiative to invite the army and fought several beautiful battles. At that time, everyone thought that Sylvanaz could fight. Marshal Aliria, he's a genius commander comparable to that, and everyone at Farstrider is excited. After Lorthamar finished speaking, he couldn't help but shake his head. Say it quickly, what is it? When Liadrin heard this, she hated Lorthamar's criminal behavior and couldn't help but kick him under the table. But after Lord Sylvanaz Ranger Lord proved himself, the whole person suddenly turned bad. Lorthamar said silently. Sick. Liadrin asked in puzzlement, the first time I heard that there was a disease that the High Elves couldn't cure. It must be said that she was seriously ill. Lord Sylvanaz never worked seriously unless it was Lord Ranger who took turns. But whenever she was deposed or interrogated by someone, Lord Sylvanaz can always prove herself with her merits. Over time, everyone has no choice but to let her go. In the past 10 years, she has not done any serious business, she is a full salary thief. What a great look, idol. You great women, if you unfortunately assign me to her, task tisk. Lorthamar shook his head ruefully. What he didn't know was that the conversation between him and Liadrin was passed to Sylvanaz's ears verbatim. Just kidding, the Liadrin family and the Windrunner family are allies. It's hard for Sylvanaz to notice or not, and she wants to be a wage thief honestly, without strong skills, so that she won't be tainted by others. Boy, I remember you. Sylvanaz did not greet Liadrin. This girl did not deserve her own initiative. She only glanced at Lorthamar's appearance from the corner of her eye and casually left. If you offend my old lady, do you still want to improve it? Sylvanaz huffed twice in her heart and decided not to worry about her younger generation for now. It wasn't worth breaking her mood to buy the unknown. Vacation time is coming. After sending Liadrin back to the church, Lorthamar found a place where no one was there and slashed her throat. It was uncomfortable to eat too much dessert. In order to have a long-term, straight reason for Jolie Adeline to come out, Lorthamar Theron endured enormous criticism, the demon of dessert. Consciousness of heaven and earth, which bastard likes to eat desserts? As a result, all dessert shops will send a trial invitation to Lorthamar's family for new products. New varieties that can be confirmed by Lorthamar are sure to sell well. It has become an iron rule in the dessert industry. Lorthamar also received a strange nickname, the mysterious man of Dessert Street. Vomit. After spitting it out, Lorthamar felt comfortable, then wiped her mouth and walked toward the barracks. Hadulun, what's up, is there a job for us this time? Meeting Hadulun Minji, Lorthamar greeted him happily. No, this time the recruits are all peripheral troops, and none of the Silvermoon City guards can move. Hadulun shook his head regretfully. Sorry, it's an honor to be able to fight under Marshal Alyria. I really want to volunteer. Lorthamar could only shake his head regretfully. Don't think about it, everyone is in the squad leader, don't ruin your future. Hadulun patted Lorthamar on the shoulder. This youth who was only a decade younger than him was his optimistic subordinate, and he didn't want Lorthamar to destroy his future because of a battle. In Kulthalas, the dereliction of duty by military personnel on duty depends on the severity of the situation. Although there will be no death penalty, promotion in the future will definitely be difficult. By the way, I saw Lord Sylvanaz today. Marshal Alyria is fighting hard. As Marshal's sister, she still feels like shopping. Lorthamar found that it suddenly seemed like there was nothing to say, and he couldn't help but mention this. You don't understand, you're fine, come on, hey. Lorthamar Theron was left in confusion, and Hadulun Minji left alone. Because the level is not enough, you don't understand. Because you don't understand, you're a competent soldier, which is great. Boy, you're fine, so let's go. When you understand all this, you will come with me. Anuba Lord Elena, may the sun guide you. Chapter 164. The night I miss you, I wish you could be by my side. The sun that symbolizes the kingship of Kulthalas has set, and the blue moon that represents Elun hangs in the sky. When everything should be asleep, there are always night owls to break this tranquility. The magical lights that never go out of Silvermoon City light up the entire city in a city that never sleeps. Sylvanaz was alone, carefully avoiding the sight of the nocturnal tourists, slipping into the church area and through the backyard to the high-end house of the priest von Deller. Anyway, there is no dark night in Silvermoon City. Why do you have to choose this time to party? Do you know how troublesome it is for me to go all the way? When he walked towards the living room, Sylvanaz discovered that everyone was there. Unbuttoning the towel and blouse, the Ranger Lord couldn't help but groan. No difference, it doesn't matter, nothing can be done, ha 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 ha. Seeing Sylvanaz's sour face, Vondelor couldn't help but joke. Enough of you, we didn't ask the general to come here for your pleasure. Grand Magi Sturby Luahua couldn't help but interrupt the old friend's unscrupulous laughter. Sylvanaz looked around the room, then chose a chair at random, turned the back of the chair around, and sat down, placing her hands on the back of the chair and her chin on the back of her hands, waiting for the two old things to talk. Liadrin, a war orphan, her parents died in the war against the trolls. It was High Priest von Deller who adopted Liadrin, who was still a toddler, and gave Liadrin to Li for over 100 years. Her selfless parental love and Adeline's meticulous care have led her to the path of the holy light. Although Sylvanas snuck into Vondelor's house and did not disturb Liadrin, who had finished the night prayer, decided to urge her second foster father before going to bed. Staying up late is taboo for seniors. Okay baby, I have something to discuss with your uncle Bailuahua, who do you want first? After coping with his adoptive daughter's insistence, Vondelor seemed happy and concerned and winked at Sylvanas. Raising children is a sacred and happy thing, Sylvanas, don't you think so? Ha, I was raised by two old bachelors. You two gays have loved each other your whole lives. It's not like you can only adopt one. I thought Arkaldoria's magical technology is a world first, boys and girls or something like that. There is no problem at all, do you think it is, Grand Magister Bailuahua? From a technical point of view, there is no problem at all. The key is that Vondelor doesn't do it. Bailuahua could not bear his old friend's madness and joined the running ranks in Vondelor. You two are enough, one does not know how to respect the elders, and the other is not enough for friends. Bailuahua, didn't you say that we will mock Sylvanas together? You traitor! Who told you that? You. Your uncle. I've said enough, I'm leaving if nothing happens. Although it's not the first time Sylvanas has entered this rhythm, she still feels helpless. Two old men who have lived for over 1,000 years have grown up together, walked through the war years together, and even raised a foster daughter together. The sense of sight is too strong. Okay, I didn't ask you to come here to chat with our two elders. I have business to talk to you today. Vondelor first stopped his smiling face and turned serious. Too bad, the Silvermoon City 7-member council is ready to take this opportunity to promote the nationalization of the army. Bailuahua uttered her concerns directly. That. Sylvanas stretched out her little finger and stuck out her ears, using this gesture to express her doubts. Did you hear me wrong? Her Majesty Anastrian shouldn't budge back then, Queen, hey. Now that Her Majesty Anastrian is serving as Silvermoon City Council President, a lot of things are out of her control. Bailuahua wanted to say something, but stopped, and there were many words that could not be said. Those stupid birds are sick, the army is loyal to the Sun King, and the Sun King represents Kulthalas. Now that we are asked to serve Kulthalas alone, are you questioning our loyalty? Sylvanas was unable to understand the importance of such a problem. Of course I am, because now His Majesty Anastrian is the president of the Silvermoon City Council, but His Royal Highness Guy Elses may not be in the future. If this issue is passed, the majority of the council will have military power in the future. Vondelor explained. Then Sylvanas quickly turned the corner, sat up straight, and angrily yelled, "This is a coup. This is politics. MPs have just raised an issue. We can oppose them, but we have to defend their right to speak." Bailuahua said sarcastically. At the moment, my brother died tragically under the hands of the trolls. My sister is fighting alone. I have to pretend to be crazy and behave like a fool. Now, they still want to keep restricting the kingship and keep dreaming of their republic. What want? What are you doing? Sylvanas was extremely angry. Because of Lilith's and Varisa's freedom of movement, she was raised in Silvermoon City as a rice worm. The arrogant Ranger Lord made a living with younger brothers and sisters, and he took political darkness alone, but in exchange for such news, he did not make her angry. For the sake of lofty ideals, any dirty methods are tolerable. To be honest, I support them in spirit. What they want is a quill who is equal to everyone and everyone can control their own destiny. Salus, doesn't that sound great? Vondelor said rationally. Now is the time for war, our compatriots are bleeding. Sylvanas sighed deeply and calmed her mood. There is a message from my disciple Romanos that His Majesty Anastrian is in close talks with the Parliament office. This time he sent troops to support Illyria. His Majesty has paid a great price. Bai Luahua, as an elevated Grand Magister, naturally has his own news channels. Ha, what do you want to do? His Majesty is the great Sun King. When do you need the consent of those members of the sub-parliament to send troops to reinforce their general? Have they forgotten that they have sworn allegiance to His Majesty? Sylvanas's anger couldn't help but run out again. But you cannot deny that your Majesty cannot manage this country. Silvermoon City cannot be separated from the Silvermoon City Council. Without the support of the Council, the march of the army will only be a tragedy. No support, no supplies, then nothing. Bai Luahua shrugged helplessly. What is the opinion of the Magister Legion? Although Sylvanas is a professional soldier, she is not a political jerk. She is well aware that the origin of everything is military power, and the core of all disputes is the military. The old man is not dead yet. Bai Luahua seemed to answer the wrong question. So what is your pastor's opinion? The holy light shines upon all Kaldori. Von Deller did not give the answer directly. So what do you want me to do? Do nothing. Von Deller responded. The king belongs to the king, and politics belongs to politics. Bai Luahua said so. Don't do anything, what do you tell me to do today? Sylvanas looked at the two dissatisfied people. It all started with Marshal Aleria's wanton use of his prestige to recruit volunteers, and Marshal Aleria's spearhead in requesting the nationalization of the army was also directed at Marshal Aleria. I'm sorry, as your sister, and Lord Ranger, Sylvanas, you can't do anything. It's wrong to do anything. Let Her Majesty take care of everything. Calling you today is to breathe with anticipation. Everything is still in His Majesty's master. What we are afraid of is that you will receive the news, blindly excited, but bad things. After Von Delor and Bai Luahua finished speaking, they stopped talking and looked directly at Sylvanas. Others may despise the second young lady of the Windrunner family, but the powerful bosses know that although Aleria is a marshal, the new generation of the Windrunner family is actually Sylvanas. Anyone who underestimated Sylvanas would not end well. The time limit I need. Sylvanas endured, and finally compromised. 1 month. Within a month, Your Majesty will coordinate everything. Sylvanas stood up, ready to go. 1 month, just 1 month, I won't wait another day. After speaking, Sylvanas put her blouse back on, grabbed her veil, and was about to leave. Don't resent it, little friend, anger and resentment are never the solution to problems. Von Delor sighed, helplessly persuaded. My brother is dead and my sister is fighting for those who accuse her. After saying this sentence calmly, Sylvanas left the small living room of the Von Deller house and disappeared into the night of Silvermoon City, a city that never sleeps. Chapter 165 Forgive me for my uninhibited love throughout my life. The greater the power, the heavier the responsibility, the higher the status, and the fewer friends. The most terrible enemy in life is to become him. Carlos has studied Terranaz as an imaginary enemy for more than 10 years, scorned, hated, ridiculed, and now he's learning. Although Alex Barav is his father, Carlos has to admit that his father's pattern is still small. Like a true Duke of Power, Alex Barav is easy to do, and even great. But as a king, Alex Barav is not qualified. That's right, Carlos has never pursued the throne, let alone that crown. He prefers to be a prince and live his life under the protection of his father. However, Alex Barav is not fit to be a king. It is not because Grand Duke Alex lacks insight and knowledge, nor is it lacking in wisdom and skill. Although Carlos has not been the king for too long, he already has a vague feeling. My father lacked a kind of haki that the other person gave me, he lacked a kind of arrogance that would flood after I died, and he lacked the kind of arrogance that a strong wind blows and followed Lao Zi to fuck his mother. It's hard to explain in words, but Carlos is protecting Terranaz Manethil, and he's also learning as a goal. Only by standing in the position of the king can you realize the terrible place of Taranaz. That is a great king who can draw an army of 100,000 close to his personality. That is a gentle Lord Khan who can let people follow him from birth to death by relying on words. That is a terrible opponent that cannot be thoroughly studied. Carlos tried to think in Taranaz's way, and was surprised in a cold sweat. If you want to get the most benefit, the best way is to fight to the death in the next battle. It is better to kill more than half of the casualties, and then go to Silvermoon City to make a big rampage, and then return to Alterac with the remains. It would be better to hurt yourself a little more. Because going north to Kulthalas was a breach of contract in a sense, and if Taranaz really wanted to chase him, it wouldn't look good on her face. If you retire Kulthalas, you can go from defaulter to lone hero, tragic victim, and accuser of the alliance, turning your disadvantaged position into a potential beneficiary in one fell swoop. Only a few thousand soldiers were sacrificed. It would be better if Turalion died in this battle. The alliance aide, Lothar's favorite general, this Potkulthalas had to recite if he didn't want to, and an Astrian would have to explain if he didn't want to explain. Carlo slapped himself, then took a long sip of wine. The king deserves to have no friends. After such calculations, friends are dead. What if it's not a lonely family? Carlos, what are you doing? Turalion asked curiously, seeing Carlos inexplicably slapping himself. Mosquito. Carlos responded casually. Although there is no winter in Yanga Forest, the night is so cool that mosquitoes can't survive, right? Turalion didn't doubt Carlos' answer, but he didn't think it was a mosquito. Are the midges of the elves that we common people can understand? They can't bear even this degree of cold. Are they ashamed to call themselves the midges of Kulthalas? Carlos began to fool around, and then successfully amused Turalion. Hey, you're a king anyway, it's not good to be heard by others. Especially if you're such a big person, it's against peace to tell such cold jokes with such a serious expression. Nonsense, a king and an alliance lieutenant secretly massacred the elf Chocobo barbecue. Compared to this behavior, the elf slander behind the scenes is hairy. Carlos thought about it and came to the fire. At first it was just a joke, but the elves guarded Carlos and guarded him like thieves. This made Carlos angry. The more you guard against it, the more I want to eat. But Carlos still had a face, and it was impossible to do it himself, so these kinds of things were made by the garrison expendables. These bastards gave Carlos a bird's foot, 2.5 wings of breast meat, which is not the same chocobo in terms of fur color. Finding a secluded spot, Carlos pulled Turalion back together, set up a tripod, and began roasting the poultry. The reason was that they sent it themselves, so all the barbecue work was thrown at Turalion. Turalion didn't matter. When he was a shepherd's apprentice, he did nothing less scheming. Who could accuse a child raised by a prison guard? So Turalion ordered the furry meat and blood, set it on fire, put it on the shelf, turned it over, seasoned it, and was skillful in action and skill. I can't say it, your cleaning service is still a good hand. When Carlos was a boy, he led his 2 younger brothers, who were also skilled workers in the desert, and couldn't help but praise Tantalian's skills. Nonsense, I am not a noble young master. My adoptive father is the prison guard. The jailer's uncles share a bite of my food. If you want to eat something good, you have to find a way. Turalion said nonchalantly, this is not a shameful past. In the novel, The Life of Your Proper Protagonist, is there some crazy white-beard grandpa in prison who says he wants to teach you magic? Carlos asked mischievously. Really, when I was young, there was a liar old man who wanted to trick me into stealing his keys. Turalion responded. I'll go, really. Carlos instantly felt the malice of the will of the planet as wrath. Then the old liar was hung up and beaten by my foster father. He was crying and howling. After the fight, he had to teach me tricks. Because I was slow in learning, I was beaten again. I saw that he was too pitiful, so that I took it seriously. Turaleon said nonchalantly. Carlos was speechless. The planetary will of Azeroth, I hurt you, I'm sorry. What are the tricks? Carlos asked curiously. It's all visual tricks and distracting tricks, like guessing stones or throwing coins. But the old liar's card skills are really good, and drawing cards has helped me earn a lot of pocket money. For example, 5th second. Draw to the White Wolf Yenaifa, the third horn begins, or the God of Hearthstone legend draws the key card. Master, accept me as a disciple. I will not, King, Alterac will give it to you. Carlos yelled artificially. Ah, this breast meat is cooked, the craft has not receded, you can taste it. Turaleon casually tugged at the oily barbecue with fallen leaves and handed it over to Carlos. Turaleon. Why aren't you a woman? Why are you smoking again? You are a woman and I must marry you as queen. Fuck you, pure man of Laozi. During the fighting and drinking, the meat is quickly removed. Did he make a hole? Turaleon asked. Killing and burying, the fire is extinguished and the people are gone. Carlos is not at all afraid that the elves will come to him. Back at the camp, Carlos received 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad, before fully digesting his meal. Say the good news first and let my good mood last for a while. Carlos said it. The elves sent 13 chocobos with disabilities, saying that they were improving food for us, and asked your majesty to sign it yourself. The guards report truthfully. 13. Garrison's Dice Gang. Carlos felt that he was being taken advantage of. What's the bad news? Marshal Aliria sent intelligence and found that a suspicious Zujin character appeared in the northeast. When Carlos heard the news, he threw away all the distracting thoughts in his heart. Turaleon, get ready, the torrential rain is coming. Compared to Hillblad's storm, the weather in Colthalas is too mild. Turaleon followed Carlos's words and responded to his determination very literally. Send the order, cancel the rest and the reorganization, all the soldiers return, and all the officers above the wing captain come to my camp for a meeting. Send someone to inform the elf that there will also be people. Yes, your majesty. The messenger gave a military salute and strode off. After only 7 days of rest and recuperation, the coalition of humans and elves will face their most severe test, a challenge from the legendary troll Zujin. However, Carlos had never been afraid of Zujin. What he feared was the flames from heaven. Chapter 166, Did you remember that your love for the forest is a person's business? Long-term training can allow soldiers to complete their physical savings in a week, but mental fatigue is not so easy to eliminate. It's a shame that war is something that destroys humanity, and the battlefield is a purgatory that creates madness. The soldiers are not in good shape. Now they rely on the morale accumulated from successive victories. There is also the advantage in numbers. Your Majesty, I do not recommend fighting the main force of the trolls now. After all, the recruits in this army. Too much. Henry should found the opportunity to be alone and talk to Carlos alone. Why I don't know, but you can't expect me to bring all the elite of Alterac North to clean up Terranaz. Carlos patted the gentleman on the shoulder and motioned for him to sit down. Your Majesty, whether we are talking about covenants or promises, we have done enough. The covenants may accuse you, or accuse Alterac, but the limit is indeed reached. More than 1,500 people are here. Although the glorious victory eased the fear of anxiety, the soldiers are really tired. I don't know when a small defeat can cause a big collapse. Your Majesty, don't trust any troops except your guards. After all, they were half a year ago. Just some civilians and common people. At the request of His Majesty the King, Henry Shet sat down and expressed his concerns. Originally, Henry Schett had reservations about the Barav family's superior position, but only for the consideration of his family and future. He answered the call of the new king. But as time went by, Henry Schett became a staunch royal match. The Grand Knight believed that Carlos was a gem bestowed on Alterac from heaven, an almost perfect king, and an object worthy of allegiance. Therefore, the Great Knight frankly expressed his concerns: the human coalition is nearing its limit. Except for Turalion's 1,000 men, Carlos's veterans who had detached to the bases were only 1,000, plus the Knights of the Alterac Knights and Carlos Guards. The entire coalition could fight. The veterans are pretty big, and there are only 2,500 people in full play. In the previous battles, it was the bloody battles of these veterans that laid the foundation for the victory of the coalition. But they suffered heavy losses. Now, even though those recruits have seen blood and experienced fighting, they are still recruits and can leave the chain at any time. As long as you've seen blood, you're a veteran. These are deceptions in knightly novels. There is no perennial training, there are no precepts and facts of predecessors, there is no accumulation of years of experience. A recruit is a recruit, and killing someone is nothing more than a brave recruit. Do you know the tactical command of the squad? Do you understand the flag of the military formation and formation changes? Do you know how to deal with emergencies? Can you quickly replace the position after the death of the officer? Can you die spontaneously for the king and Alterac? Ever since he discovered that many soldiers had night terrors during night patrol, Henry Schett knew that this northward-bound human coalition was nearing the limit. Give these recruits a little more time, and maybe many people will become the backbone and pillars of the Alterac army in the future. But now, these guys who have fished a lot in Zumasha just want to return to their hometown safely to show their prestige on the battlefield and waste the rewards given by the king. Henry Schett, guess what you said? I know. Carlos asked the Great Knight with a smile. I assume you know Her Majesty. Henry Schett was surprised and then responded. I thought you would answer, guess what I guess or not. Your Majesty, this is not the time to play tongue twisters. Henry Schett said, annoyed. Well, I think you are too serious and want to lighten the atmosphere. Carlos patted his cheek with both hands. Henry Shelter, who do you think I am? I have been studying the military since the age of 6. At the age of 14, I followed General Audrin into the interior to defeat the trolls. Until now, I call myself a sentence. It is the best fight among all the kings, who does not dare to accept it? Carlos said proudly. Your Majesty is powerful. Henry Schett can only be convinced of Carlos' robust life. The king who can fight the most, Carlos deserves his name. But, as a king, the things you consider are not the same as the generals. Before Carlos finished speaking, Henry Schett said a quick goodbye. It was the minister who overstepped. You are too sensitive, forget it, no matter if you are wrong or not, I will forgive your fault first. Thank your Majesty. Go ahead. I also know that this army is already foreign, but you have to fight, Henry said, otherwise all previous efforts will be abandoned. Carlos kept his smile and said solemnly. Your Majesty, please make it clear. Henry Schett frowned and leaned forward unconsciously, obviously drawn by his king's words. Because of this war, we Alterac are the biggest loser. The flames of war permeate Hillbride, and we Alterac, our Barav family, the best place is in Hillbride, at Taran Mill. Do you think I'm seeking that much wealth for my own enjoy? Do you think I am mobilizing the crowd for the beauty of Allyria? Do you think it is not good for me to bring them all in Colthalas? Faced with serious interrogations from Carlos, Henry Schett said that he did not dare. Don't think that I don't know what you fix behind me. As soon as the sentence came out, Henry Schett fell to his knees and pleaded guilty. Get up and sit down. I never doubt that final victory must belong to the League, nor do I doubt that Alterac will eventually get out of the situation. So what? Then what to do, The canned elm brains can ignore these problems, but no, I can help but think about it, because I am your king. Your Majesty, you have worked hard. Henry Shed heard his nose turn sour. Stop flattering, what am I talking about? Carlos had fun with Henry Shed. Say and then what to do. Then Culthalas's attitude is very important. It is important if we can recover the loss in the alliance, and it is serious enough that Alterac can survive the foreseeable year of famine after the war. After Carlos finished speaking, he sighed for a long time. In this war, other countries are using the present to face the enemy, and Alterac is the only one that is predicting the future. Your Majesty is right. Henry Shed agreed with Carlos' rhetoric from the bottom of his heart. So this battle has to be fought, and if not, it has to be fought. Carlos patted Henry Shed on the shoulder again. He was heavy, heavy. But Your Majesty, some things are not transferred by our will. Soldiers can still fight against the wind, but they can't bear despair or even adversity. Henry Shed was ashamed to speak against their ears. Then don't let the soldiers feel that they are in adversity. It depends on the ability of an officer. Your Majesty, please make it clear. Henry Shed rose to his feet, his body straight. Well, let me make it clear that your uncle, will you be kidnapped? Anyway, when facing the soldiers, all the officers have a unified caliber. We have a huge advantage. As for how big I want to go, this king forgives you for presuming innocence during this war. Yes, the minister understands. After Henry Shed left, Turaleon slowly walked away. Your Majesty, is it really all right for you to let me hear these lucky secrets? I'm afraid you'll stop talking. It's an excuse for wanting to kill you too much. Do you need this one? Carlos snorted dismissively at Turaleon's amusing joke. Actually, I wanted to tell you earlier that the soldiers don't want to fight anymore. Even the soldiers assigned to me by Marshal Lothar are tired. 1,000 people hit the current 711, even though Lothar sent a veteran who had experienced the test of the bloody Hillblad battle to Turaleon, he could not erase his doubts and boredom. Why do we have to fight for the elves? Isn't the previous glorious war enough? Isn't it enough to kill 3,000 trolls? Is Culthalas himself dead? Under the victory, the undercurrent can still be suppressed, but once it encounters difficulties, this seemingly powerful human coalition will not be able to hide its weakness. I really hope that all the soldiers are soldiers with 130 gold coins. If you want me to live, you will die. If you want me to die, you will die, and if you want me to go east but not west. If you really are a 130 gold coin soldier, someone will definitely do it. Stop daydreaming and figure out how to deal with the full moon. Alleria will return tonight and she won't be able to contain it. Will the coalition leave or stay? Withdraw, it's a war, just wait for you to make up your mind. Turaleon pierced Carlos' fantasy soap bubble relentlessly and brought him back to reality. Where can I go back, Turaleon? Carlos stood up, walked in small circles, stopped and stopped, intermittently saying, people are forgetful, whether they are humans, elves, trolls, or even orcs. The loser may win sympathy, but there is no sympathy. Utility. Victory, and only the victor is qualified to make a request. I really didn't expect Culthalas to have such a disaster. Until now, Silvermoon City hasn't done anything. This is me, I didn't expect it at all. Originally, I was going to behave and wave the flag of Alleria. You know Zeuamon's previous strategy, it seems extremely crazy, but in fact there is no danger. Fighting those 3,000 trolls, it seems dangerous. We are exhausted, with mental arithmetic and involuntary, and also it's a tailwind. But now, the elves' attitude makes me less confident. To be honest, if I have 10,000 people, I'll help Alleria without hesitation. But I don't have it. I only have 700 people under my hand. And you're one of my best friends, I won't persuade you. You stayed. Rather, like General, I would advise you to retreat. In a place like Yanga Forest, where there is no danger to defend, the number of troops is the fighting ability, just like 3,000 trolls cannot defeat our 6,000 coalition. I also don't think our current weak army can defeat the trolls with superior numbers. Carlos, it's not that you're inferior to that Zujin, it's just that our entire coalition is inferior to the Armani trolls. Turaleon said these words calmly. But I'm like a player, in Illyria, in Silvermoon City, and in the kingdom of Colthalas, I put too many tokens in the body. Now that I'm gone, it's tantamount to a showdown. After Carlos stood still, his face became entangled. Hey, I'm just Marshal Lothar's deputy, a rookie, I don't understand your king's world. But no matter what decision you make, I will support you. Thank you, I'm sorry. Carlos summed up the feelings that could not be described in 1,000 words in 2 words. Afterwards, Carlos took the guards to patrol the barracks and found that the soldiers were in good spirits and cheered with great enthusiasm, but the most important question was when we would go home. Go home. If you don't think of a country, how can you be a home? However, in this human world under the rule of royalty, country is country, and home is home. If Carlos led the soldiers all the way south, this human army would be waiting for him to slay the dragon and destroy the gods. If Carlos continues to fight for the elves with this group of nostalgic people, I am afraid that his prestige will not be able to withstand the wave of deserters. Military spirit is not available. Those who break through other people's houses fool a group of staunch loyalists in a nutshell, and their own soldiers have to be moved for profit and seduced by love. Carlos also dared to speak in his heart, how to live life or how to live it. If things are done easily, how can the Majesty be king? With persuasion and persuasion, Carlos finished his tour of the camp, comforting the wounded and sick, and promising many deceitful empty promises, which was a temporary boost to morale. In the evening, after eating porridge made from the seeds of a forest plant unique to Colthalas, Illyria returned. Dusty Illyria cleared nearly a quarter of the Eversong forest in just a few days. Stroking the dust on her body, brushing away the stems of her long braid, Illyria greeted her assistant, sat down next to Carlos and stared at him in a daze. Huh? Oh, you all come down. Dismissed from the attendees around him, Carlos continued his dinner, waiting for Illyria to speak. It's very bad. There are many signs that Zujin is coming out. In this phantom place, we can't hold him and must retreat. Illyria said bluntly. Carlos, I know that such a request is excessive, but I hope you can help me. Illyria was helpless right now. The elf ranger who originally claimed to walk on the mountains and ridges as if walking on the ground, the appearance of the killer is so embarrassed that it can be seen that when the human army is resting, it has not stopped at all. But the fatigue of the body is much less than the impotence of the soul. I never promise lightly. A promise must be promised, so you say it first. Carlos's heart was much less dull, and he almost talked about withdrawing the troops at this time. Effectively, more than 24 people live, all relying on stability and affordability. There is no danger here to defend. We need to withdraw at least 30 kilometers to the Fengzi Valley to form a defense line. According to calculations, the Zujin striker will arrive within 3 days, but it will take at least 7 days to evacuate the surrounding compatriots. Time. Carlos, help me. I know I owe you a lot, but I can only ask you to help me. Illyria put her hands around her knees and rested her chin on her knees, indescribably weak. You have something to eat first, and I'll give you an answer after eating. I need to think about it. Carlos listened to Illyria's request and found that things weren't as bad as expected. At least Illyria's basic judgment as commander was still there, and he didn't ask the humans to crush the trolls. I'm not hungry. Then I have no answer. All right. She scooped out a few spoonfuls of porridge water from the hot pot that caught itself on fire, and Alyria took a small bite to eat. It is not a negative. Under extreme fatigue, the body itself has no appetite. Such a move gave Carlos more time to think. After seeing Alyria finish eating, she looked at herself with clear eyes, waiting for her final answer, just like waiting for the judge of fate to make the final sentence. For some reason, Carlos's heart was touched. Right now, Alyria Windrunner isn't the hate-bound, vengeful soul of her younger brother Lillis, but a racial hero who sympathizes with others every day. It was as if I wanted to change the tragic fate of my family. The inexplicable resonance affected Carlos's decision. Carlos stood up, regardless of the sticky gruel at the corner of his mouth, and made a slight impression on Alyria's forehead. Sleep well, there is still a bad battle to fight. Chapter 167. Who else remembers the legendary national father-in-law Han Han Triple Rashoman's strongest defensive spell? If the strategy is clear, the tactics are constantly changing. The coalition of humans and elves breathed a sigh of relief after it became clear that the primary task was to cover the withdrawal of all Kulthala's residents within 100 miles. The reason is simple: I'm not sure I can beat you, I'm sure you're immune to death. Although the spirit of the military was somewhat shaken, the winning mentality of the soldiers has never changed. I just don't want to fight, I want to score minutes to kill you. Carlos didn't care how Alyria moved, but on the human side, the soldiers heard the wind. After finishing the ticket, everyone went home. Oh, it's finally over. I can go back to my hometown and get married. Come, this is a picture of my daughter, boy, come and see. Due to the acquiescence of the upper echelon, the soldiers understood that this was the last battle, a defensive battle that was not severe. In the tactical meeting, Carlos rejected everyone's defense proposal and formulated a defense plan that seemed strange to everyone. Carlos requested that all Elven Rangers be sent, except for the forces necessary to organize the demobilization of civilians, and start special operations from 100 miles away. Do not seek to kill the enemy, but seek to annoy. A minute or 10 seconds should be contested, the maximum delay. If you can burn the logistics materials of the Zujin army, it would be even better. One of Alyria's subordinates retorted, the Eversong forest provides our elves with ample supplies of supplies. The same is true for the trolls. There is little point in burning the supplies. Alyria, please send this guy to evacuate overseas Chinese, I don't want to see him. Carlos said arbitrarily. No problem. Master Marshal. This coalition army, His Majesty Carlos is the Supreme Marshal, please keep quiet. Alyria's men looked at their boss with incredulous eyes, and finally took a deep breath and apologized to Carlos, Your Majesty, please forgive my rudeness. Please allow me to stay and fight. Shut up and listen, I'm issuing orders, there's no room for your nonsense. Carlos used the magician to operate, but all his eyes were under his own hands. It is almost the first time for everyone to see His Majesty the King who leaked the hacky side, they are all as good as babies waiting for milk. Carlos continued plotting his strategy. In the plan, the Elven Rangers' obstruction, at the lowest estimate, could hamper the army of 2,000 trolls for 3 days. And using this time, the humans will build the first fortifications in the place where they are now stationed, and Carlos is even more frantic for Alyria to gather all the few wizards who volunteered to join the army. This fortification is a big trap. I ask you to personally lead the wizards under yours and fix the gunpowder I brought here safely. After we leave the first fortification, the troll must be afraid to see our fortifications. After Carlos said that he was still hiding almost 1,000 kilograms of black powder, even Turalion and his generals were shocked. Her Majesty's hiding place is so deep. Excuse me, Your Majesty, there is so much gunpowder, we are enough to launch a massive fire attack, why do we need to defend ourselves like this? Aslan Chi inexplicably asked. Go and dig fortifications, immediately, immediately. Carlos looked at the general of him. But Now get out. Aslan Qian wanted to say something, but Her Majesty was so speechless that she waved her sleeve and left the meeting place. I repeat it one last time, now I don't need your opinion, you just need to obey the order. King Haki's arrogance shocked everyone. As a confidant, Aslan Qian was mercilessly reprimanded by Carlos. Everyone straightened his posture, straightened their waists, and listened quietly to Carlos' arrangement. Now the coalition camp is the core of the first line of defense, and 7 small interlocking outposts will be built. Carlos requires at least 3 days in the first line of defense. After 3 days, the defenders may unconditionally withdraw. For the second line of defense, Carlos asked the elves to provide guidance to destroy all water sources between the camp and the Maple Creek Valley. Using the precious time and the time that the first line of defense persisted after the battle, a large number of traps were set up on the main road. But Carlos, the troll, is also an excellent jungle hunter. This is not very useful. Also, after the war, these traps and destruction. I can't go on any more now. Are you still thinking about the future? Since it was Aliria who was speaking, Carlos was patient and didn't freak out. Sorry, continue. Then, in Maple Creek Valley, Turaleon, please establish a third fortification, and I will transfer it to another 1,000 people. Carlos, do you divide our forces too much like this? Turaleon couldn't help but frown after hearing Carlos' strategy. Although the coalition has fought hard for several battles, there are still more than 5,000 people, and even if Zujin recruits the army again, it will not exceed 10,000. The trolls came from afar, and the coalition forces backed the kingdom of Kulthalas. As long as the tactics were appropriate, it was not impossible to fight head-on. On the other hand, Carlos's tactics completely abandoned head-on combat, even if space was traded for time, just so Aliria could evacuate the High Elves from the diaspora. Turaleon doesn't think Carlos is shy before fighting, so there are deep concerns hidden in him. Turaleon couldn't understand what Carlos was worried about. Yes, the more scattered, the better. Our goal is to help the residents of the kingdom of Kulthalas who are scattered in the Eversong forest to retreat smoothly. With this goal as a starting point, are there any loopholes in my plan? Carlos looked seriously into Turaleon's eyes. After careful consideration, Turaleon shook his head. Except for my concern that the trolls' offensive is too fierce, your plan is very good. I can't find any loopholes in the design. But in the implementation, it's hard to say. This is true of any plan. The more steps and the more precise the steps, the easier it is to run into problems in the implementation process. Therefore, I will give the defense forces a time limit and leave when the time comes. Moment. No problem, right? In response to Turaleon's concerns, Carlos responded. No problem. Turaleon nodded after thinking about it. Thank you, on behalf of the kingdom of Kulthalas and all Kuldori elves, thank you for your selfless help. Aliria stood up, took a few steps back, and bowed to all the humans present. The elves present saw their heads making expressions, and bowed down one after another. The human general simply stood up and accepted the high elves' gratitude frankly. So Carlos, what is the code name for this battle? Turaleon asked. Triple Rash Omen. Carlos looked up at the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. After the meeting ended, Aliria found Carlos and found Turaleon to the side. Carlos, what are you thinking, being so arbitrary? This is not your style. Even though Aliria's voice was husky, it was still lovely. So what style should I do? Carlos asked rhetorically. Forget it, don't argue about this, there is no big problem with your plan. You are a powerful commander, and you have made a relatively complete plan by yourself. Aliria didn't come to Carlos because of a dispute, so she first used praise to lighten the atmosphere. Come on, Carlos, let's talk about the three of us, what are your concerns? Turalion toyed with a long strip of fruit to one side, apparently wondering absently. I'm worried about Silvermoon City's attitude, I'm worried about Zujin's reaction, I'm worried about the tribe's omen, I'm worried about the state of the soldiers, I'm worried about what I should worry about and everything that's not my turn to worry. Carlos revealed a trace of fatigue between the true and the false. Do you need Alyria to find you an elf girl to relax? Turalion peeled the fruit and handed it to Carlos. Seeing Carlos shaking his head, she ate it all by herself. I think I should help you find some of our Kaldori elves? Alyria gave Turalion a white appearance. I'm not good with this bite. Turalion shrugged nonchalantly. They love. Alyria walked over and nodded at Turalion with her finger. Okay, don't worry, I'm fine, I want to be alone. Carlos pushed his palm away to signal Alyria and Turalion to leave. Turalion and Alyria looked at each other, silently leaving the space for Carlos alone. One's appearance has changed history beyond recognition, and the foresight advantage has begun to fade. Although Carlos used memories that should not exist for human beings, for the Alliance, for the Barav family, and for himself to seek huge benefits, but in this real world, Carlos realized that it is difficult to be a human being. Difficulty, the pain of difficulty. There should be no flaws. It is impossible for the Orc Red Dragon to be transferred to Kulthalas on a large scale when the Battle of Hilbrad is tight. The historic plan to burn Kulthalas is unlikely to succeed. In the face of high-ranking paladins, red dragons are nothing more than large lizard reptiles. Aren't the king's national knights formed by themselves to deal with these things that are called monsters to common people? It must be a perfect plan. Why is he so upset and inexplicably restless in his heart? Obviously, the defenses have been deployed layer by layer, so what are you afraid of? Even if the red dragon enslaved by the orcs comes, it is impossible to destroy the entire army, so what are you afraid of? Carlos swayed the holy light to calm his soul, knelt on his knees and began to meditate, trying to calm his inner anxiety. Carlos in the previous life was a veteran Warcraft player, but after all, he is not a true prophet, nor is he a prophet. Although as his power grows stronger, a sixth sense-like intuition has given a warning, but it is far away. How could a threat from thousands of miles away be noticed by Carlos, who is still a mortal? In the original story, the Alliance rushed to fight, and finally, the tribe's black ship finally appeared from the edge of the coast south of Hillsbrad Hills. After the tribal orc troops landed, they clashed with the Alliance troops, and the war was about to start. The knights led by Sir Lothar rushed into the enemy line first. Lothar's strength itself should not be underestimated, but Uther displayed the power of the holy light. Turalion also faced the first round. The performance was good, and the three men led the knights to break through the orc defense line one by one, and finally escaped safely from the orc encirclement. In this battle, Turalion displayed good judgment and admirable courage. He not only broke up the raid launched by the tribe's ogres, but also successfully defeated the tribe's warlock troops. Due to the heroic struggle of the Alliance, the direction of the landing orc army was forced to change, and a large group of people switched to the path inland. When the orcs entered the interior, the first to bear the brunt were the wild hammer dwarves in the eagle's nest. Fortunately, Lothar and Turalion's troops were immediately reinforced, and due to the forest terrain, the orcs had to march in small groups. Let the Alliance army successfully repel the horde. After the exchange of information between the two parties, Lothar realized that this was the tribe's tactic. It turned out that Orgrim Doomhammer used this orcish force to divert the main force of the Alliance, and planned to lead the main force over the mountains to Kulthalas. He fulfilled the pact with the troll leader Zujin, and planned to directly attack the kingdom of Lord Aaron after taking Kulthalas. Knowing that her homeland is about to become a target, Alyria looks forward to returning to Silvermoon City immediately to inform her compatriots. Furthermore, Kurdran agreed to join the war, and Lothar also split half of his troops, assigning Kajer and Turalion to Kulthalas to help defend it, and staying inside to eliminate potential orcish threats. In this life, due to the inland war of revenge launched by the Alterac kingdom, the relationship between humans and wild hammer dwarves is much better than that of the same period, and the time for wild hammer dwarves to participate in the war is much before in the original story. And because of the war, a series of fortress guard posts left behind by the Alterac army in the interior were converted into the Overwatch Tower for the wild hammer dwarves. However, the early response of the Alliance in this world is better than the original Alliance in history, making the main force of the tribe always stuck in the middle of Hillblad. Furthermore, Carlos successfully resolved the Alterac crisis, and the Horde was unable to obtain a passage north, and could only choose to engage in a bloody meat grinder battle with the Alliance on Hillblad. It must be invulnerable by reason. However, Carlos forgot one thing. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Also, the Troll Evil T clan is a clan that holds a grudge. When the orcs in the wetlands were led by the Evil Branch clan and cut down on the eastern beaches inland, the orc warlord asked unsatisfied, "Can't we go straight to Kulthalas? Why do we go up to the mountain?" Orcs. Warriors never fear any hardship, but Koromar hates climbing mountains. Because your fleet is not an opponent of the elves, if you directly log into Kulthalas, they will all be sent by the elves to feed the fish in the sea. The troll guide responded. "Well, how long will it take us to get over it?" Koromar accepted reality rationally. 15 to 20 days, let your hands rest first, the Evil Tooth clan will provide you with food, and then we need to destroy the nearby dwarf lookout. The troll guide responded. "Work first, eat later." Koromar yelled. "No, our Evil Tooth clan won't even be able to deal with a few dwarves." After confirming that they are tribal orcs, the Evil Tooth clan patriarch came out of the bushes behind the beach. "How many orcs have come?" The Broken Tooth patriarch asked the troll from the Evil Branch clan in a troll language. 4,000 or 5,000, their ships are limited, but on the other side of the sea, I saw at least tens of thousands of orcs. It seems that the tribe is a reliable force. The two trolls spoke. "What are you bothering about?" Koromar exclaimed in dissatisfaction. The Evil Tooth clan's allies said that they have gotten rid of the dwarven observation post. "Now you and your army just need to eat?" The guide responded. "This is good, the Warcraft is waiting for our good news, eating, attacking." "Zogsh, where are you?" "I am dealing with our trebuchet, Master Overseer." "Damn, you want to take that thing over the mountains? Throw it in the boat, now let's eat, and help me find a looser pair of boots by the way, this damn mountain trail." "Yes sir." The orc warlord Kolomar and his deputy Zogsh had a conversation. At Hillblad, Orgrim calculated the time and signaled that his men could act. An attack on Dunhold Castle is about to begin. The triple offense, can the Alliance guys catch it? The tribal war chief thought triumphantly. Chapter 168 Let's be the world's company. Hillblad's February was the end of the cold winter, and the cold wind blowing from Northrend could no longer influence the snowflakes. The Alliance soldiers had gotten used to this temperature, and they all said that they would no longer feel cold. And the tribe, the warriors of the tribe said that we have Ulkter, and all the cities that hinder our Ulkter are Ulkteragar. The little cold is nothing, though the jungle-born orcs of Goldrun and Tainan want to beat the Frostfire Ridgeborn. "Orcs, how cold we are in this dead of winter, you are so hot on that day, you owe a beating." Putting aside all trivial things, Horde Warcraft Orgrim chose a cool morning and launched the battle plan he devised with countless thoughts. In the early part of the battle, the newly trained wolf cavalry of 10,000 orcs launched a massive raid sandwiched into the Alliance defense line north of Hillblad leading into the Silver Pine Forest. Although Lothar was puzzled, the northern defense line was very important. Around 20,000 mobile Alliance troops were dispatched to key positions, ready to double the equipment of this orcish cavalry force that the Alliance generals could not understand. Now even League recruits have a deep-seated perception that in the case of 3 against 1, the League will win. Although it sounds very sad, it is actually a kind of general improvement of human combat ability, and it is the painful improvement that this battle that was fought in the second year has brought to the human world. It's a pity that the Orcs' wolf cavalry disappeared from the Alliance's vision in just half a day. Escape double scouts, I want to know where the Orcs have gone before nightfall. I want to know the movements of the wolf cavalry and make the dwarf griffin riders move too. Lothar frowned and Orgrim frowned. After fighting for so long, Lothar knew that the guy nicknamed Doomhammer was definitely not a reckless person. Behind this non-marginal action, there must be hidden secrets that are enormously harmful to the Alliance. Find it, unscramble it, or use it backwards. Although Lothar was anxious on the inside, but on the outside he showed calm and contempt for the Orcs. In the second part of the battle, the wolf cavalry moved more than 400 kilometers. At the cost of half the wolves' escapability, High Chief Orgrim successfully mobilized the Alliance to transfer the main force north to prevent the tribe's imaginary offensive. Humans dare not bet, so I dare to bet. Now, the army is attacking. Orgrim waved his hand, and the Orcs rushed to South Bluetown like a tide. Although the mayor of South Bluetown, Heaney Marab, has never loosened the defense of South Bluetown, in the face of such a large number of Orcs, the outlying camps have been defeated, and the Alliance sergeants can only be reduced in South Bluetown. Defending hard under the cover of the marine fire. Your Excellency, we have suffered many casualties in such a strong attack. There are no casualties. How can I convince the Alliance of my intentions and continue the offensive? Although Orgrim generally cares for the clan and is approachable, he is an iron-blooded commander on the battlefield, and the death of soldiers is just a number to him. The strategy of adjusting the tiger away from the mountain. Lothar took a deep breath, and the Orcs played a time lapse, mistaking them for the wolf cavalry, which were not very useful in the siege, and then the army stormed the city of South Blue with all its might, trying to take out the only alliance in the southwest area of Hillblad. Foothold. It was a good move to get the tiger away from the mountain. In response to the surprise attack by the wolf cavalry, Lothar moved all of the main forces of the alliance cavalry to the north. Although this cavalry is recharged and vigorous, its combat power completely crushes that exhausted wolf-orc cavalry. The only problem is that it takes 2 days and 2 nights to run from the northern defensive position to the city of South Blue. Orgrim won this time. Order Marshal Dalen Proudmoore to fully support South Bluetown, and the army will check the outfits. We are ready to go south. Lothar understood a truth, and he was led by the nose by the enemy, and it would never end well. South Bluetown, you want me to give it to you? Without the wolf cavalry, in the southern Hillblad, what do you use to take on the iron hoof of the Alliance? Cadger, I'm going to bother you again. Marshal Lothar, please give orders. Thank you for a trip to Stromgard and preparing them. The password is the Roaring Yellow River. No problem. After Lothar finished the arrangement, he turned his attention back to the map, calculating in his mind if there were any loopholes in his strategy. Therefore, the highest commander of the Alliance did not notice that Cadger's expression on the side was not good. For a moment, he seemed to be 40 years old, but it seemed to be an illusion. Orgrim, what gave you the courage to deceive the Alliance so much? After completing the deduction on the map, Lothar slammed. If the tribe doesn't have a secret weapon, then the tribe is looking for death. In the third part of the battle, Lothar received an emergency report from the city of South Blue. After 2 days of fierce attack, the Orcs suddenly retreated, even the corps did not converge. The Orc's strange behavior made Lothar's back sweat unstoppably. What does the Orc want to do? Uther asked everyone present what the Orcs wanted to do. Report, Your Excellency Marshal, there is intelligence that the dragons of the Orcs are sent out on a large scale, and the target is our direction. Marshal, we need defense. Master Lothar, call the Griffin Rider. Be quiet. Lothar interrupted the words of those around him. Until now, the red dragon of the orcs is no longer an irresolvable weapon of decisive battle. To deal with these giant beasts from the sky, the Alliance has accumulated nearly 1,000,000 ideas and more than 100,000 bows and crossbows. It can be said that without ground coordination, it is an idiotic dream to have the red dragon flames in the sky to destroy the main force of the Alliance. The Babel. This is an illusion, Orgrim's trap. The Horde Dragon Knight's target will never be us. A qualified commander must dare to make judgments. Lothar believed in his own judgment. We go ahead and order the dwarves to get ready and intercept the red dragon on the way back. Although the movements of the tribe give people an illusion of overwhelming, dazzling. But Lothar sought a point, head-on confrontation. The Alliance is completely worthy of your tribe, so I will force you to fight head-on. The Alliance has many more troops than your tribe. As long as you grab your little tail, everything else is imaginary. As long as you force your main force to focus on yourself, your Doomhammer can't play any tricks. Lothar ordered the army to press on. In the fourth part of the battle, Orgrim made his own judgment after seeing the actions of the Alliance. The bald head named Lothar wants to force us to fight decisively. Boss, humanity wants to fight, so let's fight. Boss, give your order, let's kill those humans. Ignoring the subordinate's battle request, Orgrim waved his hand. The members of the tribe have been walking these days, not to fight with humans when they are exhausted. Orgrim said with contempt for humans. Although Orgrim never looked down on any opponent, he knew how to talk to make his subordinates more obedient. This step of the plan is enough, Redborn Clefthoof Slayer, the rest is up to you. Orgrim said. I'd rather die. The Nagrand warrior pounded his chest. That night, Orgrim brought the orcs who had fought thousands of miles south in silence, and approached Thoradin's wall. As the red dragon flames and smoke ignited by the defenders of Thoradin's wall streaked across the sky, Lothar fully understood that Orgrimmr was about to make a desperate move. But can they breach Thoradin's wall? Even with the red dragon flames, how can the essence of humanity for 2,000 years be destroyed by the flames? Not right, troll. Lothar suddenly exclaimed. Attacking Thoradin's wall from the north is almost impossible, but attacking Thoradin's wall from the south is no longer an insurmountable trench. Lothar finally remembered the existence of tribal forces in the Arthi Highlands. Quickly, order the defenders of Castle Dunhold, the few corps in the south, to abandon all defensive positions and urgently support Thoradin's wall. Even if you die, you also die under Thoradin's wall. Lothar could not imagine that if the orcs really played a time difference, they would breach Thoradin's wall and head south, opening the connection between Saldo Bridge and the wetland, so that the continuous reinforcements from the rear could go to the east, north. And the humans will lose the logistics supply of Stromgard after losing the food production of Hillblad. At this point, the humans' numerical advantage will become a joke in front of the orcs. In this hard power battle, humans will become the loser who bleeds too much and dies before orcs. There must be nothing wrong with Thoradin's wall. Lothar said decisively. After the dazzling combination of blows, Orgrim Doomhammer finally revealed his vicious fangs. After enduring a whole winter, the tribe completed all the arrangements. Inspired by the elements and shadows, blood, and glory, countless orcs contributed their strengths. Although the frontal attack on Thoradin's wall, the horde lost more than 2,000 people on the first day, but the defenders were not happy. Biglas Bertone, smelling of fireworks, took advantage of the intermission of the war and took some time. He left 2 letters to his older brother and his daughter, which can also be called a suicide note, and sent them to Strawberry Fort. Because my brother, Biglas, the veteran soldier, just said that Saldo Bridge cannot be lost, and the troops defending Saldo Bridge cannot retreat. For his son, Biglas had many thoughts, and in the end he wrote only a few words, and the central idea was one: your father is worthy of the name of a warrior. If I die in battle, please be proud of me. Your Excellency Commander, the orcs launched a night attack. Let the reserve team be on top, and the cavalry is ready to break out of the racetrack to counter-attack at any time. Biglas calmly replied to the messenger, calming the panicked soldier. The defensive power of Thoradin's wall is not weak. As long as reinforcements arrive, all difficulties will disappear. Biglas has the confidence to cling to Thoradin's wall for at least a month. Except for accidents, orcs can't take my life. Biglas washed his face with cold water, once more fixed his armor and covered himself, climbed up the high wall, and commanded the battle. As for the tribe, the knowledgeable high-level commanders couldn't help but look at their war chief. When will the ambush move? Night attack, storm attack, attacking Thoradin's wall from the front. The warriors of the tribe are attacking the mountain with their flesh and blood. It is not yet the time. The scouts report that the main force of the alliance has at least 5 days to come. We still have time. Orgrim placed the handle of the doom hammer on the ground, pressed his hands to the head of the hammer, and calmly watched the tribe's offensive. It's not time yet. The alliance defenders are still quick to react to night attacks. We need to attack harder, until they run out. Then a fatal blow. But the soldiers have been exhausted by the continuous changes during this period of time. You are facing humans, not another clan of orcs. Orgrim's words dropped the skeptic's head, and then they abruptly shouted. Yes, we are orcs of Draenor, we are noble and powerful orcs. Fatigue and drowsiness cannot prevent us from winning. This presumptuous howl seems to be contagious. Although the night is already dark, one after another, all the orcs begin to howl. This voice of relief conveys the same connotation: orcs are invincible. Your Excellency, Chief Drybone's messenger is here, and he has brought news. Gave. Chipon did not choose to capture the void of Dunhold Castle. He bypassed the human defenses and sentinels. At the same time, Chief Chipborn believed that if there was a chance, it would be a reasonable strategic objective to retarget and destroy the cavalry troops. Griffin directly to destroy the dwarves. He is the commander, and the actual situation depends on him. Everyone is gone. Orgrim is happy to be a good person, pretending to be generous, but there is still a trace of annoyance in his heart. Humans have changed Orgrim's views with their steadfastness and tenacity. This is not a breed that can be easily enslaved. If you can't seize the opportunity or create an opportunity to kill yourself, something bad will happen. Although the word failure did not appear in Orgrim's heart, the shadow of the soul engulfed the tribe's Warcraft. In this land, the tribe has been dragging on for too long. In the burning steppes, Gul'dan is leading orc soldiers to transport runestones stolen from Kulthalas to an elemental pool. Tyrone, don't you want a new body? When this altar is built, everything will change. Tribes and alliances will be history. There will be only one ruler of this world, and that is the Legion. The success of the plan made Gul'dan look happy. Master Gul'dan, is it really okay for me not to go north now? If your Lord Chief fails, it will have a huge impact on your plan. Tyrone Gorfiend asked, absorbing enough high elves to transform the kills. After the soul, he was no longer entangled with the problem of the body. Although I don't want to admit it, Orgrim is a good warrior, general, and commander. At present, nothing is as important as the altar in front of me. As long as the altar is shortened, I will have inexhaustible blood, Horde will be invincible, the Burning Legion will eventually rule the world. Gul'dan greedily breathed the air near the elemental pool of fire. Due to the fire element being active, which shook the stability of space, Gul'dan made contact with Kil'jaeden without issue, and the con man was pleased with Gul'dan's actions. Just now, Kil'jaeden the Deceiver rewarded Gul'dan with more dark knowledge. These taboos and powerful magical knowledge intoxicated Gul'dan. Tyrone, you are right, the great cause of the Legion is above all else. After completing the necessary preparations, you come to preside over the construction of the altar. I should return to Orgrim. After thinking about it, Gul'dan said so. Yes, my teacher, everything is for the teacher's teacher. Tyrone Gorfiend bowed graciously. Question 169. Hillbride is surging, but the battle in Yongsong Forest is like a pool of stagnant water. Aurelia, give your people an order. Except for the prepared food, all the fields are burned. We are here to spend our lives to delay them. In fact, you told me that there are still 10 days left for the winter crops to ripen. The villagers don't want to leave. Carlos laughed angrily when he heard Aleria's report. Although the troll did not launch an attack for a long time for various reasons, the evacuation job was far from easy as expected. Many elves and commoners in Kulthalas are reluctant to part with their homes, the well-appointed huts, the crops just about to ripen, the familiar mountains and rivers, and the cubs next door. Carlos, you know, I can't. Aleria's brows furrowed and she felt all kinds of grievances attached to her body in an instant. I'm just a general, I'm just a soldier, I went down softly and begged for reinforcements, why don't you understand? I just have to get on my knees and beg you to save me, why aren't you willing? The corners of Aleria's eyes turned red under the double misunderstanding of people and friends. It's not to blame you, but to mourn your misfortune and be angry. The time is now for the troll, which was given to us by Zujin. If it wasn't for the troll that something went wrong, we have now retreated to the second line of defense. Yes, it's you, but you told me that 40 kilometers away, there are at least 2,000 high elves who are unwilling to retreat. What the hell do you want to wait for the watermelon tree to bear fruit? I met you high elves? Austria Lila, bring out your elf martial haki, you have to retreat if you don't retreat, you have to retreat if you don't, you have to conquer rations, distribute them collectively, and even burn the crops. Shall I teach you this? Carlos felt the corners of his eyes twitch, his temples twitch. Although the troll didn't know what happened, it was 5 days after the expected attack time, but Zujin won't be late forever. When the troll does show up, he will inevitably be scarier than expected. Like a storm at sea, the longer it builds up, the more powerful it will be. Aleria, it's not that we embarrass you or don't understand you, but you are the only one doing this. As human beings, we have no position involved in this matter. Carlos grabbed Aleria's wrist and yanked her to the side of the map. See, Ucalthalas is bisected by a river. Now Turaleon is leading the people to build a fortification in Maple Creek Valley. We are trapped in the middle of the Eversong Forest, and the east has been damaged. It is empty and white. Why are these guys in the west so insane? When we give up the first line of defense, Yanga Forest is basically over. If we can't evacuate in time, please cross the bridge in time and let those who they don't want to go swimming back to Yunya by themselves. City. I know everything you said, but what do you want me to do? Burn their houses, ruin their fields and cut down their trees? What's the difference between me and those troll invaders? Aleria's feelings were triggered instantly and she asked aloud. You saved their lives. Carlos didn't change his face and responded calmly, calming Aleria down. Very sorry. It doesn't matter. I will supervise the evacuation work. Time is running out, we can't expect the troll to wait for us 5 more days. I see. After speaking, Aleria calmly left, leaving Carlos with a fierce back. Aslan, come out. Under tremendous pressure, Carlos's rogue habit broke out a bit. Facing his subordinates was no longer a gentle attitude, but the subordinates showed him more respect and love, which made Carlos unable to help but laugh or cry. The soldiers in the world are all urinals, scolding you is valuing you, hitting you is loving you, and being polite is punishing you. Your Majesty, what is your order? Aslan Qian ran up to Carlos and respectfully asked him. Get ready to be a squad of 100 people, I want to go for a walk. Carlos ordered. Your guard. Aslan Qian did not understand what the king meant about him, and he did not know how to carry out the order. I'm going to take a look further. I want the one who runs better than fights, and the nose and eyes are more flexible than the legs and feet, do you understand? Carlos hinted euphemistically. Is this bad? Your Majesty. Aslan Qian hesitated, the king's order was not easy to implement. Carlos dragged out a long raising his tone. Yes, Your Majesty. Aslan Qian bowed his chest and accepted the errand. Complete the preparation work within an hour, and then come see me. Yes, I promise to complete the task. Carlos decided to go east to see what the troll was doing, and then, on the way back, walk west to see what the elf was doing. Scanning left and right, he discovered that there was only the guard with his back to him. Carlos took out a magical sticky note and wrote something on it with a special pen, but he left no handwriting. Carefully putting away the magic notes, Carlos looked at the map again and found that there was nothing good, so he just sat aside, closed his eyes, and rested for a while. Your Majesty, Carlos. Seeing someone calling out to him, Carlos suddenly woke up, widened his eyes, and looked around with sharp eyes. How long did I sleep? Still keeping his arms around his chest, Carlos asked calmly. According to your instructions, I completed the guard work in an hour, and now I will return to you. Aslan Qian euphemistically passed over the fact that his king was dozing and chose to report the job directly. Very good, go one more time, let Henry Shet come too, I need to fix and deliver some things. Yes, Your Majesty. When Aslan Qian temporarily left, Carlos stretched his muscles and bones, and the short sleep effectively relieved physical fatigue. Considering that there are too many small-scale combat obstacles in the forest, which are not suitable for heavy weapons like the Arcanite axe, Carlos took out two double-edged long knives from the weapon rack and tied them around his waist. The long sword has double edges, except for gladiators in the arena, only elves can do this. Because the advantage of the long knife is to hack with one hand, it is a light and heavy weapon. Although double-edged, the long knife can see more changes in use. Due to the double-edged sword, it is difficult to counterbalance the weapon, so the double-edged long knife is shorter in length, wider in width, and longer in the hilt than the single-edged long knife. It can be said that it is more powerful than a long sword and more flexible than a single-edged long sword. Similarly, it can also be said that it is bulkier than a long sword and less powerful than a single-edged long sword. With thoughts and intent, Carlos unconsciously chose a nondescript pair of weapons to remind himself of the shameful state of humans in Kulthalas. Carlos couldn't help but think sarcastically, the more he played, the more shocking it was. How much surprise this high elf of Kulthalas could get, this king will wait and see. Chapter 170 You are electricity, you are light, you are the only Dafa, I only love you, your name is Kadger. Kadger means trust in the Dwarven language. This great magician with snow-white hair is actually much younger than everyone thought. Kadger may be one of the most accomplished wizards serving the Alliance today. He was once apprenticed to Medivh the Guardian, though not quite as glamorous. To explore the secrets of Medivh the Guardian, some members of the Kirin Tor Council formed a secret society, Violet Eye. Through the influence of insiders, this organization sent the young mage Kadger, who was only 17 years old, to Karajan and became the apprentice of Guardian Medivh. From Medivh's apprenticeship to perhaps humanity's foremost wizard, Kadger's legendary life began as a spy or spy. During the days of Karajan, Kadger was prized by the Archmage Medivh. In the process of helping Medivh run the private library, I read a lot of books and learned a lot of magical knowledge from Medivh. The friendship between the master and the disciple was gradually established. Kadger made rapid progress under Medivh's influence. Through Medivh, he also met King Ryan Rin and Sir Antonin Lothar of Stormwind. It's a shame this period isn't long for Kadger to be beautiful enough to be unreal, and Medivh is gradually losing ground in the soul's battle with the fallen titan Sargeras that lurks in his body. Kajer met Garona the orc in Karajan and befriended her. When they survived a demon attack, they accidentally discovered Medivh's secret. It turned out that Sargeras' soul had gradually controlled the mind of Kajer's master, Medivh, but Medivh was unaware of this. Medivh at this point is like a schizophrenia patient, sometimes a good Medivh, and sometimes an evil Sargeras. However, Sargeras has been dominating the body for longer and longer. When Medivh's soul was completely eroded by Sargeras, Violet Eyes spy Kajer managed to team up with Sir Anduin Lothar to kill his master. But at the end of the battle, Kajer was cursed by the magic of his master Medivh. It is impossible to know whether it was Sargeras' curse or Medivh's blessing when he died. This magical power made Kajer jump 1,000 miles on the magical path, but his body became old and tired. The magical boy Kajer turned his head almost overnight. After returning to Dala, Kajer got the reward he deserved. Antonidas and Violet Eye kept their previous promises. Kajer became a member of the Kirin Tor Council of Six. Dalaran's Hall of Magic and Secret Treasure House opened their doors unreservedly to the young Archmage. Kajer continued his study of magic, especially the study of portals and teleportation spells, for his master Medivh used this magic to summon those from far away, to the mysterious orc world of Draenor. Soon after, the orc army aggressively attacked Stormwind, but with the assassination of Stormwind's King Rin, the human resistance army quickly failed. The accomplished Archmage Kajer followed Sir Anduin Lothar unhesitatingly and led the remnants of Stormwind City north towards the continent of Lordaeron for help. But Kajer, like his name, was a trustworthy man, a trustworthy wizard. When Sir Lothar led the Stormwind immigrants to take refuge in Lordaeron, Kajer selflessly provided great assistance, including the fierce storm that the fleet encountered during its voyage almost by one person. But it was also this time that Kajer's body was completely unable to resist Medivh's curse. In just a few minutes, a teenager in his 20s turned into loose skin, sunken eye sockets, and even long eyes. From the old man Madara is the dying old man. Later, Kajer went to the Violet Castle in Dalaran to report to the Kirin Tor Council of Mages, which led to a journey to the southern blue city of Kalthuzad. During the Second Orc War, Kajer and his attendants in Dalaran thoroughly studied magical elements to anchor the portal, making small-scale magical transmission more stable and reliable. This is the highest commander in the alliance. Lothar was a great help during the first difficult times of the war. Kajer, though he didn't save the world when he was 14, had already saved humanity several times before he was 24. Although Kajer regained a bit of vitality during the remainder of the rest, he controlled the aging of his body. However, excessive use of magic will speed up the decay of the body. This is also the main reason why Kajer, as an archmage, did not shine in the Hillblad regional war. Because your body doesn't allow it. After Marshal Lothar went to Stromgard to deliver the letter, Kajer returned to Hillblad and returned to Lothar. Kajer, although I don't know what makes you so happy, I'm not happy at all. Like a forgotten acquaintance, Anduin Lothar was able to temporarily ease his burden when alone with Kajer, and he said some annoying words that did not match his identity. So what makes the great Antonin Lothar so frustrated? Although Kajer's appearance is much older than Lothar's, Kajer always has a sense of pleasure to accompany his idol hero when facing Lothar. Those cursed orc warlocks, those Gul'dan doglegs, those nasty and dirty things, because of their ubiquitous shadow spells, the army has been delayed by 2 days, which is terrible. Though I never doubted it. Thoradin's wall is an unbreakable wall, but the anomaly of the orcs makes me stay. Conspiracy, trajectory, I have seen too many conspiracies and tricks, which exhausts me physically and mentally. Kajer, you Dalaran cannot speak such magics. Can material and financial help be replaced by more magicians? I don't expect great magicians. High-level magicians can be used. There are no high-level magicians, no intermediate magicians, even young magicians or even magic apprentices. Lothar produced a small silver flask and took a sip. He had to take a short time to relax. After a while, his subordinates would come to report on the military situation and ask about countermeasures. At that time, Anjouan Lothar must be the indomitable and fearless Grand Marshal of the Alliance. "Marshal, I have done my best for Dalaran." Kadr regretted that there was nothing he could do. "I know, I don't blame you." Lothar wiped the corners of his mouth and said yes. "But now, although you don't need any more help in Dalaran, you are hoping to get help from the Grand Master?" Kadr was suddenly emotional. "Oh, who is it?" Lothar also came to the spirit. "I." "Stop taunting, Kadr, are you going to die? You are my most important and only trusted magical advisor. I don't need you to go to the front lines." Lothar laughed, comforting Kadr in disguise. "No, Marshal, this trip to Stromgard I accidentally discovered an unprecedented and magical herb. I named it Kadr's beard." "Ha ha ha, your chin is empty, ha ha ha, ha, is it?" Lothar's laughter stopped abruptly. "Yes, Kadr's beard can effectively suppress my aging symptoms. I think I can improve the formula." Kadr confidently said, "It's time for the tribe mage to see true magic." Chapter 171. You don't say you don't want, you shouldn't. I thank you for your love. Due to the destruction of a large number of runestones, the southern and eastern regions of the Great Eversong Forest of Kulthala's Great Enchantment showed a serious decline. Losing the brightness of the sun, the flowers and trees in the forest have returned to the control of the laws of nature, and they began to wither and wither in this cold season. Carlos walked in the cold winter wind, and the dead leaves under his feet were smashed under the footsteps of iron boots, making a screeching sound, bringing a faint sound to the silent forest. "I have been traveling for 2 days, and I have walked for almost 100 miles, but in the empty forest, the troll has not heard anything from him, and occasionally meets the high elf ranger roaming and patrolling, and also said not to be he has met the sentinel of the troll. This is not reasonable." Carlos wouldn't believe that Zeuman had a plague or that someone under Zujin was in riot, so the troll persuaded him. If not, it can only mean that the troll is preparing big moves. When the troll reappears, it is not a power that can be blocked by thousands of people. After leaving his official duties, Carlos calmed down and continued to reflect on the decisions he had made. Is it worth helping the high elves of Kulthalas like this? Although Aliria Windrunner is a famous hero in Kulthalas, she is a legendary figure. But after all, she was just a general, a marshal, and the idol of all elven rangers. Can the expected return occur? Can the Alterac kingdom, which has exceeded its full potential, play its rightful role in the war, survive the harshest winter, and win a glorious future? Can the Alliance really survive all the dangers like the original story, completely overwhelm the tribe, and win the final victory? Thinking too much, Carlos couldn't help but feel a little irritable, sweating behind his back and a dull ache in his head. Crushing a heart-shaped leaf he was playing with, Carlos broke up the residue. "Come back, let's go back." With an order, they all turned their horses and galloped in the direction they came from. When Carlos completed the planned inspection and returned to the first line of defense, 5 days passed. When he had just returned, before Henry Shett, who was the temporary commander, had finished describing his job summary, the sentry came to relay the military information. "Your Majesty, there is news from the elf. In the mountains to the east, a large-scale assembly of trolls and orcs has been found. According to the elf's judgment, it is very likely that they came from the interior. The number is unknown, but it is estimated which is more than 3,000. After the sentry delivered the order, he knelt on one knee and waited for the king's order, and the whole person seemed very nervous. "This is really bad." "Okay, that's great." Henry Shett looked at Carlos in amazement and looked at his king. "The orcs and the trolls have merged, and the trolls have greatly increased in strength. What is happy in this? Henry Shelter, nothing is more terrifying than the unknown. Nothing is more tormenting than waiting. It is here, it is finally here, 5 days and 5 days, and it will take at least 5 days to wait for them to come. Half a month time has passed and the defense line has basically been completed. Come on, it doesn't matter if it's a troll or an orc, it doesn't matter who's Ujin or Zul'jin, come on everyone. Carlo seemed unusually excited, his posture infected other people, even the sentinel who sent the order let out his inner tension, feeling that His Majesty the King seemed to make sense. Send the order, the entire army is on alert, inform Illyria and Turalion that the intermission is over and the second half will begin immediately. Carlos exhaled deeply and the whole person relaxed. Very simple reasoning question. With condition 1 known, the main force of the war between the Hillbrad Hills Alliance and the Horde did not decide the outcome. Known condition 2, the wild hammer dwarves of the Ari are still alive and well. With condition 3 known, Gul'dan stole the runestone for the construction of the storm altar. So the question is, which excavator technology is strong? Cough, be serious, so how many orcs made it to Kulthalas over the mountains? If you expect 51 million orcs to reverse Kulthalas' strategic stance, Orgrim is surely an idiot. Carlos has been worried for so long. What he really fears are those things that are beyond cognition. Son. Ever since Dandamalan you solemnly told Carlos that the King of Treehole really exists and once entered the second round of retraining for the selection of pilots, Carlos really dreamed that he was afraid that Zul'jin would instigate digital violence. Dragon beasts or steel Galuru or something like that came out and swept across Kulthalas. Now that the hidden cards are basically open, the troll is waiting for reinforcements from the orc tribe. So let us fight, the east wind blows, the drums of war, as Roth who is afraid of whom. When Carlos ignored the overwhelming numerical advantage of the coalition forces of orcs and trolls from the Kulthalas tribe, and entered the mysterious self-confidence mode, in the city of Lord Aaron, Alcala was deeply blamed, upset, and wept. Silent. In mid-July last year, Alsace followed his good friend Joram, secretly escaped from the palace, preparing to play at Barnier Farm, and came to Barbani Farm's Liangmain mare to give birth. The little grey pony is still wet, with big eyes and long crooked legs, blinking under the dim lantern. The view of Alsace was blocked by the big brown eyes. You are so beautiful, Arthas said in his heart, and he stopped breathing for almost a moment. Arthas liked this pony very much and wanted to take it with him very much, but unfortunately he secretly escaped from the palace to play, and finally Alsace returned to the palace in frustration. However, young Arthas had no idea that he was able to escape from the palace without any trouble. In fact, his father Terenaz did it deliberately. The necessary adventurous spirit is also the quality that a prince must have. Alsace's chance was a secret escape completed under the full protection of 20 palace guards. So not long after, when Terenaz summoned Arthas to the king's stable, Arthas saw the pony that made him dream. Father, I forced Yoram to help me escape, please don't punish him. Although seeing the little pony makes Arthas very happy, the wise prince's first thought was that his father knew that he had secretly escaped from the palace. His father Terenaz was the king of Lorden Road, and his friend Yoram was just the son of a farmer, which made Arthas horrified. Okay, very good, your loyalty to your friends is the best gift your father has received today, Alsace, this is very good. Terenaz was not satisfied with Alsace's performance. Now this little pony is yours, take good care of it. Yes, father, I'll take good care of him. Alsace felt that she had received the best gift, and her father was the best in the world. The coat, neck, and tail of this little stallion were grey when they were born, but have now turned pure white. Alsace half-jokingly considered names like Swallow and Starlight, but in the end he still named his mount with a certain quality in keeping with unwritten Lord Aaron lore. Uther's mount is called Solid, and Terenaz's mount is called Fearless. So, his name is Invincible. After gaining invincibility, Arthas couldn't help but rush to show off with Varian Rin, because in this palace, apart from his squeamish sister, only his cousin Prince Varian is a suitable person. Object mentioned. To be honest, when this miracle of life was invincibly born, it was actually a bit nauseating at first. Arthas said. Arthas couldn't help but put his hand on Varian's arm. I saw the birth of a foal with my own eyes. Is that my invincibility? Look, is it beautiful? However, young Arthas was unaware that his boast was actually some kind of damage to Varian. Arthas felt that ever since the pony was born, the moment their eyes met, there had been a bond between them. Invincible is more than just a war horse. Invincible will become part of your life. Indeed, she is a beautiful little mare, you have a good eye. Although this family encounter reminded Varian of his father, Ryan Rin, as a precocious child, Varian suppressed his grief and praised his little brother. Happiness will increase due to sharing, but sadness will not decrease due to sharing. Whether it is Alsace or Varian, in childhood, he is a good boy who can't help but love. In winter, the half-year-old Invincible pony has a good physique. Under the careful training of Lordaeron's horse trainer, he has a physique that far exceeds that of a horse of the same age, and is intelligent and considerate. On this day, Alsace came to the stable alone and quietly untied the reins of invincibility. The sensible horse did not make any noise and obediently followed the small steps of the owner. As Arthas took Invincible and left the palace again, and after putting on his saddle and bridle, he stepped on Invincible's back with one stride. Invincible, who had been suppressed for a long time, gave a joyous neigh and led Arthas swiftly across the white land of Lordaeron. But Invincible was just a palace-bred pony, and Arthas was just a half-rider. The rider thought that his mount would lead him to fly, feeling the same sensation of flying, the mount gave everything to the owner on his back, and galloped along the reins, and the two novices immersed in speed unknowingly rushed to a strange land. Jungle. At the time of the accident, Alsace was terrified. The Invincible rear hull skidded on the frozen rock. The horse struggled violently. He whinnied, and all fours of him frantically tried to find a secure foothold in the air. Alsace would scream from time to time, and would hear his own scream as jagged rocks, not snow-covered grass, rushed forward with deadly speed. Arthas gripped the reins tightly, as if this would help, but there was really no use for eggs. Before falling to the ground, Alsace yelled, "No!" Arthas muttered, struggling to get to his feet. The world went dark in an instant, and he almost lost consciousness again, completely relying on the will to support him. Snow began to float in the sky, the wind howled, and the weather began to gradually darken. I don't know how long it took, but slowly, Arthas felt a little better. Fighting back the pain and the violent snowstorm, Arthas dragged his body hard and moved toward the startled horse. Invincible stirred up the red-stained snow with two strong, intact hind legs and broken front legs. Seeing the terrible state of the front legs, Alsace's stomach plummeted. These legs were once straight and lean, clean and powerful, but now they are dangling and bent at a terrible angle. Invincible kept trying to stand up, but he couldn't do it anymore. "I'm sorry," Alsace muttered to himself, "I'm so sorry." Invincible stopped fighting, and responded to his owner calmly, confidently, as if he knew what was going to happen and felt the need. And this was not something Arthas could bear. Tears once again blurred his vision, and he did his best to hold back the tears. Stroking Invincible's head, countless tremors, countless self-blames, and finally, Arthas, who was relieved, stood up. Arthas drew his sword, slowly, 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 bit by bit, brought it up over his head and swung it down. And if there are witnesses in the story, then it will definitely make fun of the script writer of fate. This is what a person with a bad personality. Stromgard Senior Master, Donis Bertone, endured uneasiness and slowly followed the large alliance forces. This sudden heavy snowfall severely disrupted the march of the Alliance troops. His pride, his father, Biglas Bertone, is fighting fiercely on Thoradin's wall, and he needs support. Although he has never doubted his father's abilities, nor did he think there would be accidents on the wall of the fallen, Donas as a son is just as eager to have a pair of wings alongside his father, either as a warrior or as a son. Damn it, how come this year's snow is so late? Looking at the broken rein in his hand, Donas couldn't help but complain. As a skilled cavalry, Donas can lock onto the horse without a rein and lead the horse forward, even launching a charge. But there is an unwritten letter among the horsemen of Lord Aaron: a broken rein is an ominous sign. Donas can only blame the horrible weather for her. Fortunately, I am a paladin, and a paladin who has mastered the holy light and the art of the holy shield. The lessons of falling horses are not worthy of my name. Donas thought about it with anger, and prevented the help of the surrounding soldiers, took out the spare rein from the saddlebag and rode it on his own and began to replace it immediately, and the turbulent horse had not disturbed the marching tail. This hand-riding skill won Danath over to cheers and whistles. In the mountains surrounding the Arthi Plateau, a group of tribes is fighting forward. Although the heavy snow made it difficult to navigate the mountain roads, it also made it difficult to detect their movements. This is a group of sword saints and shadow hunters among trolls. Are you sure we can get around the high wall before dark tomorrow? A green-skinned orc sword sage asked, although the cold wind in the mountains is piercing, but for sword sages, a white cloak is enough to keep the cold away. I'm sure. Shadow hunters among the trolls also have their own dignity, and the orc sword saint's doubts make the strong among the trolls less happy, but as an ally, this degree of friction cannot destroy the pact. In this way, the team continued to walk along the ridge in silence. Between heaven and earth, there is a vast expanse of snow, as if to purify the world in whiteness. However, the flames of war will eventually stain everything with blood and gunpowder. Red and black dominated Lord Aaron again soon after. Chapter 172. Go Ghost, falling in the sky. If the mediocre disturbs himself, the wise knows himself, and the enemy, there will be no end to the battle. Faced with the enemy's overwhelming numerical advantage, Carlos is so wild and rebellious, threatening to fight without fear. A large part of the reason is because he knows himself and the enemy. Due to the coalition of humans and elves, the goal is not to destroy all invading enemies, but rather to protect the civilians of Kulthalas from the battlefield. If this is the strategic goal, Carlos's self-confidence is no longer arrogant. To await reinforcements from the orc allies, Zujin led the troll Ameni to deliver Carlos and Alyria to them for half a month. But when the scouts and the patrol sentinels sent information, the trolls and orcs really began to take action, and Alyria was exhausted to find that at least 5,000 elves had not completed the evacuation. What did you do early? Let them go in the morning, let them retire. How to hurt him? Now that I heard that things have changed, did I start to be anxious? Started to panic? Uncle is not waiting. Although Carlos wanted to ridicule the crying and pleading family members in front of Alyria, it was a pity that this little dark idea in his heart never got a chance to put into action. Alyria, 5 days, 5 days, and 5 days. We have no more time to give you these compatriots. Let them flee. We could safely hold the main road and wait for the Great Sun King. Time to deal with the endgame. As a result, we still have to fight hard for these people. Many people will die due to the stubborn stupidity of these people. Carlos's tone was calm, his tone was soft, and it sounded like he was eating. He casually remarked, "This dish is a little salty, maybe because there is too much salt." Carlos, thank you human allies for all you have done for us. So, you have also seen that the Kaldori elves have no position, and there is no reason to ask human allies to die for us. Prepare yourself. In order to escape, according to the plan, we will stay here for 3 days. So, you still have 3 days to save yourself. Aleria's entanglement and hesitation didn't last long, because even a god wouldn't save Ishein's death plea. Aleria understands that any excessive demands made on herself can drive humans and elves apart, and this is the last thing she wants to see at this time of crisis. Ask yourself, have I done all I can? Yes, I did my best. Aleria closed her eyes and looked into her heart a little, and found that her conscience was clear. She opened her eyes. For a moment, the exhaustion and weakness seemed to lift from Aleria. The Silvermoon City Spirit Marshal looked at everyone with confident and sharp eyes, and said, "The war has started, there are no civilians. Unlike the soldiers, I have exhausted my best efforts to save my compatriots. Now, our goal should being in the enemy, and other things, please do it yourself." It turns out that women are really beautiful because of their hearts. Carlos watched Aleria cut the shackles from his soul and return to the fearless commander, the righteous avenger, and the whole person was dazzled again. He couldn't help but click 32 likes on his heart. Now please leave irrelevant personnel. Let's discuss military matters. Becoming a villain to Aleria, driving away unwitting petitioners, Aleria sighed with relief, Carlos sighed with relief, a kind of ease of being in the cage for a long time and returning to nature. Freehand comes to life spontaneously. The soldiers are not afraid to go into battle to kill the enemy, but they are more afraid of the high expectations of their parents and villagers. In fact, there are no more military matters to discuss. What should be said and done has already been discussed, and what has not been done is too late to do now. The last time the coalition forces were engaged in organizing armaments. So, the tribe arrived as promised. The first to appear were the troll vassals, Linjing, and the kobolds. Many people confuse the two creatures, dryad and forest spirit. Unlike the dryads created by Cenarius, the dryads are sometimes called the goddess of the forest by travelers found in the forest. The daughters of these Cenarius demigods are mischievous and active creatures. They have a similar body shape to a centaur, but are much smaller. They are also called fauns by people, but they are more suitable for living in the forest. Dryads are quick to react and can spiritually communicate with other creatures in the forest and seek help. At the same time, like the daughters of Cenarius, the dryad has the natural ability to purify, which can be used to dispel unfavorable magic from the friendly side and advantageous magic from the enemy. Sometimes some sick ants from the farmer village go to the forest alone. Therefore, the tree monster is a kind of elk body, a girl's body, a mysterious and charming creature in human impression. In fairy tales, they often appear in a neutral or friendly position. However, Linjing is the naughty egg and the mischief in the forest. These little ones with intelligence but no IQ are an elemental creature like tree people. The specific ecological situation is unknown, but there is evidence that Linjing divided the ethnic group according to the type of tree. Individual forest spirits will avoid travelers in the forest, but once they are concentrated in a certain number, these matches, which are the size of 5-year-old human children, even dare to challenge the dragon. And kobolds need say no more. The phrase "you can't take my candle," familiar to countless people, has made kobolds a household name. But many people actually have a prejudice against kobolds, because kobolds have nothing to do with dogs. These bearded guys with a long mouth consider candles more important than life. The kobolds seem to think that it is the light of their lives. Because kobolds are natural miners like dwarves, the most expensive thing most kobolds have is their shovel. Kobolds do not have night vision capabilities, so they can only rely on the candles on their heads. Kobolds are intelligent creatures, for their lives are not used for killing, and death blinds their eyes. They have the time and the ability to think. The bearded kobolds even help the giants seal the Earth Princess away, and the Thousand Needles kobolds even use ice instead of common fire magic. Although the kobolds are weaker than the jackals that belong to the 5 dregs of war, they do have certain smelting and crafting abilities, such as mining shovel and candles. A group of kobold geologists in Elwyn Forest have the ability to make fireball candles. They can make candles like a bomb. A group of cobalt geologists in Elwyn Forest have the ability to make fireball candles. They can make candles like a bomb. A group of cobalt geologists in Elwyn Forest have the ability to make fireball candles. They can make candles like a bomb. Although Carlos is not prejudiced against Linjing and kobolds, but seeing the densely packed children who have not passed the height line of the child ticket is driven out by the trolls in the forest, enslaved, commanded, and obviously has no good intentions towards coalition forces. Carlos still felt his scalp numb. It turns out that I still have intensive phobia. Aliria, where did you get these ghost things from Kulthalas? It's too awkward. How many are there? 1,000. 2,000. Carlos held the skin tight behind his back and asked Aliria with an awkward face, knowing that Turaleon would be the first line of defense. Relax Carlos, it's just a trick used by the trolls. The kobolds are actually very smart. Depending on the situation, they will release water and run away. As for Linjing, those nasty things should be set on fire. Aliria climbed up a large tree, as if she was looking at something. Even though Carlos was holding him under the obstacles of the tree's cascading branches and leaves, Aliria shouldn't have seen anything. But Carlos just silently watched Aliria pretend to be forced. The kobolds are starting to gather. The trolls tend to our left. Some guys who look like geomancers on the kobolds are drawn individually, and there's no tactical intent at the moment. After Aliria finished speaking, Carlos gave her a strange look, then moved his position to stand under the big tree where Aliria was and looked around confidently. Sister, how did you see it? Under the command of the charming troll, the Linjing was eating in a strange cauldron with green smoke. The eyes of all the Linjing who ate it turned red. Be careful. These Linjing may be poisonous, or it will explode. Carlos jumped high, grabbed a stout branch, turned around and moved neatly, then put his palm in front of his eyebrows, looking around except for the forest except for the branches, but the leaves. So, big sister, how do you observe the movements of the enemy? Behind the kobolds and the Linjing, there is also a beast army with mountain lions and wild bears as the main force. The troll trainers are involved. It seems that the trolls and orcs are not prepared to use temptation today. With all your might, our opponents are these beasts and servants. After speaking, Aliria jumped off the tree, and the drop of more than 3 meters seemed to the light-bodied tall elf ranger lord as if she had stepped down a step, and the movements were indescribably graceful. Sister, how did you see it? Carlos was only tortured by his inner curiosity, and asked. Eagle eye technique. Aliria answered without clarity. I read little, don't lie to me, does eagle eye have a perspective feature? Carlos turned his head and narrowed his eyes at Aliria. Shan Lang, you have to learn to see the world with your heart. Your eyes will deceive you, but your heart won't. Aliria spoke to Carlos with the air of being an old man, an expert. Haha, the eagle eye technique applied to the mind and eye, if you play well, I choose to die. Carlos stopped paying attention to Aliria's nonsense, turned around and began to discuss tactical arrangements with his generals. They each have their own little secrets. There is no need to tangle them. At least Aliria's intelligence commandos are first. Coalition forces on the defensive line have first-hand advantage in tactical options. There is nothing to say. One round of chaotic arrows is enough to deal with kobolds. These intelligent creatures know how to avoid bad luck and will escape when the casualties reach a certain level. One round of rockets is enough to deal with Linjing. As elemental creatures, the rumored illegitimate treacherous child is flammable and explosive. Even the trolls recruited these servants to consume the strategic materials of the coalition forces. Although he is often the one who was beaten, but after being beaten for thousands of years, the art of war and the fighting skills of the trolls are actually improving. Zujin was well acquainted with common high elf tactics, as well as the advantages and disadvantages of the elves and trolls of Kulthalas. Although elves and humans are equipped with elves, no matter their stamina or physical strength, they will not be opponents of trolls. And in battle, humans and elves are particularly reliant on all manner of weaponry. First, use a large number of servants to consume the arrows of humans and elves, consume the physical strength of the alliance and find a safe route, and then let the fearless Ameni warriors harvest those exhausted soft-legged shrimp. Zujin felt that his strategy was correct. King Zujin, when the orcs will be on the battlefield, the Warkif wants me to respect your opinion. Kolamar, the warlord of the orcish army that landed inland across the sea and then over the mountains to Kulthalas, squatted like a troll. He thought it was a troll label. Brave warriors, thanks to our mutual friend Orgrim for your wisdom, for allowing us the honor of fighting side by side here. I do not mean to despise you. You used so little time to climb the mountains within. All of you have been proven to be mighty warriors. But you have come from afar and need to rest. Let the army of servants consume the physical strength and morale of the elves and humans. Let us sit and wait. Zujin didn't know what it was like for Koramar to sit in a squat like this. Could it be the special tag of the orcs? Out of respect for Orgrim and recognition of the orcs' strength, Zujin felt that perhaps he should care for the orcs' feelings. Then Zujin raised his hips a bit, squatting like a Zama step. What you said makes sense, so I'll wait and see, King Zujin, just let us know when we need each other. Zagesh, crouch, you rude fellow. Koramar was really tired of squatting, and he was afraid of losing the orc's face, so he blamed himself for no reason. He stood up and placed one foot on his aids. He took the opportunity to walk a few steps, to move his feet and then squatted down again. I hate this weird label, it's useless except to numb our feet. Under the tyranny of his own warlord, the innocent Zogj squatted honestly, but he couldn't help but mutter and complain. Please don't call me the king. Zujin is just the expected Zujin of all Ameni trolls. Zujin is just the leader of all Zeuman's people. Zujin has never considered himself qualified to be a king. Saying that, Zujin thought in his heart that orc etiquette is really strange. As a troll, I'm tired when I squat like this. You orcs are sweating, aren't you tired? Or the more you sweat, the more you respect me? Then they all squatted for a moment. Zujin felt like he had to squat for at least half an hour to sweat. Ha ha ha, it's alright, boss Zujin. Zama Buzzah's cold sweat, red-faced Koramar chose a nondescript name. Malakas, when will your potion take effect? Zujin turned to ask the high priest about him. As a high-ranking priest of the Zandalar tribe, Malakas has not only achieved voodoo magical abilities, but has also achieved great achievements in pharmacy. He is Zujin's most confident right and left hand, and has earned Zujin's trust. Zujin, the fatigue potion needs a certain brewing period, and it will be fine when those forest essences turn brown. Malakas answered Zujin confidently. That's right, drinking it is a stimulant, the potion of fatigue after decay, and then using Linjing's self-destruct after death. Malakas prepared a special gift for his enemy. Chapter 173 Bloody Valentine. According to the Thoradin calendar used by humans on Azeroth, today is February 14th. For others, this date does not make sense, it is a normal day. But for Carlos, this is an extraordinary day, because this day is Valentine's Day, the Valentine who never had a chance in his previous life. The trolls' non-stop attacks lasted for 4 days. Until today, Carlos and his army crushed countless forest spirits and cut down countless kobolds. If it weren't for the trolls' poisoning behavior on Linjing's body that made the human soldiers deeply jealous, the beast army commanded by the troll trainers would be favored by the human soldiers. However, now it's stacked up like a mountain, and there's no time for a 10 and some smelly skin is stacked up on a big flatbed truck. Although the poison gas released after Linjing's death had a significant impact on the soldiers of the coalition army, the sufficient reserve of soldiers allowed the first line of defense to remain firmly in the hands of Carlos. Carlos, It's been 4 days and you've far exceeded the withdrawal time limit you set. Didn't we withdraw? Alyria asked Carlos during the intermittent period of the battle. Is this bad? Your compatriots have more time to evacuate. In a battle to reinforce the southern sentinel, Carlos also smelled some poisonous gas emitted by Lin Jing. He was uncomfortable and his tone was not friendly. You know what I didn't mean. I am now his comrade in arms. I am responsible for the safety of over 1,000 soldiers. I ask this of you as a general, the supreme commander. Alyria was also a bit unhappy, frowning slightly, and her words formally stated her position. Sorry, Lin Jing's farting makes me dizzy. If I make you uncomfortable, then please wait until I feel comfortable before venting on me. Carlos's words left Alyria dumbstruck, and she finally nodded helplessly, saying that she didn't care about the sick guy. So, listen, the Admiral's elf army. The plan is dead, the people are alive. The trolls and orcs made it clear that they wanted to use cannon fodder to consume our energy, and then the army would crush us in one fell swoop. If we retreat without a fight, every fool knows there are ghosts. Carlos expressed his plan very vaguely. You mean? Alyria understood what Carlos meant, but couldn't express it in proper language. Are you sure it's useful? Alyria couldn't help but hesitate. It's more useful than you think. Now let your people prepare. There isn't much cannon fodder for the trolls. It is estimated that today, we will be in hand-to-hand combat with the tribe. I have been holding my people against the front for the past few days. It's time for your elves to use their strength. After Carlos finished speaking, he waved his hand impatiently, Lin Jing's poison gas making his chest full and uncomfortable. As Carlos expected, the troll finally launched a formal attack as the winter sun shone through the shadow of the trees on the ground. Compared to today's offense a few days ago, it was almost like playing. Although the fatigue potion is not fatal, it still weakens the combat effectiveness of the poisoned person invisibly, making Carlos' rotation arrangement useless. Alyria led the elven rangers to the forefront of the defense, swinging a hail of arrows into the crest a meter above the troll. The fortifications performed their functions perfectly, and the trolls found that they underestimated the sharpened wooden stakes driven into the ground and the large and small pits and ravines. The charge without impact velocity is just a joke. The first wave of the trolls' charge ended without a hitch, leaving 100 corpses, and the troll retreated. But before Alyria was allowed to rest for long, the trolls carrying a large shield of raw wood launched a second attack. The fresh, sap-scented wooden shield is simply the natural enemy of bows, arrows, and fire arrows. And wet firewood has a natural restriction against axe and hatchet chopping. Springy firewood can jam the blades of those weapons. The troll moved forward slowly without rushing, so Alyria didn't have a good way to aim it. Marshal Alyria, what shall we do? Half of the people were evacuated to the next fortification, and the others stood by to accurately kill unprotected enemies. Alyria did not panic, because under the guidance of Carlos' tactical thinking, the entire defense line had 5 fortifications, and the first fortification was not as important as expected. And while the trolls' tactics are solid, they are very time-consuming. Time, this is exactly what the League needs. Although the troll lost a lot, under Zujin's determination, the trolls' offensive continued like a tide. When Carlos returned to the main position from the southern guard post again, Alyria had retreated to the third line of defense, and the Ranger Lord, who had just repelled an enemy offensive, was breathing heavily. How's it going? Carlos felt much more comfortable after half a day. Under his strong physique, the troll fatigue potion couldn't work for a long time. It's not so good, because of the tribe's cursed poison gas, more than a third of our soldiers are in a weak state and can't effectively rotate their defenses. In less than half a day, we have lost 2 defense lines. Our periphery. How about the Sentinel? Although Alyria knew that Carlos had returned safely, the outpost must have been fine, so she couldn't help but ask. Okay, We have a good location. I took the troops and launched a counterattack. The south is temporarily safe. Now I'm going north to take a look. The main position has been handed over to you. Carlos patted Aliria on the shoulder like a friend, and changed it to the silent Byakugan. I will do my best to ensure that the current situation is maintained before nightfall. Aliria solemnly promised. No, preserving strength is the first priority. Anyway, it's a surrender position, aiming to kill the enemy's vitality. Carlos leaned into Aliria's long ear and whispered. Although these words are an established strategy known to all high-ranking military officers, they are definitely not suitable for ordinary soldiers to hear. Aliria nodded, indicating that she understood. Carlos stung her ears with a hot blow and she couldn't help but tremble. Your ears can move. Carlos expressed his surprise at his discovery, then traded it in for Aliria's scolding. Hurry up. Therefore, under the tactical guidance of killing the troll as the first priority, Aliria finally lost the third line of defense as the sun was sinking, and hurriedly retreated to the fourth line of defense. In the forest in the distance, Xiujin looked at the battle ahead with burning eyes, feeling excited. Aliria Windrunner, is that troll executioner finally going to fail? Offensive. Even the night battle will not hesitate to completely defeat the enemy. Xiujin gave the order. Chapter 174 Mobile Suit Gundam Seed. Master Xiujin, the enemy's defense line is faltering, please allow us orcs and allies to share in the last glory. Koromar asked Zukin for words that he considered connotative and literary. Throughout the day of fighting, Xiujin wanted to show his orc allies the strength of the troll, and Koromar was also interested in observing the combat effectiveness of the troll. So in the daytime battles, the trolls kept charging, and the orcs kept clapping. The sky is already gloomy. Looking from the sky to the ground, the torches in the troll camp have been connected to the galaxy on the ground, and the Milky Way in the sky complements each other. Xiujin is determined to revive the trolls, starting tonight. The elves who defeated or even killed Aliria Windrunner and defeated the old enemy Kulthalas for thousands of years are right in front of them. It is a great honor, Lord Koromar. The soldiers who have eaten will continue to attack the enemy's defenses. Now, let your orc warriors prepare. After the sky is completely dark, we will launch our final attack. Use this: the depth of the night buries the life expectancy of the enemy. Hearing Xiujin's words, Koromar kicked Zogsh again. Hurry up, write this sentence and write it in my 7th journal. Bury the enemy's hope with the depth of night. Good art, good hacky, I like it. But sir, I am writing all your diaries. Why is your diary instead of mine? And what is the 7th diary? Zogsh scratched his bald head and asked for reasons unknown. Because I am the warlord, and you are just my helper. Diary number 7 is the diary that records the famous sayings about the night. From now on, I can call it the 7th chapter of the night. Xiujin decided to pretend not to understand, and turned around to continue watching the battle. On the other side of the defense line, humans and elves are preparing for the final evacuation. It seems that the troll is ready to end the normal battle before dawn. We are ready to follow the evacuation list, let the wounded go first, and then the material escort will be faster. The reserve team will enter the battle and will send you the quickest go down and inform to Raleon that you are ready to respond, Aliria. After speaking, Carlos turned his head and told the other commanders, the trolls thought they defeated us. Warriors, before the trolls can find my buried treasure, you still need to be tested by the people of Alterac. Carlos's playful comments caused a burst of laughter. Fight for you, my majesty. Henry Shed, send someone to brief the perimeter defenders on the northern and southern fronts so that they withdraw regularly as planned and don't fall for the war. Yes, my majesty. After a brief mobilization meeting, all the personnel were in their respective positions, and the trolls did not let the human and elven coalition soldiers wait, and the battle soon began. After Carlos and his guards joined the battle, the pressure on the trolls suddenly increased. Because the fighting styles of these strongmen and elves are completely different, many trolls suddenly cannot adapt to the conversion of fighting styles. Elven rangers generally shoot bows and arrows from a distance. They are very practical in closed places. They use dual knives or long swords to fight with their dexterous stature, which can be simply summed up as tech flow or crit dodge flow. As for the guards around Carlos, they were all 2-meter tall stout men, with a sound of iron armor and steel shields, and the fighting methods were simple and rude, in groups of 3 or 5, blocking, slashing with long knives and striking with shields. These tricks over and over again, but they are fierce. In the eyes of the elves, many attacks that need to be rolled and evaded, in front of Carlos guards, are ordinary attacks with a shield. In private, many guards said during the training and exchanges that when raising the shield to feel the impact of the enormous force, there is a kind of emotion from the impact. If it is blocked, the backhand will be a knife, and it will fly. Under this kind of will to fight, the troll suffered the loss of poor equipment. The first shockwave was dealt with by the allies in less than 5 minutes, or there were no troll soldiers to retreat. The strength of Carlos's guards impressed all the elves, including Alyria. "Are your Alterac soldiers that good?" Alyria looked at Carlos scorchingly, and intermittently ran to Carlos and asked him. "Alyria, although I don't care too much, it seems that you have forgotten one thing." Carlos spoke proudly in a haughty tone. What?" Alyria didn't know why. "I am a king, and they are the king's guards and the kingdom's shield. They were easily taken down by a group of mountain trolls. What use does this king want them to put to?" Carlos' arrogant tone received a warm response from the guards. The sergeants all struck their shields with the backs of their long knives and made a uniform tapping sound, causing all the soldiers present to seethe with excitement. "Yes, Your Majesty, it is my honor to fight with you." Alyria smiled sincerely, then retreated to her army, bracing herself for the enemy's next shockwave. "Have you heard? The enemy mocks us, mocks our incompetence. After losing all 4 lines of defense, they mock us behind the last support. Zeu Amon's people, Amani's warrior, wash away our lives with his blood. Shame on you." Zujin's position in the troll's heart is no longer deadly. The troll suspected of being at the altar raised the morale of the troll army with a few words. Amid the howling of ghosts and wolves, the troll army was ready. "So Commander Zujin, we orcs attack on the left, and your trolls attack on the right." "No problem, right?" Koromar asked and got Zujin's answer. "Warriors of the Horde, kill all enemies." "Oh." Koromar's battle cry was simple and rude, but the bloodthirsty orcs responded with enthusiasm. As a result, the tribe army split into 2 streams and rushed towards the alliance soldiers with a steel barrier composed of bodies, such as a left uppercut and a right uppercut, which angered the Mao tribe people in danger. "My name is Kira Yamato, who will come?" An orc rushed to the forefront, yelling in extremely fucked up human slang, and rushed towards the human army. Judging by the weapons he uses, he is an orc sword saint. "Kira Yamato, what a day it is, I want to play Scarlet Valentine, for the tribe to date Akira Yamato." Carlos caught the trailing orcish lingua franca and felt it jump out of the corner of his eye. "Aslan, kill him." "Yes, my king." Under the rule of the will of the universe and the bad taste of the king, the human paladin named Aslan Qian met his longtime enemy, Kira Yamato, an orcish sword sage. Chapter 175 The First Offensive and Defensive Battle of Yakindu. I don't understand why the king of my own family calls the entire front line defense system Maginot, and I don't understand how to inexplicably change the name to Yakindu tonight, but Aslan doesn't care. A paladin should also be considered a knight. Isn't a knight's romance just riding a horse and slashing? I can't enjoy the feeling of speed tonight, but there are still endless giant monsters for him to slash himself. This feeling is so cool. Aslan Qian holds Bonigato Phantom Dancer, an epic sword that was once used by the king and rewarded him. This two-handed greatsword forged by the dwarven forge master Seedorf tempered iron felt is an epic sword that has been enchanted and quenched by Giannis Barab and the Archmage square bricks. For Aslan Qian, in fact, it is not appropriate. The sword in one hand is too heavy, and the sword in both hands is too light. But whether it is the special gift of the king's old things or the penultimate material, it is worthy of Aslan. The care and study of prayer. Therefore, Aslan Qian gave up his original swordsmanship, consulted many old knights in the Alterac Knights, and asked Her Majesty to learn from him many times. Finally, he gradually discovered a set of sword skills that would suit him. Today, in a night of endless flames, in such an irreversible place, Aslan Qian thinks that this is the best stage. May the storm come stronger. Like the brave Qian, Aslan Qian fought bravely on the battlefield, with a bit of disgust at the same time. Because His Majesty Carlos ordered his errand, it was spoiled. Damn, Kira Yamato stayed so honest he couldn't cut it right. If he couldn't beat him, he would run and run. He still had an army to command, and he couldn't let his companions chase him. Due to superior weapons, the paladin named Aslan Qian had the upper hand in all 4 matches with the orc sword master named Kira Yamato. But it was useless. Aslan Qian felt that Kira Yamato was different from himself. The opponent is a true warrior who has been tested in battle, with only life and death in his eyes, neither victory nor defeat. Until now, the orc sword master only cares if he can commit suicide and is no longer interested in other soldiers. This is really good. In the first confrontation, Kira Yamato used a change from 1 to 5 steps to death, and instantly took the lives of the 5 fighters on her side, and completed the 5 deaths in a cold manner. This allowed Aslan Qian, who did not participate in the Battle of Hilblad, to see for the first time how the orc swordsman in the mouth of those who had returned caused a storm of death. But that's all. Your mad killing ends here. In front of you is the king's sharpest spear and the kingdom's strongest shield. As long as Aslan Qian doesn't fall, you won't want to use my compatriots again. Blood renders your military merits. In this way, Kira Yamato attacked with the large forces, and when the large forces retreated, he fixed his sights on the young paladin forcefully. Carlos, the madness of the enemy has exceeded our expectations, the replacement force is not enough, and the fatigue of the soldiers is beginning to show. Repelling the horde attack once more, Illyria took advantage of the gap in the battlefield and rushed to Carlos to discuss countermeasures. It turned out that, except for the dispersal of Illyria and assistance in the evacuation of civilians, the first line of defense should have more than 3,000 troops, enough for rotation. But the trolls' cannon fodder tactics and fatigue potions worked. Although time was wasted, Carlos evacuated nearly 1,000 people of non-permanent wear and tear. Now, with 2,000 people resisting repeated attacks by more than 10,000 trolls and orcs, the pressure on the coalition forces has suddenly increased. A point that needs to be explained is different from what many people think. War is not simply adding or subtracting numbers, and the battlefield is not simply a long-lived charge shouting "Ula." If you throw 2,000 human soldiers onto the open plains and face more than 10,000 heavily armed trolls, your morale is estimated to have collapsed. Therefore, with fewer enemies and more enemies, you are bound to have a favorable position, otherwise the weaker side will be stupid to defend and attack. The last line of defense, called the Yakindui defense line by the highest commander not long ago, is a natural hazard. Using 3 cliffs, humans and elves have built an extremely disgusting set of battle lines. It is not impossible for the troll to want to move, but it is a nightmare to discredit and advance in an unknown forest in the dark night. Trolls did not evolve night vision ability in low light. Trying to bypass the strong elf and troll fortifications, assaulting the allied forces from the side and rear, endless traps and some ranger marksmen who were given night vision spells by the elves and wizards ruthlessly reaping the lives of the roundabouts. Many traps that are like children playing during the day, with the addition of darkness, all become the hunting weapon of the night devil. In the end, Xiujin found out helplessly, if he wanted to make a detour, he should wait for the day. In this dark night, it is the real way to break the enemy head on. What, you don't know the torch? Does the torch go round and round? Hello, bye. In this way, Carlos relied on this purpose-built line of defense to make you uncomfortable, and created a situation where the contact between the orcs and the trolls is small, while the humans and the elves have a large attack area. Therefore, the coalition of humans and elves can use 1/5, or even 1/7, of their troops to fight the tribe's army without losing wind. Because whenever there are only 200 or 300 people fighting, my 2,000 people are like this. Even if you have 20,000 people, your numerical advantage will be of no use until the defender's physical strength is exhausted. That's good. It's going to be done in less than 3 hours. Hold your ground, Aliria. Carlos had never changed things back then. He played the night wave battle in the interior. Although he was lucky to win, the danger of that battle gave him an impression that he will never forget. Regardless of how you get rid of Xiujin due to your position, you must admit that it is a troll who can fight. Therefore, Carlos is not worried about Xiujin's conspiracy or surprise attacks, except for the team's roundabouts. Carlos, I'm always worried about that one. Aliria expressed her concern. Aliria, put aside your elf arrogance and prejudice. It's not just the brilliance of magic that can shine, but the spark of technology is as dazzling as it is. Well, I still don't believe in your gadgets, but I believe in you. Aliria sighed, leaving Carlos and returning to her defensive position. Pinning a life-threatening battle on foreign objects made Aliria, who had reservations about magic, feel bad. Guards, let General Aslan come to my side. Henry Shed, you are going to replace his back court. Carlos judged from the flash of fire in the distant forest that the orcs and trolls were ready for the next attack, and decisively issued a rotation order. Yes, my king. Chapter 176. The Cyclops system is ready. The vast majority of the driving force for technological progress always comes from war. Although it is ironic, the improvement in people's living standards comes from war in a sense. Nobody is clean. Carlos lay awake at night, his eyes swollen and bloodshot watching the last battle before dawn. Your Majesty, the orcs and trolls lit up the smoke. It seems they will launch a bigger offensive after breakfast. But the possibility of misleading the enemy is not ruled out. After repelling the latest folly of the enemy, Henry should return to Carlos to report. After hard fighting overnight, the torches on the coalition positions have been replaced for the third time, and are about to burn down. The more and more fluttering firelight brought out the darkness before dawn. Beast wisdom, we order the soldiers to prepare to retreat and let Aliria come. Carlos snorted contemptuously. If you want to launch the dawn offensive, you must live and cook before dawn. Why do you need the present? It is nothing more than trying to use the smoke from the kitchen to induce hunger in the human soldiers and further weaken the will to resist. Without waiting too long, Aliria approached Carlos. Are you ready? Aliria knew the entire battle plan, and naturally understood the meaning of Carlos calling herself at this time. Organize the personnel who were evacuated in advance to prepare for action. 5 minutes later, we will also raise smoke. Okay. Aliria let out a long breath, and this long night was finally over. Let your wizard check the Cyclops system one last time. It's up to them if we can evacuate safely. Carlos solemnly told Aliria. That's why I'm concerned that pinning everyone's life and death to foreign objects is ultimately unreliable. Although Aliria thought so, she nodded. No problem. Cyclops system, a weapon of mass destruction that appears in Mobile Suit Gundam Seed. It is a weapon designed with microwave enhancement. It includes some large disc-shaped launchers that will release a large amount of microwaves and quickly when activated. By heating the object in the microwave range to an extremely high temperature state, the microwave beam can directly penetrate the object, causing the internal resonance of the object to generate an extremely high temperature, thus achieving a damaging effect. The intense heat radiation eventually radiates into a matrix, which can melt concrete buildings like buildings. At the Earth Alliance Alaska headquarters, the Earth Alliance developed and transformed is a huge array made up of multiple disc-shaped microwave emitters. Once activated, microwaves will be used to instantly heat MS ammunition and propellant within range, water representing 60% of body weight, etc. In the end, the strong radiant heat can even damage the building and the array itself. When the United Earth Army was under attack, he used friendly forces as a decoy to forcefully activate the system and die with the enemy, turning the 10 kilometers centered on the United Army headquarters into a nuclear crucible instantly, destroying the United Earth Army. ZAFT Army and annihilating the 8th level combat forces. The United Army 3rd Fleet was also destroyed along with its elite MA units. Etc. In the end, the strong radiant heat can even damage the building and the array itself. When the United Earth Army was under attack, he used friendly forces as a decoy to forcefully activate the system and die with the enemy, turning the 10 kilometers centered on the United Army headquarters into a nuclear crucible instantly, destroying the United Earth Army. ZAFT Army and annihilating the 8th level combat forces. The United Army 3rd Fleet was also destroyed along with its elite MA units. Etc. In the end, the strong radiant heat can even damage the building and the array itself. When the United Earth Army was under attack, he used friendly forces as a decoy to forcefully activate the system and die with the enemy, turning the 10 kilometers centered on the United Army headquarters into a nuclear crucible instantly, destroying the United Earth Army. ZAFT Army and annihilating the 8th level combat forces. The United Army 3rd Fleet was also destroyed along with its elite MA units, turning the 10 kilometers centered on the United Army headquarters into a nuclear crucible instantly, destroying the ZAFT Army and annihilating the 8th level combat forces. The United Army 3rd Fleet was also destroyed along with its elite MA units, turning the 10 kilometers centered on the United Army headquarters into a nuclear crucible instantly, destroying the ZAFT Army and annihilating the 8th level combat forces. The United Army 3rd Fleet was also destroyed along with its elite MA units. As a Gundam fan, Carlos would naturally not ignore this infamous decisive battle system. Even though the Cyclops system is a sinister pronoun like a big killer who hurts us all, Carlos couldn't really come up with a more appropriate codename, so I used it. Because my black powder is a strong black powder that has been modified by various archmages. From the beginning, Carlos had never thought of relying on manpower to resist the troll army, so when the Maginot Line was built, it was ready to be drilled. The real killer is the hundreds of explosive barrels buried between the 5 lines of defense. From a troll's point of view, layer after layer of defense is hard to break through, but the stupid structure of humans makes it hard to recapture them after they lose their defense. It's a pity they didn't think that once the army got in, it would be hard for the trolls to quickly retreat. Carlos set the winner of the war on fire. At this time, the king of Alterac was not alone. He was not alone. Zhuge Liang, Zhou Yu, Cao, and Lu Xun all possessed souls. He inherited the name of God of Fire and received the teachings of countless arsonists. The barbecue path goes all the way. He is not alone, he is not alone. Sure enough, less than 2 minutes after the smoke from the humans and elves ignited, the attacking forces of the trolls and orcs were ready to set off for the first Maginot Line offensive. The orcs and trolls used the human-built fortifications, high and low blind spots, and human-built positions to hide the force of more than 1,000 troops. Along with the subsequent impact troops, at least more than 3,000 impact troops were released. Unexpected offense. Sure enough, I can't underestimate any opponent, pretending to be a corpse all night, squatting on the wall of night, just because of this attack. Zujin, you make me look at myself in admiration. Carlos couldn't help but praise. On the troll's side, Koromar couldn't help but boast to Zujin and Zogsh, "Master Zujin, it seems my little trick has succeeded. O Lord Overseer, yes, your strategy has been successful. You have always been so wise." Zogsh was eating something similar to roasted sweet potatoes and vaguely slapped his boss. "Stop flattering, Zogsh, I've always been good at thinking." Rarely did Koromar not kick his aides, instead holding his head high. Zujin felt that it would be better not to disturb the interaction of the two orcs. Just as the trolls and orcs crossed the penultimate line of defense and were about to attack Carlos and the human forces left behind, Carlos ordered the Cyclops system to be activated. "Don't be too greedy. This is impossible. According to my offensive theorem, the reliability of controlling the magic side is as high as 99.99%. Why is there no answer?" The high elf wizard named Murphy screamed in horror. "Ha ha 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 ha, are you sure you're not kidding me?" Carlos laughed angrily. "His Majesty Carlos, the control terminal, failed." Murphy said with a tearful face, "Maybe during the battle, the orc or troll accidentally touched the control terminal located on the third line of defense. So how can I blow up the gadgets I buried?" Carlos has no intention of holding anyone accountable at this time, he just wants to solve the problem. In the middle of the third layer of defense, there is a master control terminal. There should be a problem there. As long as we detonate the gunpowder under the master control terminal, the Cyclops system can still work normally. Murphy was about to cry, "Crazy." The controller in my hand activated, but unfortunately there was no response. "I will go, the elf's fault, the elf will bear it." Alleria saw the trolls and orcs that were about to enter the range of the bow and arrow, and knew that it would be too late if she didn't make up her mind. The large forces have already withdrawn, and now the last line of defense is Carlos's reserve team and the ranger with less than 100 people around them. He may be able to stop the tide of enemies in 1 or 2 hits, but he definitely won't last too long. Someone must make sacrifices. "If I can't go back, then..." "Shut up, stupid woman, my gunpowder is not ordinary gunpowder, you definitely can't go back. You don't know what to do with the holy shield." Carlos interrupted Alleria's last words mercilessly. "Henry Shet, Aslan, help Alleria stabilize the defense line, the top 50 soldiers of the King's National Knights, all stand up and charge with me." Carlos got rid of his cloak, because it was useless in the trenches. "Carlos. Your Majesty. King. What is it called? Laozi has a chance to go or come back, are you going to die?" "Let me go, it's my fault." Murphy the wizard howled the god level, but everyone ignored him. "Your Majesty, I can also use Holy Shield, let me go." Aslan Qian winked at Henry Xia and let the other party grab Carlos tightly. "Warriors, break formation and kill the enemy, just today, the Holy Light guides our way forward." After Aslan Qian shouted, the soldiers named by Carlos put on their lower armor, followed the general like salmon upstream, and faced the wave of orcs and trolls. "Bastard, come back alive." Carlos found himself crying. Alleria grabbed Murphy, the wizard who was about to follow him, and pulled him to the ground. "The whole army is on alert, the enemy is coming." Realizing that Carlos' status is not correct, Alleria directly issued the order to prepare for battle. "Yo, it's that guy. That's my prey, you're not allowed to interfere." Kira Yamato found Aslan Qian from a long distance and told the surrounding orc soldiers. Chapter 177 How old are you? Brothers, run with me. Aslan Qian could not find more appropriate words to express his feelings. Going against the trend is the road to death. He knows the holy shield, he has a sword, and he has a life beam, and these soldiers who launched an impact with them are dead. Either die from the enemy's swordsman, or die from the power of the explosion. A man cannot be idle. When ambition and are perfectly matched to his career, the paladin named Aslan feels he has nothing to fear. When he dies, the king will remember himself, the country will remember himself, his family will receive preferential treatment, his reputation will spread, and some years later, some people will still remember himself. Life, power, status, and wealth will be there, and his own king, his master of the path of light, Carlos Barab will completely trust himself, and it is no longer a luxury to set foot on the pinnacle of life. Seeking benevolence wins benevolence, seeking justice wins justice. Aslan knew his thoughts almost instantly, and his entire body exuded a terrifying aura. Those who block me die. With a long tail, the warriors heading against the current ran into the wave of trolls. Not to kill the enemy, but to make a breakthrough. In the spirit of sacrifice, Carlos's guards let the troll's war spear pierce the body and use the last strength before the vitality fades to break out the powerful power called loyalty. As a result, the smile at the corner of the troll's mouth was frozen forever. The script is not like that. The spear enters the body, how can they have the strength to fight under the pain and trauma? While the head was flying, the troll could not understand it. Why did these humans have the strength to fight back? In the first collision alone, 27 of the 50 guards died. But the sacrifice is worth it. The troll line was dragged through a breach, and Aslan included, the remaining 24 people broke through the first Namikaze wave and crossed the fourth line of defense. Don't pay attention, we keep attacking. The troll commander at the front responded calmly and shouted loudly. On the battlefield, there is never a shortage of warriors, but my responsibility is to break humanity's last line of defense. As for these desperate guys, just admire them and leave them to the remaining comrades in arms. Therefore, under the correct response from the enemy, Aslan and his party proceeded smoothly. However, the second wave of oncoming enemies are the orcs. Aslan still had a straight line distance of 100 meters from his goal, and with the twists and turns of the trenches, he had to advance at least 130 meters. How to do it? Aslan decided not to go directly, it would expose his purpose. He then breaks through another layer of defense, and then comes back. For the king! The paladin yelled. Long live Alterac! The soldiers responded. Desperate charge, keep going. As the last line of defense, Carlos was angry and sad. Carlos has never fully trusted Aslan Chian. The reason is simple, he betrayed Aiden so decisively. Although as a role model, Carlos gave her extremely generous treatment, but there is a layer of defense deep in her heart. Carlos has never believed that he has such a great personality charm that he can make a person work for himself without hesitation. For more than 50 years in the past and present, Carlos did not believe or find true loyalty, which is why he did not believe in loyalty either. The king of Alterac did not believe in his subjects at all. I give you a better life, so you are loyal to me. If one day I can't fulfill my duties, you will overthrow me. This is what the king named Carlos really thought deep in his heart. What a gentleman's creed, what to die, I don't think so. So Carlos has a 3-point defense in dealing with people and hiring people to do things. There are only two reasons for his betrayal. Either the treatment was bad or the heart was damaged. Therefore, Carlos used the set of sacrificing things to collect the heart. But what happened before him shook Carlos's heart. Without a trace of hesitation or entanglement, Aslan went like this and died by himself. This makes Carlos a bit confused, who appears to be gentle, but actually only has his own family in his heart, only his father and mother, and only his sister and 2 younger brothers. Because. Why are you so simple? Why are those 50 guards so simple? Follow me, you are loyal to your duties, because you are the king's guard. If the king is dead, if you are still alive, you will die. Following Aslan, you can still die like this. Why is this? In the inexplicable frenzy, Carlos desperately needed to vent, so His Majesty the King got off his horse and took out the Arcanite axe to be a battle. The feces, the bastards, the long-toothed muds, the despicable breeds, what gives you the courage to defy a king? Carlos was exercising while the troll was preoccupied with food. Carlos was exercising while the trolls were fighting over reproduction. While the trolls train to hone their skills, Carlos is working extra hard. The huge disparity in attributes, the huge disparity in weapons, and the huge disparity in combat conditions, when you add the three together, Carlos has no enemy in one. The troll's spear was caught by the king empty-handed, and he turned the spear around a spear and threw it backwards, directly piercing the chests of the two trolls. What is it? A troll leaped high, trying to use his momentum to increase the power of the axe, but Carlos stepped forward to get stuck in position, cracking his belly on the butt of the axe blade. For you. The two flanked. Carlos held the axe in one hand, released both hands to hold the enemy's spear under his arm, and pulled his backhand to disarm, and then an axe, and all the spoons. Courage is coming. Due to Carlos's bravery, the troll was terrified and scattered and surrounded Carlos. The impatient king threw the captured spear, all blows, and the middle one pierced his heart. Dare me. With the response of the soldiers behind him, the troll on Carlos's side was directly pushed back. When the orcs saw the troll retreat, Aleria's bows and arrows were so powerful that they couldn't be happy, so they temporarily withdrew. Hearing the heart-rending cheers of the countrymen behind him, and Carlos's hoarse battle cry earlier, Aslan was not to be outdone. My king is so brave, how can I stay behind? They were another 17 lives, in exchange for an advance in the third line of defense. Aslan, come back alive, I'm here waiting for you. Carlos felt uncomfortable in his heart, and a not-so-enthusiastic fight made him even more irritable. For my king. Midway through the run, Aslan's group of 8 suddenly turned and rushed back, causing the intercepting troll to fall too short of a jab. Just there. It's that mound. The 7 guards were stuck in position to buy time for Aslan to detonate the explosives. Aslan frantically searched for the legendary manual detonator. Over there. Aslan found a wooden box half covered in dirt, that's all. Yo, friend, we meet again, come on, let's fight the pain. The most inappropriate occasions, the most embarrassing moments, the people they least want to see, the most annoying voices. Kira Yamato, with a giant blade on his shoulder, suddenly appeared in front of Aslan. Chapter 178 Athena's Wonder? Zeus's Wrath. Twilight of the Gods. Step aside. No. Go away. I won't do it. Kira. You are looking for death. Aslan, this is the name. Ask one last time, let's not leave it. Experience tells me that what the enemy wants to do, you just can't let him do. Aslan talks nonsense with his opponent, and just wants to adjust his breathing. If this orc sword master named Kira Yamato just stepped aside, the young paladin wouldn't dare to go. If you talk nonchalantly, it's just a matter of doing it. With both hands swords raised, Aslan's sword brought the ghost to meet the heavy blade tempered with the unique or blackstone of Draenor. The collision of the enchanted mithril and the exotic blackstone, the essence of Azeroth and Draenor, in exchange for the crisp sound of the collision and the screams of the orcs. Step on your toes, bitch. The paladin made the most of his armor and took the lead. Using a short sprint, he evened the difference in weapon magnitude and tied the first match. So. Aslan in iron boots stepped on Kira's foot in straw sandals. The orc sword master swung his sword in anger, and Aslan did not dodge or avoid, relying on his inner strength to forcefully eat the sweep. Spitting out blood in his mouth, Kira Yamato withdrew 2 steps under the reaction force and opened a distance of 3 to 5 meters, while Aslan, who was still standing still, seized the opportunity with internal injuries. A lunge leaped forward and opened the box with a fist. There was nothing inside. Fuck me. Aslan's chest was choked with discomfort, and the wounds deepened, and another gulp of blood gushed out. Are you looking for this? Orc Sword Saint Kira Yamato took out an elf-like creature and tossed it up and down in his hands. When I saw your unusual behavior, I was the first. Looking at the surroundings, it seems that only this seems like a good thing. Kira Yamato finished speaking, clenching his 5 fingers together, trying to crush the toy in his hand. It turned out to be stronger than expected, and cannot be crushed with one hand. Well, it's solid, do you want it? The Juggernaut's green cheeks were strangely reddish, and he asked rhetorically. Without energy. The paladin took advantage of the time to adjust his breathing and heal his wound. Let's make a bet. Kira Yamato suggested. Gave. Aslan Qian was thinking of countermeasures and didn't mind talking nonsense with the enemy. If you don't run, I won't ruin this. Let's be a good fight, one-on-one, you and me. Juggernaut proposed. Well. The paladin simply agreed. Kira Yamato then casually threw the detonating device on the ground, stomped on the ground, and positioned the paladin to take advantage of the duel and leave. The paladin's holy shield technique was too disgusting, and the sword saint was deeply moved. However, click. The detonator was trampled to pieces. Say. NS. How to play this game. If things don't change, you must fight. If you don't fight. The Juggernaut was in trouble first. The red and swollen fingers were not so painful, but a little numb, but it did not affect the jumping performance. The paladin's sword fell to the ground and he dropped to one knee to unleash the force of the black stone sword. Taking advantage of the opponent's old man, he hit the ground, drew his sword and stood up, trying to slash the opponent at the waist. Kira Yamato clicked a foot like a flying water, twisted his body, and positioned himself on the side of the great sword, easily dispelling the killing intent, and then he would return to fight with the knife. Aslan Qian was not surprised. The sword was instinctive, not giving the Juggernaut a chance to distance himself. There is a flaw. Chance. Paladin Aslan Qian's knee struck sword sage Kira Yamato's waist, and Orc Kira Yamato's iron fist struck human Aslan Qian on the left cheek. You suck, sizzle. Dog X's orcish hands are so long it's a miscalculation, cough cough. It seemed that they no longer had fighting power, and the two of them were filled with pain. However, it took less than 2 seconds to jump out, and it was a fierce collision of weapons. My acting is so realistic, why wasn't that fool fooled? I showed weakness so thoroughly, why doesn't that idiot attack? Although unfortunate, it is not the key. The two fighters think, fight, induce with body language, and fight skillfully in the unit of 0.1 seconds. I admit that you are a strong man. Juggernaut is not a profession for orcs, but a kind of honorable title, a kind of honorable title. Skilled with hundreds of soldiers, invincible in battle, the strong among the strong, the master of martial arts, he is a master of swords. The tenacious will and excellent skills of the enemy in front of him made the orc sword master Kira Yamato unable to help but admire. Because such opponents have the courage to kill. The strong one that I admit is only your majesty. The 7 warriors who blocked the enemy's reinforcements for themselves were all wounded, and were on the verge of being unable to hold on. There was not much time left for Aslan. There was also a powerful explosive bag in his backpack, which could replace the blasting device, but takes time to fix. If you can't quickly take out the orcs in front of you, you won't have time to make arrangements after your comrades are killed. Time is life. For the first time, Aslan has such a deep experience of this sentence. The wings of holy light spread, and Aslan used the abilities of his unknown master. The power of the holy light that was calm when the ocean suddenly surged like a violent rush straight down the cliff. The rising power of the holy light flooded the entire body, giving the paladin as if he had infinite power, and also hurting Aslan's body, and quickly evaporated, wasted, and wasted. Come on, feel it with your life, this is my path of holy light. The paladin yelled and rushed over. At the same time, the juggernaut took out a bottle of green potion and drank it. The potion's effect was almost immediate. Kira Yamato, who glowed with electric light and heat, turned crimson, including her skin and eyes. Jean, crimson eye. Dead in the state of my evil king's true eyes, you are worth it? The two people who opened up seemed to have surpassed the limit of human beings in an instant. The sword wind swept, the gravel flew horizontally, the blades collided, and the sound of the sonic boom broke the shadow of the sword's separation. Under the special effects of Bonigodu Phantom Dancer, thousands of swords and shadows fought against the black stone blade, and lightning and thunder clashed with the bright sun. It is still dark tomorrow, and the east has just seen white, but in this small corner of the battlefield, it is like heaven. Whether it is the wings of light or the blood of the devil, the burden on the owner is extremely heavy. The paladin Aslan and the sword Saint Kira sighed and ran to each other. Both understood that it was simply not long, strong. It's untenable, the person who first breathes Panasonic will only end up with the dead body in a different place. In Yuguangzhong, the comrades fell one by one, and the rest were nothing more than desperate resistance. Aslan made the final decision, and the whole person was relaxed. In an instant, he remembered how he, known as a genius, grew up in praise, and how he was defeated by his own king in his pride. Oh, I mean, he's not the king. I'm just excited about power and position. Her Majesty, it doesn't matter if she doesn't give it. What I want most is to beat you once. Your Majesty, don't lose to anyone, because I only lost to you. With Kira Yamato's incomprehensible smile, Aslan used moves he had only heard of but not seen. X. Cough. Allowing the giant sword to breach the shoulder armor, staring at the shoulder, Aslan inserted the Bonigodu Phantom Dancer into the ground, pouring all of his bodily power into it. The name of the remaining moves can no longer be called, the paladin can only shout from the bottom of his heart. Feel my holy light, feel my heat, feel my martial arts. The searing heat and violent impact detonated the Cyclops system as desired. At the first light of dawn, the violent and orderly explosion of fire covered the dawn light. What is this? Zujin was surprised. Steel and flame, oh, I have witnessed the great power, the tribe, the leadership of the tribe. Koromar's eyes brimmed with tears from the blinding light, but he did not want to blink. You go first. The precise calculation of the Cyclops system burns all the trolls, orcs and humans in it with flames. As for the fifth line of defense of Carlos and Aliria, the garrison soldiers hid behind the wall, and after avoiding the strong wind caused by the impact, there was no damage. Carlos. Your Majesty. Execute an order. Carlos shone with the light of the sacred shield, resisting the aftermath of the explosion. Chiang Guanzhou spent his eyes, but the king was unwilling to blink, just staring, just staring. Come on. Seeing him, he did not move, none of these subordinates would leave. Carlos gave the order to retreat with a cold steel voice. At the top of a large tree 2 kilometers from the battlefield, a lowly dwarf stood over it. Ah, it's a big problem. Chapter 179. Reinforcements are always there after the storm. Carlos, cheer up, your soldiers need you. On the way to the third line of defense presided over by Turaleon, Aliria landed on a riding bird, paralleled Carlos, and whispered to Persuade. I'm very well. Carlos answered clearly. But you don't look good. Aliria looked concerned. That's because I'm not happy. Carlos' tone was flat, without fluctuations. What makes you unhappy? If it is my cause, then I apologize. Aliria thought about Aslan's death, she thought about Elf's mistakes, and she thought a lot. Aliria, you know I chose to help you with a purpose and I look forward to reaping the rewards. Carlos finally stirred, turning his head and giving Aliria a condescending look. You'll get what you deserve, I promise. Aliria emphasized in particular. You cannot promise. I am a king, a king. but when I arrived in Kulthalas with an army and friendship, your Sun King turned a blind eye to me. Alleria, I am a king, not you. General of the High Elves? Carlos's question was sharp and cold, which was not a question Alleria could answer. Also, from Alleria's point of view, Anastrian's arrangement was also outdated and wrong. Regardless of Alterax's strength, he would be unruly for a king to be so frivolous, let alone a king who has won many battles and is relatively friendly with Kulthalas. I have clearly reported the situation. What are the guys from Silvermoon City Hall doing? What are His Majesty the Sun King, the professional bureaucrats thinking about? Carlos, I promise you, when you arrive in Silvermoon City, you will get an unprecedented grand welcoming ceremony. Kaldori elves never look down on their friends. Alleria spoke slowly in her soft voice. I will not go to Silvermoon City. Without Anastrian's invitation, I will not go to Silvermoon City. Carlos seemed to have made a difficult decision. According to the plan, we will remain in the third line of defense for another 5 days. After 5 days, I will lead the crowd to break through and return. The Altrand Mountains are my home, Hillbrad Hills. This is my field of battle. Charles, but... Alleria wanted to stay, and she wanted to persuade Carlos to stay, but found she was in no position to say such a thing. 5 days, 5 days, and 5 days, I wasted too much time in this forest. But my efforts, all my efforts for human-elf friendship got no response. Carlos turned his head and continued to face forward, gently pinching the horse's belly, and the horse sped up slightly. How is it that you have our friendship, you have my friendship, Carlos, we are not friends? Alleria couldn't help but frown and twitched the reins so the chocobo kept up with Carlos's speed. Alleria Windrunner is a friend of Carlos Barav, but the king of Alterac only speaks to the king of Kulthalas. With cold, down-to-earth language, Alleria was speechless. If she doesn't understand, there are countless words to refute: selfish, unreliable, cowardly, etc. But because Alleria understood what Carlos had done for Kulthalas, she had no position to accuse him. I'm sorry. In the end, Alleria only had these 3 words left. Without the chance to count the results, Carlos didn't know how much damage his copycat version of the Cyclops system caused the tribe. But the 2 days of marching, without encountering a chasing enemy, may well explain the problem. When he saw Turaleon who greeted him outside Maple Creek Valley, Carlos had completed his mental adjustment and hugged his friend with the warmest smile. The pain and responsibility are due to the weight that must be pressed in the bottom of my heart to increase the weight of the personality, not because they must be hung on the face as a label to seek sympathy. Carlos disdains being a weak-minded person, and does not need the sympathy of others. Turaleon, a great victory. I think people can call me the troll nemesis in the future. His Majesty Carlos, with all due respect, this title is not great. Gotajan, who followed Turaleon's actions, shook his head and expressed his opinion, which caught Carlos' attention. Well, I forgot how your new troll feels, I apologize, so old nemesis troll? He's ugly. You can call yourself a giant magical officer, a troll executioner, a troll terminator. No, I ended up not with trolls, but with ignorance and barbarism. Well, people who watch Civilization, I think Overwatch is good. It's not bad if you say it's good. Originally a meeting to adjust the atmosphere and nonsense, Gotajan's upper path made everyone on the scene laugh. Only Alleria couldn't help but wince. If Carlos is really gone, what will happen to the innocent people of Kulthalas and what will happen to his own revenge? Having adjusted his status so quickly, this man is not an idiot that he can control with words. Alleria never worried that trolls and orcs might attack Silvermoon City. The construction of the magic rune defense system had her own contribution. The legendary heroes of Kulthalas knew that behind Silvermoon City's fiber optics, there was even more. The terrible war fortress, given the trolls 100 years, they will not be able to break Silvermoon City. This was also one of the factors that contributed to the slow response of the Silvermoon Council, and it was not an obstacle to oneself. But what about the civilians? What about the civilians who died tragically like Lilith? Let them die outside of Silvermoon City? When Alleria thought of this, her heart began to fluctuate again, and the vengeful heart that was briefly paralyzed by the fierce battle began to emit black waves, affecting Alleria's mind. Carlos Barav can't go, this man can't go. But what reason should I use, what price should I use to keep him and his army behind? Countless thoughts were running wildly in Alleria's mind. This is a stubborn king, and only enough interest can tempt him. But right now, he couldn't make enough profit. Dead not. Marshal Rayleigh, good news. Coincidentally, the book was unsuccessful, and the defenders on the front line of defense bravely completed their defense mission. When they returned to the Fengzi Valley, the elves who longed to penetrate the king finally received the news. An elven messenger rushed to Alleria excited. Marshal, the reinforcements are finally here, and His Majesty the Sun King has sent reinforcements to support you. How many? Alleria also felt a bit surprised. There are about 2,000 people. Unlike the messenger's joy, Alleria felt a deep chill. She turned her head, just in time to see Carlos smiling and telling her, I'm relieved too, Alleria. With these 2,000 elites, protecting the periphery of Silvermoon City is probably enough, but what about my revenge? Alleria had an illusion of smiling eyes and tears. Chapter 180 Guess. Not bad. From Silvermoon City to Fengzi Valley, all the way, our reinforcements have walked for almost a month. It's amazing, amazing. When Darkin arrived in Maple Creek Valley, he was warmly greeted by Alleria. But in private, such rumors continued to surface, causing the Archmage to be extremely angry, embarrassed. The advancing compatriots are fighting valiantly, and the results are brilliant. From the formation to the march of the reinforcements, they argued all the way and delayed all the way. At least in name, the dispatcher, who is not professional military personnel, cannot suppress these guys. As a result, it took 1 week to mobilize troops and 1 week to mobilize supplies, and it took 12 days to cover the distance that was originally less than 8 days. There was also the courtesy, the justice, and the shame that Doxum bore in silence the cynicism of his countrymen who were full of war. Marshal Alleria, why did you interview me alone? Do you blame me for the postponement? Dokkan saw Alleria sitting gloomily on the newly made simple wooden chair, silent for a long time, and couldn't help but ask with annoyance and anger. It doesn't mean that, Master Dokkan, you worked hard. Bringing such an army is very difficult. I don't know who came up with it. Putting so few hate units in one piece, but leaving you a mage come lead the team, really you've worked hard. Alleria did not want to ridicule Darkin, but she comforted the Archmage by telling the truth. There is no faction in the party, strange, and there is no relationship in the country, and the fools do not believe it. Anastrian's thoughts are good, but it is a pity that the Sun King who is in a high position is too tall and bright, and he can no longer see the shadow at his feet. When fighting for country, all Kaldori elves are good. But at less critical junctures, there has never been much screwed up within the military. There are many hills and factions. They talk about relationships, blood sources, acknowledge masters, and handle worship. The ranger despises the cavalry, and the wizard despises the lawbreaker. All sorts of shameless things can annoy the commander to death. In order to balance the situation, Anastarian, except for the rangers of the Farstriders, and the transfer of 100 magicians as his confidants, all the remaining troops are the forces of the great nobles. It's not just to give assistance to Alleria, but also to weaken the influence of the nobles and councillors in Silvermoon City, killing two birds with one stone. With Alleria's prestigious doll, it's not a problem to suppress these guys, the only problem is that Dokkan has suffered along the way. Well, it's all for Kulthalas. Seeing that Alleria was so polite, Dakan calmed down and said softly. So your majesty has decided when to receive the king of Alterac? No, or I don't know. Master Dakan, a self-conquered king, fought for Kildori, but our king pretended not to see him. Alleria's breathing became heavy. Sorry, I have no right to say about these countries, the king's big things to the king, and I dare not compile vocabulary to deceive you. Dakan said sincerely. Then please mention me to get in touch with our majesty the Sun King, I need to talk to him. Alleria made a request. No problem. Dakan agreed. Even if the magic level of the high elves is very high, there are still not too many magicians who can harbor two-way audio-visual communication spells. The theory is very simple, but the difficulty of casting the spell is too high. From Dakan Rookie's raised hand promise, Alleria couldn't help but cast a high glance at the archmage who hadn't had much contact before. Ordinary audio-visual transmission spells are nothing more than recording a video and sound of yourself and transmitting it to the recipient, and then the other party uses the same method to reply to you a video and sound, just like a written conversation, a prayer for you, a prayer for me. Although it can be used, the delay is enormous and it is susceptible to interference and monitoring. The messaging spell cast by Dakan directly unfurled a magic curtain. Beneath the curtain, the majesty of Anastrian, the Sun King of Kulthalas, had a clear and lithe figure. Darkhan, what do you need to report? Asked Anastrian. The Sun King still had a slight unhappiness for the Archmage to bother him during the lunch break. Even among long-lived Kuldorii, Anastrian is one of long-lived. Although this strong middle-aged elf is very healthy from physical condition, the feeling that the energy is not as good as when he was young still ran into Anastrian's heart from time to time. Therefore, the Sun King usually does not handle official duties during lunch breaks. But it is a matter of military affairs, and there are always special exceptions. I'm the one who wants to see you. Alleria got up from her chair and stepped into the magical curtain cast by Darkin. Alleria, I am very happy to see you. Anastarian laughed from the bottom of her heart. But I can't be happy. Your Majesty, the trolls and orcs have suffered heavy losses under the attack of the coalition forces, but they are still not something the army in my hand can withstand. And because of your negligence, the King of Alterac feels he has been affected. Insult, he has decided to retire. A king who helped Kulthalas so selflessly, but left in a rage. Thank you, Your Majesty. At Alleria's accusation, Anastrian's magical simulation of the image's mouth deflected onto the old man's smile like a child. Is it really me? Alleria, that wasn't the kid I asked Alterac to come over. But you are the king. Yes, I am the king, so I ignored your guilt. I am for the people of Kulthalas. Alleria's voice rose higher and higher. Waiting for me to give him a reward that fits my status. Alleria, I'm afraid I can't give her what she wants. Once I can't agree, it's more terrible than anything. I ignored your king friend, not because of my rudeness, but because of your recklessness. Alleria is not doing well, a political veteran overestimates a political novice, and a brawny king is waiting for a king full of conspiracies to buy himself dinner. Your Majesty, if you may, I hope you will authorize me as a special envoy, and I will negotiate with the King of Alterac. For his people, please. Eversong Forest is burning, and Kuldorii is crying, please. You are. Alleria pleaded quietly. Dalcan. The minister is here. As an envoy, help Alleria in this matter. Yeah. Uncle Anastrian, thank you. Hee, when will you change your little barbarian girl's temperament? After Dakan finished the magical communication, he couldn't help but think that there are people like Alleria Windrunner, Kulthalas could still be saved. Chapter 181. When Alleria brought Darkin to express Anastrian's will to Carlos, Carlos felt that it didn't matter, and his men exploded one after another. My king, this is an insult to you, this is contempt for us, what the Sun King thinks of you, what we are, and we cannot accept the charity of the elves. Let's go, I am angry. Your Majesty, a promise, but it is not so insulted. Since Anastrian is so taboo of us humans, then we will go home after fulfilling our promise, return to Northland Fortress, or return to Alterac. We come for the pact, not for his reward from the Sun King. Carlos, I don't quite understand your royal family's taboos, so don't look at me. I can't provide any advice on this matter. Turaleon helplessly scratched his head, expressing his ignorance. Misery, I've been with Carlos for a long time, has my brain been fed to the troll? Aliria discovered her mistake. How could she tell this kind of thing in front of Carlos' subordinates? Mistakes, blunders. Because Carlos emphasized perks and benefits with Aliria through and through, Aliria ignored Carlos's uniqueness and gave Aliria some sort of Alterac people. True illusion. As a result, when Aliria announced that she had been commissioned by Anastrian to discuss the rewards, she thought that she would be praised and praised, but was met with the dazzling glow that was in fact a group of muscle clubs. Wrong. Aliria blocked Dokkan with the corpse, took all the angry gazes, and then asked Carlos for help with innocent eyes. You're going out first. Carlos gave orders to his subordinates. Your Majesty, you cannot accept the charity of the elves? Your Majesty, think twice. Your Majesty. Do I have to ask you out? In battles, Carlos became more and more majestic. He just frowned slightly and increased the volume slightly. All the officers and guards left the camp honestly. I didn't take you to play like that. Carlos said to Aliria with a confused face. Sorry, I thought. Aliria had a deep sense of disobedience that tormented her heart right now. Well, do you want me to listen to you or do you want me to go? I find my identity very embarrassing, my friends. Turaleon asked embarrassed. As the aide to the Alliance Commander-in-Chief, Turaleon really seemed embarrassed in this diplomatic dispute. Don't listen, it's about the interests of your subordinates. Listen, some secret agreements between Kulthalas and Alterac, whether you report it or not. On one hand is Marshal Lothar, whom he respects the most, on the other hand, she is his goddess and best friend. It is very difficult to do. Stay, after all, you and your soldiers are also part of the coalition. Carlos waved Turaleon to sit down. Then the scene suddenly turned cold and no one spoke anymore. As a king, Carlos really feels tired. Paraphrasing a common saying, there are always people who want to hurt me. Though trusting in his father, Alex Baravstal suppressed internal opposition, but the old royal party's small actions have never stopped, and Alterac is far from monolithic. Large-scale war mobilization, while working for the people and fortune, blocks the best option for consolidating the king's power. The opponents are all rebels, and the rebels can't beat the royal family. Soldiers, youth, and food are in the hands of the Barav family. You guys on the fence can figure it out for yourselves. Carlos understands, he really understands that his throne is considered safe in the country, but it is not so safe in the entire human race. By Thoradin the Great. If humans have never been unified, then everything is not a problem. But Thoradin was the first, and every king had a heart to be emperor. Especially after Anduin Lothar announced his relinquishment of the Arathor Empire's inheritance, he was tantamount to acknowledging that all kingdoms of Lordaeron were legal. It is equivalent to acknowledging that all kingdoms are the blood of the Arathor Empire. It is tantamount to acknowledging that all kings are eligible to inherit the power of Thoradin the Great. It is true that Anduin Lothar's sacrifice in exchange for the unity of the current alliance, the unity of human forces, and the hope of facing the Orc tribe. But it also laid the foundations for future struggles. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and where there are rivers and lakes, there are fights. Just talk about congratulations. Except for Stromgard following in Lothar's footsteps and sending a special envoy to congratulate Carlos on his enthronement, only Terranaz sent an envoy. Other realms pretend to be invisible or pretend not to know. This is really something terrible. Because attitudes will affect each other. To support Stratholm, do you really need a king to conquer it? Or does Alterac not even have a general who can lead independently? It was Alex Barav who persuaded his son to lead the army north. The reason is very simple. Charles went north, so he did not need to meet with other kings and other forces in the alliance system, and he gave the time and space for the Grand Duke and other forces to trade behind. Human beings are social, and society is also human. The attitude of the king will affect the nobles, and the attitudes of the nobles will be transmitted to the subordinates, and then the whole country will have a trend. As long as you want to blend into human society, diplomacy is an indispensable thing, not to mention that Alterac does not have the strength to sweep Liohi and sweep away all the debris. Thus, Carlos accepted Aleria's original intention to go north to rescue Culthalas. The original intention was simple. It is undeniable that at this time, as the only alien country that has a pact with humans, Culthala's influence in the human realm is far greater than Anastrian realizes. If Culthalas were to show kindness to Alterac, it would greatly change the attitude of the human kingdom towards Alterac. After all, his superiors took advantage of the cruelty of this race war. But no matter how cruel the war ended, what should we do when the war ends? Where will Alterac go, where will the Barav family go, and what will this king be like? People with no vision of the future must have immediate concerns, and Carlos had to force himself to think about these issues. But now it seems that the attitude of the High Elves is too vague, and they are not good candidates for strong support. Carlos, this Dakan master, representing his Anastrian majesty, is here to meet you, King of Alterac. The first to break the silence was Aleria. Dal can listen to your voice, His Majesty Carlos. The Archmage extended his sincere regards to Carlos with elegant etiquette. Go ahead, how Anastrian is going to send me? Carlos' randomness made the two High Elves present instantly embarrassed. Culthalas, the Supreme Sun King, benevolent, generous, wise, brilliant and majestic, Anastrian, who has immeasurable merit and longevity, entrusted me to bring the most sincere greetings to the King of Alterac. Darkan decided to ignore Carlos' criticism and continue the official meeting scene. Well, I have received your greetings. Let's talk about how Anastarian is going to send me. Carlos nodded with satisfaction, then returned to the subject. How do I know what he's aiming for? Dakan's heart is broken at this moment, and the eyes that look at Aleria are already wronged. Didn't you say that I only have the title of Fair Messenger? Can you talk about that specifically? You are talking. That, Carlos, the Sun King meant with you, what do you want? Aleria is not political either. In such an occasion with strangers, she doesn't know how to talk about these things that should be discussed secretly in the small dark room. I want so much, are you sure your Sun King can give it to him? Carlos was also affected by the attitude of his subordinates. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. King of Alterac, Culthalas is never stingy with friends, please speak. Dakan found that this errand could be done by himself, and Aleria could do it too, but it was a pity that if two people were together, it was likely to be ruined. Obviously, the Grand Marshal of Silvermoon City privately promised the King of Alterac something, but now it is not enough, and the opposite person is irritated. Dakan was able to be promoted to a great wizard with his strength in a place where there were as many lords as a dog in Silvermoon City, and he mixed with the high level of the council. The natural strength and vision were good, and the problem was quickly discovered. You can do it according to the end result in your mind. You can't give what I want. Anastrian isn't even interested in seeing me, and it's useless to tell you. Carlos noticed that there was a problem with his attitude. Although his tone weakened, his prayer was still strong. Fearing that Dokkan would clear the table, Alleria hastily responded to the conversation. Carlos, come on, we're not comrades in arms, let's talk about it, your subordinates, your sacrificed soldiers, you can't come back so empty-handed. Accept Kaldori's friendship, accept Kalsala's compensation, yes please. Dokkan's brows frowned slightly. This was not like what an envoy should say, this was already suspected of being traitorous. I came with friendship, with admiration for Anastrian, with a fair vision for Kalthalas, and fighting for you high blood elves? Until now, there has been 1,000 human soldiers will sleep forever in the realm of Kalthalas, and at the -5,000 trolls have died under the bow of the coalition army. Even if Alleria, your men are all great and 2 heroes, my people have killed 3,000 trolls. There is no water in this record, right? But what about your son king? How did he treat me? Don't treat me like a fool, your status of 2 envoys, either made up or begged come. Listen, I can fight for the friendship between elves and humans, for the friendship between you and me, but I will not bleed for your shameless son king. At the end, Carlos almost roared, and there were waves of shouting outside the camp. These spies. Carlos gave Turaleon a look, and Turaleon walked out with a pained look. 5,000 trolls have been annihilated. Dokkan was a bit surprised. Trolls are not pigs in nature. Even 5,000 pigs would have to kill for several days. Please forgive me for being rude, King of Alterac, you and your subordinates are true warriors. To be honest, this meeting is indeed Marshal Alleria's request, but my envoy is definitely Anna. Her Majesty Starian's instructions are not, they are in no way false. Dokkan suppressed the diplomatic smile on his face and turned serious. Well, your ambassador, I also apologize. So how will Anastarian send me? Carlos just wants to know this issue that matters to him. It is not superficial and dismissal, Your Majesty Carlos, I do not say such a hypocritical comment for a warrior like you. His Majesty Anastrian does not know how to reward you for your generous and selfless help, so the great Sun King expects you to offer terms. Dokkan also understood that the King of Alterac did not like empty words, so he quickly changed his role and changed his routine. Then you stick around for a few more days to see how your old Kalthala's opponent looks now, and see what kind of battle Alleria is leading a group of farmers, and let me see by the way. Look how powerful the regular army is in Silvermoon City. Carlos finished speaking and thought again, I will keep my promise. After the civil evacuation cover operation is over, I will return to China. As for the value of my action this time, you can see with your eyes, ask with mouth and listen with your ears, and then tell your Sun King to ask him to give me the gift of Oakland. After finishing speaking, Carlos stood up with a punch to Haki's thigh, twirled the white bearskin cloak a circle on top of his head, and then accurately dropped it behind his shoulders. He fastened a card and left without haste. This must-have Hong Kong movie skill set of last life memory finally comes into play. Marshal Alleria, are our errands a mess? Dokkan felt overwhelmed and lost. Hey, it's not your fault. I've been taken full responsibility. Master Dokkan, how is Silvermoon City now? Alleria's way of nature Silvermoon City's current situation, but he felt that Dokkan might reveal something that should not be said in this situation. Still so. Dokkan replied. You know what I'm asking. Alleria didn't feel upset at all, but she asked clearly. Your Majesty. Your Royal Highness can come back soon. The day the prince returns, when the army is sent. Dokkan thought and thought, but still he said it. That's good, this, ha 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 ha. From a sigh of relief to a small smile, Alleria's clear, sweet voice carried a beautiful melody. Dokkan knew that it was never for happiness. Alleria just doesn't want to get involved in too much political dirt, she's not really stupid. It turns out that the opacity of Silvermoon City, and all the unreasonable delays within the Elves' Kaldori, are the crux of the matter. Guy Elses, the prince who was forced to avert disaster in Dalaran, is about to return. Your Majesty Anastrian, good means. Outside the camp, Carlos, who accepted the admiration of his subordinates as a hero, was dragged by Turaleon to a place where there was no one. Carlos, it's hard for us to ride a tiger. Have you ever thought, if we want to return to human territory, what if the trolls abandon the elves to chase us? Turaleon asked. Of course I thought, I'm not the fool who led the army on the first day. Carlos looked at Turaleon like an idiot. What should you do? Turaleon only asked for answers, and he didn't care about Carlos's mocking eyes. I wrote the letter asking for help a long time ago. It won't be long before the true elite of more than 15 complete formations come to meet us. Laozi's true army is coming. I want to leave. Who dares to stop me? Carlos finally revealed his hidden card. Independent group. Turaleon understood how emboldened Carlos was, and he was relieved. Chapter 182 I don't want to be the Shinigami. One Piece is not a good Hokage. The members of Dalaran, the Violet Castle, and the 6-member Council of Kirin Tor each have their own Tower of Wizards. This is not only a status symbol, but also a work necessity. In the wizard world, strength determines treatment and skill determines power. Although that is the case, Antonidas is not the strongest in Dalaran. As the Prince of Kulthalas, Guy Elvets is nearly the strongest in Dalaran. The reason why Guy Elses is almost the strongest is because there is still an inhuman presence. Crasius, the youngest spouse of the Red Dragon Queen, and most beloved descendant, aka Boreal, blended into the human world and became a member of Kirin Tor's 6-member parliament. Only a handful of people know Crasius' true identity, and Guy Elses is one of them. Crasius, I have some questions I want to ask you, and I hope you can answer them honestly. Inviting the Red Dragon to his wizard tower, Guy Elses entertained guests with the best morning dew. Guy Elses, I've said it more than once, Boreal called me, my identity is very useful, I don't want to be exposed by your big mouth. Crasius smelled the wine like moonlight. The body is relaxed, but the tone is serious. Boreal, you should believe in my magical abilities, even Antonidas, it's impossible to eavesdrop on our conversation without disturbing me. Although Guy Elses didn't care in his tone, he honestly changed his name to the Red Dragon. Let's talk, there's something you want to show me. Archmage Boreal drank all of his glass in one gulp and burped comfortably. My exile is expected to end. I need a guarantee, my friend. Guy Elses refilled Boreal for another glass, then sat to the side and waited for the Red Dragon Wizard's response. Oh, it turns out that you were exiled. Who would dare to be exiled as a prince? Do you want to ask me for any guarantees? Boreal responded with a flippant tone and nonchalant attitude, but the latter didn't care. You are all a well-informed person, drop your disguise, Crasius, even if you are Alexstrasza's favorite, it is not a wise choice to offend the future king of Kuldoria. Guy Elsiki's words were harsh, but his expression was still warm as the sun at 9 in the morning. Well, you say, I listen, but there is no guarantee that you will get the guarantee that you need. Crasius dropped his cynical disguise, put down his wine glass in hand, and prepared to listen carefully to what Guy Elses had to say. The struggle for power in Silvermoon City is very fierce. To protect me and allow me to accumulate merit, my father made me responsible for Silvermoon City's affairs in Dalaran. To be honest, although life in Violet Castle is very easy and comfortable, it is for me. He said that this is exile. Antonidas is not useful for the improvement of my magical level. On the contrary, it is our elves of Kuldoria, who constantly help mankind to improve their magical achievements. The human kingdom is like a piece of magic. The desert, Dalaran is just an oasis in the desert. I was exiled by my father in the name of love. I was squeezed from the glory of the sun well by the council boys with merit and career. Guy after Saf said this, he took his glass of wine and drank it, and then continued, "Now, the opportunity is in front of me. Kulthalas has been invaded by the Horde, and those dirty trolls have colluded with the orcs. He joined the tribe, and my father will call me back to lead the army to fight the rebellion. This is an opportunity for me to return to the center of all power in Silvermoon City. So what does this have to do with me?" Borel looked suspiciously at Guy Elses. "Enough, Krajius, the Red Dragon chose the tribe and the orcs. Not everyone is a fool. I want you to promise that when I lead the battle, there will be no Red Dragon in the sky above my army. I want you to promise, my comeback show is perfect, and there will be no accidents because of your Red Dragon." Guy Elses kept the gentle smile that he had exerted for hundreds of years, his handsome face filled with hideous ferocity. "Guy Elses, let's be friends. Calculate. Then I don't want to lie to you, I can't give you any guarantees, because I belong to your majesty, and all red dragons belong to the king. I'm sorry, I'm not the king of red dragons. I can only try to contact some guys I know well, it's all. You know, the Kaldori elves must know that the red dragon has a divided attitude towards you elves, humans, dwarves, and those dwarves, and all creatures, including trolls. If it weren't for His Majesty repeatedly emphasizing the preciousness and equality of life, some guys in the Red Dragon Legion have always wanted to start a purification battle. I'm sorry, Guy Elses, I don't want to deceive you, I can't give you any guarantees." Krajius sighed heavily. "So, can I meet the Red Dragon Queen through you?" Guy Elses asked cautiously. "I can help you convey this request, but I'm afraid you can't wait." Krajius narrowed his mouth and made a rueful expression. "Is that so? It's a shame then." Guy Elses didn't force it either, he just helped Krajius refill the wine. "Guy Elvats, you Kaldori elves are also a species of longevity, and your magical talent is so good, why waste energy on power?" Krajius, or Archmage Borel asked. "For I am the son of an Astrian, the heir to Dithrimar, the heir to the Sunstrider dynasty, and the prince of all Kaldori elves." Guy Elses responded. "Well, my friend, although I can't give you what you want, as a friend, the headquarters can let you go home empty-handed." Krajius drank the wine again, then rose to his feet, taking a ring from her arms and placing it on her hand. "On behalf of the Jury of Life, the guardian of all living things and the great king of red dragons, I bestow Guy Elses. The Sunstrider has limited strength. Within a year, you will have resilience like a dragon." Krajius' hand that wore the ring showed signs of dragonization in the process of blessing. "Make good use of my blessings, Guy Elses." "Thank you my friend, but what I want the most is the promise of the Red Dragon Core." Guy Elses Stanran accepted the Red Dragon's blessing and then hugged Krajius. Leaving Guy Elvats' tower, Krajius returned to his wizard tower. Before entering the bedroom, I heard the sound of chewing through the door. Allah Akbar. Holding his wand in hand, Krajius opened the door, and what he dared not do was strike an arcane storm. However, after the room was in a mess, the clicking sound remained. Krajius followed the sound and looked down. A small dwarf was eating chips against the wall next to the door. "Oh boy Krajius, long time no see, this bristling temper hasn't changed." Crack, click. Krajius closed the door, and when nothing happened, he was going to Antonidas for another cup of tea. As soon as he turned around, Chromie appeared in front of him again. Aunt, sister, what are you doing?" Krajius held his forehead speechlessly. What day did he encounter this catastrophe? "I have news from Alexstrasza." Chromie shook the bag and found that all the chips were eaten, so she squeezed the paper bag into a ball and crushed it into ash of dust. "Do you know what you're talking about?" Faced with the news from the queen, Krajius could no longer calm down and asked sternly. "I know, your Red Dragon Legion is going crazy when you search for Alexstrasza. I never leave a name behind when I do good things, Chromie is the most eager for justice, and I will take the time to inform you. Chromie quickly complimented my expression. What do you want? It wasn't the first time Crassus had dealt with a bronze dragon, and he asked bluntly. I want you to promise that the Free Red Dragon will not interfere in the war in Colthalas, and I want you to take special care of one person and make sure they don't leave Dalaran a year from now. Chromie readily offered her own terms. Who? Crassus asked, frowning. Guy Elsa's. I'm sorry, I cannot do it. Then the previous requirements remain the same, and the latter can be changed. Chromie didn't push either. Gave. Barav illusion. Can. Crassus willingly agreed. Carlos Barav, I prevented your sister's death for you, and you will accept this love from me in the future. When Chromie explained to Crassus what happened to the Red Dragon Queen, she really thought about the battle not long ago. Obviously, all the prerequisites haven't changed, why will the ending change, and I'm busy again. Chapter 183 I will go back to my hometown after this battle is over. Reconciled. Unwilling. Angry. Do not you dare. Carlos understands that complaining will not benefit his career or his life. Even if he complains about Anastrian's failure to go on the road, he can only say so in front of the envoy. In front of those high elf comrades who fought together, Carlos is still the heroic king, the brave and fearless paladin, the brother who is worthy of trusting his back. Otherwise, how about, because you have paid and complained about the expected performance, you will just turn your face directly. So turn brothers who have made movies together and shed blood into unbreakable enemies? Look up, as a descendant of Thoradin, I, Carlos Barav, by morality, will never ignore the ancient pact. The elves are in trouble. How can Alterac stand by and watch everyone on the battlefield? Life and death are shared, why do you get such a life now? Good brother, say those, come to Alterac to see the snow when you have time, I'll ask you to eat cheese, ham, and Snow Mountain beer. Cheer up, there is still a tough fight waiting for us, let's fight together again. Though due to the big mouths of their subordinates, the Alleria volunteers felt they owed their human allies something, with some complaining about His Own Majesty the Sun King. But Carlos still understood the reason for being human and staying out of the way and meeting in the future. He quickly summoned his subordinates to do ideological work and finally let these muscular bulges open. The one who owes us is Anastrian, the king of Colthalas, and these brothers and sisters who are fighting with us are innocent. As a result, the atmosphere throughout the Maple Creek Valley eased up. Carlos, the last group of refugees will be completely moved in about 10 days. After that successful meeting, Alleria finally worked up the courage to meet Carlos. Very good, the pressure is not too great. The Big Bang successfully deterred the tribe. For 3 days, they only advanced less than 10 kilometers. It is estimated that they were terrified of us. At this rate, it will take at least 7 days. We reached our current line of defense, so we only have to stick to it for 3 days. Carlos told Alleria with a smile. But how do you get back? The path to Quellens has been cut off. Alleria frowned and asked. This is not a problem at all, you don't have to worry about it. Carlos said lightly. Why don't you worry, I didn't keep my promise, I missed the appointment, You didn't break the date. Carlos interrupted Alleria, I really mean that. Alleria was speechless. Although everyone did not make any contracts, nor did they make the conditions too easy. However, you owe me. But forget it, from the perspective of your king, material compensation is indispensable. Hillbride was basically broken, and the famine in the early 2 years into the war it was basically predictable. It wouldn't be considered dead for soldiers to get supplies from Colthalas. Forget it, that real will be used as interest, and we've both cleared that up. The scroll is used as interest, and the principal is still IOU. How can I clear it up? Alleria's head lowered. Ah ha ha ha, missed, missed. Carlos played haha around the field. Involuntary words can point directly to the heart, and you have resentment in your heart. How can you not regret it? You high elves aren't my uncle. But forget it, really forget it, I'm not a loser when it comes to speaking carefully, people are worthless during war. Carlos took a deep breath and vomited again slowly. After crossing the river, I will contact Marine to send you south with a fleet. Alleria suggested. No, I always have to go back to Stradholm and explain to Terranaz. Carlos rejected Alleria's proposal and found a less absurd reason. Very sorry. Well, I accept your apology, and then can we talk about other things? Carlos decisively ended this topic. There's also the next strategy. I want to hear your opinion. Even with 2,000 reinforcements, 100 wizards, and 2 Rallyon's fortifications set up beforehand, we can't hold on to the elves alone. Alleria talked about military strategy and finally perked up. The ultimate purpose of this line of defense is also known to delay time and give it a chance to retreat. Your great enchantment has been shattered on the southern shore. Gul'dan has stolen, and destroyed a large number of runestones. You have thought about it for thousands of years. The arrogant magic incantation has expired. Withdraw your people to the power radiation range of Silvermoon City, and there is much you can do. It depends on your marine power and the strength of the air force of Kulthalas. Vast demons and orcs dare to cross the river and lay siege to Silvermoon City only to die. Carlos said it from a purely military perspective. Yanga Forest is cut in two by a wide Haihe River. It is the only long bridge 5 kilometers north of the Fengzi Valley where the army is now stationed. Caught at this dangerous point, the coalition forces freely advance and retreat, which is where Carlos's confidence lies. In the real plain, crossing the river has never been an easy way to survive. From the organization of the ferry troops to the transport of materials to the selection of the beachhead, or the location of the floating bridge, or the secret of the ferry. One is more difficult than the other. Armed soldiers, proper iron cans, and waist-deep running water could drown a soldier if they slip and fall, not to mention the Haihe River where boats can go. If lightly charged, elves can easily kill exhausted, unprotected soldiers with just a few arrows. So there aren't many options for trolls and orcs, for building bridges or ships, or for raiding Maple Creek Valley. Strategic passivity requires soldiers to fight blood to recover, while tactical passivity requires life to fill. Now the elves are very strategically passive, but when they are stuck in this important location in Maple Creek Valley, the trolls and orcs are tactically passive. But this is what worries me. The northern shore is the essence of our elves. Farmlands have been cultivated and planted for thousands of years, and cities have been built for more than a dozen generations. Only compatriots who migrated to the south shore tried really hard. Hey. After Alleria finished speaking, she lifted up the ends of her hair, as if she wanted to see if she had white hair. Haha, don't tell me that you want to defend the Fengzi Valley. The terrain is so good, and it is so good. Its 3,000 people can definitely support up to 10,000 troops for half a year. The only problem is the water source, right? How do you solve it? Carlos pointed directly to the core of the problem. This crucial place, the only mountain spring, can supply water for up to 100 people every day, and other water needs to be taken separately. After comparing the surrounding terrain, Turaleon chose Maple Creek Valley as his tactical foothold and set out to build an underground depot. Even so, it's only a day of army use. Therefore, Maple Creek Valley is definitely not a place to stay forever. So, what is your opinion, Carlos? I want to hear your opinion. Alleria asked sincerely. When the watch is over, I will go south, you will go north, destroy the bridge, set up a patrol, and wait for your king's follow-up reinforcements. Carlos responded seriously. With 2,000 reinforcements, Alleria has at least 2,700 people at its disposal. Counting to rally on subordinates, Carlos's troops have only 3,000 after removing serious injuries and inconvenient mobility. People go up. Although Carlos had brilliant results in the 2 battles against the trolls, he did not emerge unscathed in the knight's novels. War has always been a cruel game of digital exchange. Carlos, I'm telling you something, can you promise not to spread it? Aliria hesitated for a long time and finally decided to speak. If you can stay for a while, I can take these people to accompany you to the south, which is considered to be fulfilling my promise. Hey! Prince Guy Elsa's is returning. If I go south, His Majesty Anastrian won't mind if I take these men with me now, you know the reason. Nanny. Persevere a little longer, I'll go with you. Aliria nodded determinedly. Carlos is stupid. Are the High Elves mad? Chapter 184. Freedom, how many people do their own things in your name? Democracy, even the king can't help it, where is the free time for the people to be the master? Politics, how many people do that dirty work with their hands? After sighing, Carlos still had to deal with the chaos in front of him. After an in-depth exchange with Aliria, Carlos finally figured out where his problem was. Originally he thought of Colthalas as a free and democratic country, with a wise king and strong national power, like a beacon of civilization on Azeroth. As a result, through what I have seen and heard during this period of time, the fairy tales are all misleading, and 99% of the rumors are false. Where there are people, there will be fights, and where there are fights, there will be sleaze. When there is sleaze, nothing bad is considered a problem. Together, Aliria said everything that should or shouldn't be said, and it was a revelation to Carlos. The supreme goal of the Silvermoon City Council is to peacefully end the kingship and establish a parliamentary republic. For this reason, Guy Elsa's has been exiled by them to Dalaran. The deeper reason for Anastrian's indifference to troll agitation is the struggle for royal power. Through this troll riot, Anastrian regained much power from the parliamentary faction. Among them is the arrangement of Guy Elsa's powers. I'm so stupid, really. Carlos wanted to slap himself. Politics is more important than the head. Anastrian ignores himself, not because he isn't clear on his position. Although I knew in my heart that this political rookie made a mistake, he was still stubborn to death. Aliria, I thought that everything in your elf kingdom is beautiful, but I did not expect so dirty and dirty. Carlos said with a twisted face. All the gods fight, where is the pure land in the world? Aliria answered helplessly. Looking back, I will write a letter to the Sun King, and you will let me through. Carlos thought for a moment and made a decision. You can send an envoy, the road north to Silvermoon City is smooth. Aliria said in a puzzled manner. Positional issues, we don't have to fight these, let's face the next battle. Carlos took the initiative to end the topic. Sure enough, he was still too young. The book is finally superficial, and you must practice it before knowing the world. Carlos was a bit frustrated. He lived 30 years longer than the others, and seemed more mature and wise. Unfortunately, it is not. Knowing and being able to do it are completely different things. Perhaps his reserves of knowledge and personal combat capabilities have far surpassed his companions, but which of his opponents, future enemies, are his companions? This is Azeroth. Your opponent is an ancient giant, an alien orc, an ancient god, and a dragon with an iron jaw. Wisdom is not the same as knowledge. Wisdom is behaving in the world, gaining insight into human feeling, and seeing through the fog. Carlos thought that Anastrian was not a thing, but discovered that he was a fool. This feeling is terrible and uncomfortable. I've been too smooth and lucky. I subconsciously allow myself to unconsciously think that I am the son of the plane, the beloved of God and the fate of fate. Too dangerous. Fortunately, this setback reminded me of myself. Carlos Barav, you are just a mortal, You are just an individual, you will make mistakes, you will make mistakes. So don't take yourself too seriously. In the process of self-examination, Carlos wrote a letter to Anastarian, added an ink pad, and affixed the Barav family seal. Okay, my personal business is over, let's talk about the troll problem. Carlos raised his head and told Turalion. The problem with the trolls is not a problem. The problem now is how we met up with their reinforcements and then withdrew to the North Fortress at Stratholm without a problem. Turalion bit into the fruit and looked straight into Carlos's eyes. My friend, I must apologize, you are a true military strategist, an upright soldier. Why apologize? Because even though you like Illyria, you never sway your judgment because of your feelings, and I have too many personal emotions involved. Come on, I'm just the foster son of a warden, I'm Lord Faer's apprentice shepherd, and a lucky man who was favored by Marshal Lothar. And you, the king of Alterac. Turalion did not accept Carlos's apology because he believed that Carlos was not wrong. Thank you. You are welcome. So Turalion, how long do you think we can last if we stick to it? The Fengzi Valley, Changqiao, or the other side of the river. Turalion isn't sure about the end result, so it's hard to answer. Maple Creek Valley or Long Bridge? Carlos answered. If we take the initiative to fight now, we should be able to protect for another half month, which is about 20 days, but the casualties will be relatively high. When the Fengzi Valley was protecting the southern bank foothold, protecting the Fengzi Valley Fengzi and holding the Long Bridge was a goal. But if you go to the north bank to protect the bridgehead, that's another way of saying it. 20 days? Alright, contact Illyria, get ready for the troops, we'll be coolies for the elves for another 20 days. Can you tell me, what made you change your decision? Turalion is not afraid of war, so he just asked curiously. Carlos held up the letter in Yang's hand. Whether it's the return of glory or the gloomy departure, it depends on it. Turalion shrugged, you're the commander-in-chief, you have the last word. In the two battles, troll casualties were reduced to over 4,000. Even with the reinforcements from the orcs, the trolls' military strength would not exceed 15,000, which is still an overestimate from heaven. After learning about Carlos's back, Turalion was not afraid of the tribe. The 8,000 human soldiers fighting in the war and nearly 3,000 professional elven soldiers are still in the elf camp. Why should you fear trolls? And the orcs? Although the Hillblad War continues to consume the flesh and blood of humans and orcs like a meat grinder, it is undeniable that the human combat effectiveness has been madly improved in this war. At the beginning of the war, the 5 human soldiers were not opponents of an orc warrior. Before Turalion left Hillblad, it was already the verbal language of many veterans to fight one by one, and there were more and more guys who could stand alone against the orcs, and the combat power of humans was completely thrown out by the orcs. Turalion, I want you to assume my position temporarily for commando work. What's up? Turalion asked unclearly. My smile is only to calm morale. My heart still aches. I need blood and kill to calm my anger. Hearing what Carlos said, Turalion was speechless for a long time. Go Carlos, I have no position or qualifications to stop you. Until you return, the troll will never want to break through the defense line. In the end, Turalion agreed, taking over the burden that Carlos had thrown onto his shoulders. Although there is no fire in the sky, the warrior's sacrifice is always pitiful. Thank you my friend. You're welcome, you're a monster that 5 orcs can't beat. Ha ha ha. The next day, at the meeting, Carlos announced the news of the reinforcements. The morale of the humans was like a rainbow, and the army was excited, but the attitudes on the elven side were more sharply divided. The elves who had fought side by side with the humans joined the cheering ranks, but there were many new arrivals from Silvermoon City. The number of humans is about to catch up with the trolls. Then Carlos announced that he was going hunting. Unexpectedly, there were not as many opponents as expected, and more people wanted to join the king's team for abundant hunting. Are those humans crazy? I don't know, but your king is really a wild guy. That guy is really big. The new elf whispered. 4 days later, Night Dragonhawk returned to Silvermoon City with military intelligence, including a letter from Carlos to Anastrian. Father, what did you write? Guy Elses, who returned home secretly, stayed in his father's study for the past 2 days and did not move. Good news. Anastasia smiled knowingly and then handed the letter to her son. The words in the entire article are inconsistent. Is this Carlos really a noble? I have met his sister. Barav's tutor is not like that, is he? Guy Elses asked perplexed. My child, do not worry about the grammar and rhetoric. You have not yet understood it? Throughout the text, the king of Alterac has repeatedly emphasized one thing. What's happening? Royalty is sacred and inviolable. Guy Elses was stunned. It is almost done. The stage prepared for you for my father will be completed soon. I will be wronged for a few days, Guy Elses, no one can stop you from becoming king. My father can tolerate everything else from the parliamentary faction, but he must not tolerate their interference in their inheritance issues. Just as our son said, royalty is sacred and inviolable. Anastrian gave a confident and charming smile. We must adequately respond to the friendship of His Majesty Carlos, my son. Chapter 185, The one who stops you Pantacoyu is often his teammates. Leading the 500 people selected among the best, Carlos set out on a revenge journey in the name of vacations. War is imminent. Is the king going on vacation? If you change the time and place and change the teacher, the military will inevitably be turbulent. However, all the soldiers in the coalition knew what was going on, and they were very enthusiastic about preparing enough supplies for the selected colleagues, sharpening their swords, and sending cordially. His Majesty Carlos, Tustingo is at your service. Gotajin personally led the team, and 40 new trolls joined this training group. Aliria, you must stay in Maple Creek Valley to prepare for military affairs. Carlos tried to stop Aliria from going any further. Don't forget, I'm not only a marshal, I'm also Lilith's sister. You have no right to stop just revenge. Aliria persuaded Carlos. Damn it. I'm here to clean up the aftermath for you. Turaleon grumbled unsatisfied. All Kaldori elves obey orders. When I leave, General Turaleon will be in charge of military maintenance. No one is allowed to disobey the order. Anyone who violates the order will be punished as treason. Yes, Marshal. Although the elves were arrogant, they were not ignorant of current affairs and decisively obeyed the Marshal's orders. Carlos, Aliria, your vacation is only 5 days. Listen, it's 9 in the morning, 120 hours later. If you don't come back, I'll mobilize the army to fight the trolls. I hope your sense of responsibility makes you sensible. Do not go crazy. Turaleon said half threat, half concern. My best friend, he will bring you a present. Carlos waved his hand and left Maple Creek Valley. In 5 days, he only had 120 hours left to vent his anger. Killing, only ruthless killing can commemorate heroic spirits. Time is short. In the steep forest, Carlos decisively gave up horse riding and moved like an elf in the mountain forest. Training from the monk at a young age gave Carlos a flexibility that ordinary people did not have when he was tall. A gorilla that can dance. Wind and wind spread to Aliria's ears, and the wind runner pretended not to listen, and these newcomers would know how mad and deadly the king of Alterac was in battle. Your Majesty, there is a water source 1,400 yards ahead, and about a small group of orcs are resting there. A day later, the tour group finally ushered in the first tourist attraction. Gotajin, about how many people? Carlos asked. About 30 people. Gottingen replied that the leader of the new troll was very proud of the spies who preceded the high elves to detect their prey. Then we will give 20 of them, who are invited from afar, and we have to let them order. Carlos handed over the Arcanite axe to his subordinates, replaced them with 2 one-handed chopping axes, and took out 5 spears to attach to their backs. Attack and kill quickly, don't dislike too many projectiles, throw it when you can throw it or smash it when you can. Then we elves? Alyria was interrupted by Carlos before she finished speaking. Find your own prey, these orcs are mine. Alyria glared at Carlos, hummed, and turned to leave. Carlos saw that his partner had no objection, so he went with someone. The orcs are resting. It seems that the long march has tired the strong orcs a bit, but the 4 sentinels are still awake and guarded. Gottingen pointed out to Carlos that there was a secret 5th sentinel in a certain tree. Lurking in the wind, the scent of the orc's foot that exuded the characteristics of Draenor drifted down the wind, and Carlos, 50 meters away, could smell it as well. Is there a way to kill the one in the tree? It's hard. Then assault. As soon as Carlos finished speaking, he hurriedly interrupted his subordinates' changes. And many more. I actually met them and changed guards, good luck. It was a 10-second chance. The 5 people who followed Carlos grabbed the blind spot of the orc's vision and then advanced 10 meters. The 6 people spread out like stunts, hiding behind a large tree. Enough, I count to 3 and 2, and then we. There was a strike of arrows that pierced through the air, followed by the screams of the orcs. Alyria broke her watch. Carlos muttered and yelled. Brothers, follow me. So the soldiers scattered in 4 small groups rushed over. Carlos, you are still too young, the prey, whoever kills her always goes to whom? Alyria smiled, directing the elves to continue the remote suppression. Even in the event of a surprise attack, the orcs still displayed strong fighting power and unwavering will, barefoot and ready to engage the enemy with an axe. However, there is no use for the eggs. 1 2 3 4. Other people's spears are at best outside the body, and Carlos's spears can penetrate the enemy's body with high kinetic energy. The 2 hollow wounds bleed together, and the double pain made the spearman unhappy. With the last thrown spear, Carlos rushed towards the enemy line. Who dares to fight me? The violent roar shows the majesty of the king. But what about the enemy? What about the enemy? People. I won, haha. Alyria stepped like a dance, overcame the barriers, and approached Carlos, kicking the orc corpse to the ground with delicate deerskin boots. The head-stealing dog, not just more than 30 orcs, you actually sent 100 rangers, do you still need a face? Carlos gritted his teeth and asked. I won, 27-6, haha. Alyria covered the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand and laughed. By the way, there is a secret whistle in the tree. Carlos suddenly remembered something, the wings of the holy light spread, and the spear in his hand buzzed with a special effect of sound and light, and half of the leaves on the tree were shaken. Carlos walked towards the orc that was shaken from the tree canopy and found an arrow in the orc's left eye. Oh, there has been a deviation, originally wanted to shoot the eyebrows, mistakes. Alyria explained contrivedly. Come on, go Tajin, take your subordinates to look for prey, go. Carlos yelled at Gotakin, the troll didn't care, and left the scene after a chest-pounding ceremony. You killed 4 more, don't you collect your loot? Alyria asked kindly. I gave it to you. Carlos answered no politely. Can you still play happily? This woman has no help. The show Operation Pig teammate said that you are just like you. Cursed inside, Carlos was ready not to play with Alyria. Far away in Silvermoon City, the court of the Sunstrider King, after a fierce debate, Anastrian finally won the final victory. In the vote, he supported building an army strong enough to wipe out the trolls and orcs. The resolution was approved. The head coach is Guy Elsa's. The opponents threatened that His Royal Highness was away in Dalaran and would not be able to rush back any time soon. Saving people is like fighting a fire. Better to let Marshal Alyria rule. The country is in trouble, how can Guy Elsa's ignore it? Opening the door, Guy Elsa's appeared in front of everyone. Conspiracy, this is a naked conspiracy. If you knew better to support Alyria, the opposition found that they had fallen at a complete disadvantage. After decades of efforts were burned, Guy Elsa's, who was banished to Dalaran, returned. The new generation only heard of the name. The magical genius of man has returned, and the guy who has no prince's name but no prince's power has returned. And, as commander-in-chief of the army, Kuang helps the country in trouble. I have seen His Royal Highness. The members of the Sylvanaz line first greeted Guy Elsa's. Her Royal Highness is fine. The king's faction followed close behind. After everyone willing and unwilling paid their respects to Guy Elsa's, Anastrian continued, the troll joined the tribe of orcs and poisoned my people of Kulthalas. For this reason, at the invitation of Your Royal Highness Carlos Barav, King of Alterac, I am preparing to formally join the alliance. Marshal Alyria will lead your current men to join the alliance and fight the Horde. Guy Elsa's, my son, Jinchinkle's important task Thalas is left to you. I'm sure he will live up to the trust. Guy Elsa's dropped to one knee and saluted. Farce, farce, but unfortunately the opposition is unable to turn the sky. Haha, a bunch of idiots. Ignoring those questioning eyes, Sylvanaz laughed and cursed. Chapter 186 If it's 40 years of jihad, why be afraid of 20,000 miles to the west? Occasionally there will be unusually strong people among the trolls. Aside from the pair of large fangs, some abnormal guys can hardly find similar physical features to their compatriots. If it is in the human society, the titles of monsters and deformed children will accompany them through a miserable life. But in troll society, these mutations are tolerated and cared for by their compatriots. Quasimodo is such an improved troll. Quasimodo, with a height of 280, a weight of 380, and a length of 480, can eat half a bear for a meal. Even during the time of the famine, the tribe did not abandon him, giving the mutants a strong sense of belonging and identification with the many and Zewoman. Even if you can't find a suitable match, the love of your brothers still hydrates Quasimodo's lonely heart like a clear spring. No one knows that this monster that can tear a tiger apart by hand is honing his spare time in fighting skills, and his hobby is planting flowers. But today, now, on the battlefield of life and death, Quasimodo loathes himself exceptionally. I hate why I don't spend my time planting flowers in a daze, and even spend my time eating and sleeping in training. This human being in front of you is the real monster. It obviously only reaches his chest, his arms are as thin as his, and he clearly looks white and cuddly. Why is he so powerful? Why does he move so fast? Why isn't he afraid of himself? Slightly distracted, the human sliced through Quasimodo's shoulder with an axe. Wow, the tense muscles still did not stop the sharp edge of the axe, and the left arm could not use any force, and it took at least a minute to recover. Quasimodo plunged his body violently, contracted the muscles of the injured area with all his might, swept out his right hand with a fist, and successfully pushed the human back. Holding the haft of the axe, Quasimodo drew the blade weapon over his shoulders, blood gushing out. After moving the numb wound, using the muscles to stop the bleeding, the troll's powerful regenerative ability plays an important role, and the wound can fully heal in 2 minutes at most. This axe unexpectedly joined, Quasimodo showed a bloody look. He lost his weapon. What are you going to do, fight me hand to hand? The human actually laughed, rejecting the other weapons his companion handed him, and clenched his fists. Does he really want to fight me? Quasimodo is angry. You are insulting me, human. Regardless of the wound not healing, Quasimodo rushed forward like a snarling slit and raised his axe 5 meters away from his enemy, so that he could smash it into the most comfortable position in the next step. Go down and squash that hateful little white face in meat sauce. Deep meaning, 100% empty-handed. Quasimodo was shocked to discover that his opponent had emerald wings growing behind him, then clenched his hands to catch his slash. This is impossible. Even with one hand, I can break stone with one blow, how can you catch my axe? After blinking, Quasimodo noticed that the emerald-shaped wings turned into stars and dissipated, and then his hand was empty, and the opponent in front of him suddenly disappeared. That's right, hallucinations, everything at this point was hallucinations, it must have been too much last night. Though Quasimodo's body staggered as the axe fell heavily, the enhanced troll's heart felt lightened. Immediately after, feeling the pain in his right ankle, Quasimodo lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. Damn, when did he walk behind me? As Quasimodo fell to the ground, he adjusted his stance and used his momentum to forcibly retract his axe and crush it, organizing his opponent to follow through as he fell to the ground. He succeeded, and the human jumped. But because the left shoulder was on the ground, the wound that had just stopped bleeding cracked again, and blood was sprayed on the ground again. Forcibly supporting the ground with his weak left hand, and using a chaotic chop as cover, Quasimodo reluctantly stood up, but also gasped. And his opponent stood 10 meters away and looked at him with crossed arms, a smile at the corners of his mouth. You are looking for a dead end. The sudden anger unleashed the power hidden in the blood. Quasimodo entered a state of blood rage, and the whole person felt a burst of relief, and the pain seemed to be far from him. Human, you have to pay the price. Quasimodo wanted frantically to vent his anger. He wanted to break the axe in his hand to vent his anger, but he found that he was constantly breaking, unable even to bend. Tasting. Hearing that this human being actually uttered the troll language, Quasimodo was shocked, and then thought so with his little reason. Welcome. What is welcome? Do you dare to despise me? Go to hell. Quasimodo held the axe in both hands, jumped high and cut with his hands. However, his enemy was not deterred by his great power, instead pulling out the hunting knife from his thigh. I cut it, and in terms of sensation, it should have ripped a big hole from my armpit to my waist. But whatever it is, it doesn't hurt anyway, on the contrary it's a bit refreshing. After Quasimodo landed, he struck again with his backhand, pushing the enemy back again, and then stepped forward, vowing to cut the enemy in two. How can it be? How can such a big man be so flexible? Seeing that the human short body showed its sweeping trajectory, and then lowered its head, there was already an additional knife on its chest. Stupid, how could such a short knife hurt me? I'm Quasimodo with 3 hearts. It's a shame the updated troll didn't have time to make fun of it. The 2 human hands already held the handle of the knife to his chest and pulled it horizontally. With a burst, Quasimodo still feels painful even if the blood rush effect protects the pain. Immediately after, from right shoulder to right hip, the blade struck Quasimodo's ribs, opening a wound again with a sharp sound. Quasimodo has since become a troll with a scar across his chest. You are looking for death. At this distance, you can't miss it. Quasimodo showed a bloodthirsty smile. Regardless of the blood oozing from the wound muscles, he just wanted to cut the annoying little guy in front of him in half, eat half tonight and half tomorrow morning. But how is it possible? Did he actually catch her wrist with one hand? Did he actually grab the axe handle and spread his fingers apart? Quasimodo exerted his left hand, made a left uppercut, and said that the person who provokes me is in danger, but he felt that he was hitting the iron plate. Hello and goodbye. Although the blood rage gave the monster in front of him the resistance of fearless pain and the ability to act ignoring the injury, the wound was a wound, and his own perception could be fooled, but the physical laws of this world could not be deceived. Carlos clearly felt that this monster's strength was waning, and his madness was overdrawing his physical strength. When it seemed like he was almost done, Carlos stopped playing and decided to use a warrior death method to give this enemy a death-worthy method that allows him to feel the thrill of life and death. With a kick to the calf of the enhanced troll, the troll's knee was heavily smashed into the ground with enormous kinetic energy, and the meniscus should be broken. Throwing the Arcanite axe into the sky, Carlos, with a strange cry of "Adada" in a matter of seconds, launched dozens of strong blows that contained the power of holy light, completely paralyzing the troll's joints and muscles. Taking a deep breath, jumping high, stepping on the troll's shoulders, Carlos caught the Arcanite axe, once again spreading the wings of holy light to change the direction of the force, and slashed down with a mighty blow. It turned out that by being decapitated, blood can really rise that high. In his spare time, Carlos unexpectedly recalled the controversy about the injustice of Doi. "Go Tajin, what do you call Ameni's strong champion? Is he this kind of brash man with no brute strength? Although I've never played against each other, my gut tells me that you can fight two of these kinds of things." Carlos complained dissatisfied. Time is pressing, and the 5-day return date is imminent, and Carlos is no longer allowed to continue his hunting trip. Although the enemy in front of you is not a mediocre weapon, in a one-on-one solo challenge, the weakness of insufficient agility is fatal. Furthermore, in terms of strength, this enhanced troll only has one advantage: not to be crushed. Boss, Quasimodo is the strongest troll, not to mention that this is just an accident. Originally his sister Esmeralda should have been a good opponent, but I don't know why. Ziuaman Wukui Esmeralda, I'm not here, I can't blame him. Not knowing where he learned it from, Gotogen began calling Carlos his boss, and he learned the ability to lose marijuana without a teacher. Him, Quasimodo, sister, Esmeralda, Ziuaman Wukui. Does Zujin also have a nickname called King Wu? Carlos felt his face twitch. Boss, I didn't understand what you said later. Gotogen sincerely reacted to his confusion. Forget it, this big troll's head is enough as a gift for Turalion. Gotogen, go and do the embalming treatment. Carlos decided not to mess this up. You're looking for the right person, boss, your human craft is too bad, we trolls are professionals. Gotogen reached over and picked up Quasimodo's head. Emir, is the battlefield cleanup over? Carlos stretched his waist, feeling refreshed after the exercise. Young master, 426 records of the first level, none of our troops died. On informal occasions, Emir has always called Carlos the eldest, repeatedly emphasizing his retainer's status. Ha, Gotogen and the others poison the water source a day in advance. This can still kill people. In the future, don't say you're Alterax elite, don't say you're my soldiers under Carlos Barav, master, I can't afford to lose this person. Carlos did not care about Emir's performance, nor did he care about the private opinion of the generals. Before reading novels, Carlos was very uncomfortable with the loyalty of the noble lords and felt that the noble lords were stupid. When he became king, Carlos realized that he was destined to be a fool. Because Carlos discovered that in the event, the one he trusted the most was not Henrichette, nor the Royal National Knights, the Alterac generals, nor the cavalry general, Emir, who was stopped with one hand. For Emir, whose ability is above level, Carlos doesn't mind giving him special treatment. What the young master said is, but this is still a great victory. Emir did not pass up every opportunity to flatter. Ha 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 ha, come on, if you delay, it won't be good for the trolls to come to support the army. The wind is tight, shit. Carlos waved his hand and the stormtroopers quickly withdrew. Although in front of people, Carlos didn't mind killing Quasimodo, but after meeting Aliria, Carlos was a mocking thing and yelled in front of the Ranger Lord. I want you to grab people's head at the beginning, I want you to play nice, I want you to show off, ha ha ha, just ask you to accept it. Although the heads on both sides are breaking, his subordinates are still carrying out their duties and strictly maintaining the alert circle. Because the 5-day tour of the Yanga forest is about to end, and the tour group goes too far into the troll activity area. Under the leadership of Carlos and Aliria, this group of coalition elites will attack troll and orc camps at least twice a night. On a whim, Carlos pulled out those skills he had learned in his life and showed his men living what Alterac did not believe in tears. As participants, these soldiers and officers experienced Carlos's signature night raid and Elv's signature silent assassination technique, and they were also very cool in their vests when they were excited. An important feature of intelligent creatures is that they can pretend and simulate. If I were those trolls and orcs, would I be able to escape? The more I think about it, the more I get scared, so I don't need to be reminded. No one is lazy when they watch at night. Because I'm afraid, because I don't dare. When the last squad returned to the assembly area, Carlos pointed out the scoundrels of the Garrison Expendables, and it was a curse. But when Garrison delivered a load to Carlos, Carlos could no longer scold her. I heard you have a fiancé. Well, I'm not married, but my daughter is 5 years old. I said, it looks like he's only 24, right? Emir swerved and dissipated the slight pain. Carlos was surprised, only to realize that it was Azroth. Forward. His father-in-law despised him. The two of them eloped. He promised his fiancée that he would name her Countess. Emir sighed and paid silent homage to her brave colleagues. The Earl leads me not to give him, but the name of the Countess. I will satisfy his wish. Go easy, and your wife will raise him. The daring guys from the Garrison Expendables didn't know where they were, and they stole Aslan Chian's weapon, broken into 5 pieces from Bony Godu Phantom Dancer. Sad to sad, business has yet to be done. Count the results. When the group of 517 people who killed the tourist visit returned, there were still 406 people left. However, there were 934 results. 120 hours, this vengeful army spent less than 20 hours eating and sleeping, and the rest of the time was spent finding enemies, attacking and killing, intercepting scouts, and destroying workers who disrespected. Carlos made it clear that the Turaleon pigeons were to be released. How could time spent on the road be counted on vacation? In addition, more than 400 trolls, such a large piece of fat, regret not eating. After laughing and cursing, on the way back to Maple Creek Valley, Carlos found a chance to talk to Aliria alone. Do you feel better? Absolutely not. Reason? Tyrone. Gorefiend. Don't frustrate him, this hate will never end. Seeing through the illusion of Aliria's strength, Carlos felt that he was wrong. I'll help you. Thank you, I'll pay you. Haha. Did Carlos originally want to jokingly ask for a promise? But in the end, only 2 mantras remain as golden words. Chapter 187. A hasty beginning, a reckless ending. Sorry, I'm not talking about war, but marriage. In the magnificent singing like a god's hymn, in the vigorous trumpeting of the drum, in the long-awaited King's Avenue, Prince Guy Elsaki stood next to his father in magnificent magical armor, looking at Quill together. The strongest power of Salus opened up. Guy that's, while I agree with Culthalas to join the alliance, it is still important to coordinate the relationship between humans and elves. Orcs are enemies, and humans are not good friends. May they have 12 expectations of us, but they can only give them a 3-point answer. We have built an image of an extremely strong elven kingdom in 1,000 years, but unfortunately, in the father's generation, Caleris is still strong, but the Sunstrider family is not strong. So my son, for you, wisdom is more important than strength. Let all those who oppose you know your strength, and let all those who support you and who can support you see your wisdom. Only in this way, you to unite all the forces that can be united and gently assume the authority to rule Kaerdori from the hand of the father, rather than just a crown. Anastrian is not only a skilled warrior, but also an unfathomable archmage already 1,000 years ago. On the review stage, His Majesty the King and His Royal Highness smiled and focused on reviewing the army, but both Anastrian and Guy Elses knew that these were real and truly valuable exchanges. It is proceeding silently through magic. So father, what should we do about the trolls? Guy Elses asked humbly, and at the same time raised his hand and waved to the soldiers and onlookers in the crowd, which caused a small ovation. In the New World script, there is no position of a troll. From the analysis of the feedback data, I underestimated the orcs from the beginning, so I decided to join the alliance to balance the strength of the humans and the orcs. Orcs, or the alliance and the tribe. Saying this, Anastrian met the direct troops of the Wang family passing by, so he cut off the conversation with Guy Elses and paid homage to all the loyal guards he could call their name with attention. Father, please forgive my ignorance, but it's been too long since I left Silvermoon City. Mist covered my eyes, making me unable to see the truth behind it. Guy Elses kept smiling and showed the crowd the grace of a prince. The power of others. Army, soldier. Anastana raised her head and continued to survey the army with a proud look. Do not mind the opinions of others, do not be controlled by your own emotions, my child. You are my only son, and the only prince of Colthalas. This crown will eventually be yours. But master this the rights of the country, but you must fight for it yourself. The overall strength of the Silvermoon City Council is too great, so great that you have to compromise again and again for your father. Fortunately, they are never one, they can be transferred, they can be divided, and they can be buy and draw. Almost all of these guys have their own plans and ideas. After you understand this, you should know why you were sent to Dalaran by your father. Guy Elvets maintained perfect etiquette, taking in the majestic Colthalas for without narrowing his eyes. I don't understand, father. No, you understand, but you have complaints in your heart. Anastarian seemed pleased with the troops under review, and he hummed and nodded. Listen my stupid son, putting you in Silvermoon City is like putting yourself under a microscope and being criticized and blamed. In time, no matter how well you do, Quilsa will be heard. Rumors that the Prince of Rus is flawed. For on the contrary, when you are placed in Dalaran, you have presided over the diplomacy between elves and humans, and you educate your own apprentices and develop your own power. Leap away from the spider's web, you this little butterfly has room for transformation. Now, the time is ripe. When the country needs it, the perfect prince led the perfect army to save the perfect country, and then you walk out of the field perfectly. Everything is so perfect, as long as people have the impression that you are the savior in times of crisis, then no one can take away the staff that symbolizes royalty. Guy Elses, my life will come to an end, and you, will be king. Father, sometimes I really want to use the bloodiest means to eradicate the perfect enemy like those kings and princes of the human realm. But he's right. Patience is also a part of wisdom, so I'll remain the perfect prince. All for the sake of brilliance of Kaldori. After finishing the magical conversation, Guy Elses came down from the checkpoint, mounted his mount, and joined the last checked army, the Magi Stir Legion, and nodded in greetings with his colleagues, and then waited quietly. In the sky, the immortal firebird soars with excitement, waiting for its master to appear on the stage, adding brilliance to the master's appearance. My son, I hope you are closer to the rangers and cavalry. The court of the Sun Strider King who holds the sun well does not need to look at the colors of the masters. Didn't you hear about it, even in this group of Magi Stirs? Among the great Magi Stirs, his arcane aura is also the most dazzling. Anastrian sighed inwardly, then quickly forgot these little upsets. Because Guy Elvets is about to play, and the strongest legion in Colthalas is about to play. The military parade is about to reach the peak of the warmest atmosphere. Maple Creek Valley, an elf and human allied encampment, after making strategic decisions, Several high-ranking commanders found there was not much they could do. In fact, during the war, the initiative of the soldiers is far from comparable to rape and slippery during the training period. As long as the officers are not picky or pick up the bones from the egg, many things are not urged at all, and the soldiers will do it themselves. Otherwise, what should we do? These soldiers are the first to fight. It is a matter of family and life. What can't be done wrong? Therefore, Turaleon, who was free, took Carlos and invited Aliria to hold a small barbecue gathering. Oh! Yawn. Enough for you two. Turaleon looked at the two companions who were listless with resentment. Sorry, I was so careless in winning or losing, I hardly slept much, and now I have been punished. I'm so sorry, Carlos' cheeky face is too damn, and I couldn't help but get mad. I got serious and didn't sleep much. Forget it, it was originally a small gathering to relax before the war, so why bother with it? Turaleon took the initiative to take responsibility for the barbecue. As the first piece of deer began to turn golden brown, the two sentinels arrived at this small campsite at almost the same time. His Excellency Marshal Aliria, Prince Guy Elsa's is on the march, and Silvermoon City's army is 20,000. Your Majesty Carlos, the trolls and orcs have moved. At the same time, reinforcements have arrived at the Northland fortress. Carlos's sleepiness subsided in an instant, and his eyes like dead fish were instantly stained with a strong glow of self-confidence. Very good. Then tear off a piece of roasted venison and go. This is very good news. Aliria took one look and took a prime rib that could only smell the aroma. You two, that's enough. Turaleon's face hurts. Chapter 188 Dawn, the East is red, the gender, the East is undefeated. Thoradin's wall seemed to shake under the Horde's frenzy onslaught. But beneath the critical veneer is the prestige of the unbreakable wall for thousands of years. Very good, the reinforcements are arriving in 2 days. The main force of the tribe will be trapped and killed outside the high wall. Biglas received the good news from the card eaglet and couldn't help but bang on the table. Even in the most difficult moment, Biglas still had the 1,000 man reserve team in his hand and did not budge. Because he believed in the alliance, in Lothar, in the strength of Thoradin's wall, and even more in his own strength. 4,000 defenders, defending Thoradin's wall is definitely enough. Although the flames of the Red Dragon have brought many casualties to the warriors of Stromgard, the Red Dragon is not the same in the face of the city's solid defense and the entire defense team. Invincible, not to mention that after the first few days, Thoradin's wall waited for the support of the Wild Hammer dwarves. In that battle, the red-turbaned Falstad once more completed a monstrous, almost divine slaughter. Douglas also took the opportunity to open Thoradin's gate and carried out a counter-attack, successfully destroying a large number of the tribe's siege weapons. I don't think the tribe without the construction vehicle can play flower in 2 days. The aroma of fireworks throughout Gross does not taste very good when he has not bathed for almost a month, but his strong self-confidence and unique temperament left by the vicissitudes of time still attract others. As long as the general is there, nothing is a problem. General, the orcs organized a group of death squads in an attempt to blow up the wall. The voice of the soldiers has not yet reached. Why are you panicking? Even if the beasts are powerful, how many explosives can they carry? How many explosives are there in the stupid ones who only know how to eat, drink, and sting? The explosives that humans can move want to blow up Thoradin's wall. Rebuking the reckless messenger, Biglas renewed his cloak and decided to go up to the city wall to take a look. It's a pity that the last messenger was a good soldier, but it was a pity that he died under the Red Dragon's flames. Bomb tactics failed. The primitive explosives that the orcs wrested from the alliance didn't even shake the walls, but only breached some of the walls. The orcs that were not willing to retreat sent an army of ogres. These wild ogres are trash. If it were those ogres under Malgok, this high wall could be breached in 3 days. Orgrim was impatient as he looked at the ogre's roaring armor. But he also understood that the orcs that received the blood of the demon were qualified to resist the ogres. When they passed through the dark portal, Nazul and Gromsh Hellscream led the rest of Draenor. The orcs are fighting the Urako in the Goria Empire and Teruk. If it wasn't for the war on Draenor that involved a lot of energy from the orcs, how could these humans survive to this day? Just thinking about it, Orgrim was a very practical orc, and he quickly turned his attention to the upcoming battle. Warcraft, are you going to send these stupid guys to die? Why do you say that? There is no red dragon, there is no siege team, we cannot break this high wall. Thoradin's wall built by humans is more frenzied than Hanghammer. Only these foolish ogres, I see no hope of winning. Then tell me, where is the hope of winning? The blade hidden in the shadows in the Great Doom Hammer. Oh! Why don't I know what shadow blades exist? It may not be called that, but there must be such a thing. The Orgrim I know is no fool talking about people in danger. Bald-headed Lothar's army is coming, and we don't have much time left. Finishing the conversation with the Warcraft, the orc general left decisively. He didn't seem to hear what the boss had hidden. He just wanted to remind Orgrim that the great sacrifices of these heavenly orcs should not be in vain. Of course it won't be in vain. If not to protect me against those with ulterior motives, I don't need the Juggernaut to protect my safety. Orgrim is not a coward who needs protection. The Warcraft yelled from his heart and then quickly suppressed his anger. If Gul'dan can't bring what he wants, what interests him, and the results are worth his life, he should kill him. Orgrim made a decision. Then he saw the ogre charge, the ogre howled, the ogre fell, the ogre ran under the wall, the ogre did not know what to do, the ogre retreated. Very good, it will be dark again. Orgrim is like an iron-blooded general, with only victory in his eyes, no sacrifice. On the last day of February, it was still very early. After arranging the list of personnel on duty at night and the sentry on the lookout, Viglas decided to drink as many sips, and then took the guards to inspect again. The behavior of the tribe is too abnormal, which makes this military career veteran feel very bad. Though when propagated to ordinary soldiers and civilians, orcs are a bunch of humanoid beasts with no humanity and low IQs. But more than Glass clearly understands that orcs are sane and crazy creatures, even more intelligent than many humans, and despising them will not end well. So, behind the attacks of these crazy orcs, there must be a big conspiracy. But what is it? What is the conspiracy? Behind Thoradin's wall, small-scale trolls and orcs were herded into the Arthi Basin by Stromgard's cavalry. Without a large-scale army, it was an illusion to break Thoradin's wall from the south. Even if Thoradin's wall has weaker defenses in the south than in the north, it can't be breached by a few hundred teams. So what tricks can orcs use? After thinking and thinking, Viglas still couldn't figure it out. Forget it, don't guess. Viglas picked up his hip flask, moved his exhausted body, then buckled his outer belt, fixed the troll killer, and shouted, "Wu Ping, call the guards and follow me." "Yes, General." The soldier with a strange name has good martial arts. Viglas does not care about his strange life experience, excludes public opinion, and puts him on his guard. Against the biting cold wind, Viglas finished patrolling the upper city wall and outer terrace, checking to see if the boys from the lower city defense and lurking post were dozing. The Thoradin wall guard general decided to go to the agency power room and check the door. How about the mechanism device? Halfway there, Viglas sensed that something was wrong. It's too quiet, it's not right. At the same time, the legendary Tokaril sword trembles slightly to warn the owner. Enemy attack. Viglas drew his sword and shouted loudly. At this moment, several figures appeared from the darkness. Seeing the careless taunts of the guards, Viglas knew he was going to suffer. For help. Wu Ping knew that the general was talking to himself. He nodded and turned around. Bigla stepped forward to block Wu Ping's deadly finishing move, and successfully sent his guard out of the encirclement. The siege of a dozen people against 50 people. Aha, look what we found, a sliver of sin, everyone in the Bertone family deserves to die. In the blink of an eye, the guards suffered heavy casualties, leaving only 22 people, while the assailant injured only one person. Really worthy of me, the assassination squad consisting of Shadow Hunter and Sword Saint. Biglas had to laugh even if he didn't want to smile bitterly. After a while, I will take the lead in office, and we will retire to the agency room. Biglas whispered to his remaining guards. Chapter 189. The old soldier does not die, but slowly withers. The old dog does not die, it has several teeth. Sudden assaults must be led by traitors. But Biglas doesn't have extra energy to think about it that much. He hadn't been in it personally and fought against the Orc Sword Saint, and he couldn't imagine that kind of great pressure. These martial arts masters only looked from the side, and there was a burst of pain throughout the body like a sharp blade, not to mention the Shadow Hunter troll looking at him. The huge gap in individual combat can only be made up by numbers. As a veteran who had survived a sea of swordsmanship, Biglas understood that fighting volition was not equal to dead brains, and hard blows could only be a bad thing, so he took the lead in launching an attack, hoping to disrupt the opponent's position and seek victory in the chaos. You can't yell, and before finding out the other party's intentions, any action that may cause confusion on your own side is stupid and dangerous. Between electric light and flint, Biglas wanted to understand that the other party's talents were ready to behead tactics or destroy the core of the fortress, creating opportunities for the tribe's army beyond the high wall. What the enemy wants to do is what we must stop, and what the enemy wants is what we must destroy. Inside Thoradin's wall, the labyrinthine passage itself is part of the defense system. Encountering such a tricky enemy in the mechanical power control area that controls Thoradin, in all likelihood, it is an insider who leads the way. It's a pity that Thoradin's gate is not a suspension bridge in a normal castle, it can be easily broken open. Thoradin's wall is the crystallization of human wisdom and strength over thousands of years, and is an unbreakable wall built by the might of the Arathor Empire. Even if the nobles go north and the royal family go south, the unbreakable wall falls to the Stromgarde regime. The Bertone family can only allocate human, financial, and material resources to minimally maintain the internal control system of Thoradin's wall. As one of the people in charge, Biglas understands that the best way to break the deadlock is to destroy the power system in front of the orcs and get stuck in the control system. This is because the outermost door is a door made of the strongest 100-year-old earthy highland redwood set into a hole by inlay, then clad with copper and cast iron. The wooden door that was over a meter thick and drenched in a special potion would be a nightmare for any attacker. If you think this is over, then the rule of the ancients is too underrated. Behind the door, there is a corridor 100 meters long. The iron gate of the upper gate of not 10 meters and the lifting barrier of every 5 meters fully embodies the true meaning of the 4 words madness. At the top of the tunnel, there are shot holes and oil spreaders. When the kerosene is sprayed, the torch is thrown and the crossbow arrows are on the offensive. The attacker will discover that breaking the door is just the beginning of a nightmare. Without a trace of hesitation, Biglas decided that even if he gave up the chance to pursue, he would first turn on the runner's blocking device, completely extinguishing any hope of the tribe's attack. Thousands of thoughts and psychological compensations are just the blink of an eye. Making up his mind, Biglas drew his sword and saluted him first. When faced with a narrow path, the brave one wins, and against an enemy stronger than himself, he cannot be at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. In the first wave of attacks, Biglas was well aware that in corridors with limited space, the Orc Swordmaster's performance was actually very restricted, and those large opening and closing movements were restricted by the environment, and they were all used. No, and the number of people who fought was really limited. Biglas couldn't match his own numerical advantage, and the tribe couldn't show their overwhelming fighting power either. So the key to this sudden encounter is who controls the agency control room first. For the Alliance, destroying them. For the Alliance. Biggers yelled loudly and launched the charge first. The guards couldn't help but be in a daze. Didn't they say they would retire to the office? But their generals are on fire, there is no way, they can only follow. These idiots, Biglas almost couldn't help but scold him. Seeing that the guards didn't even understand his strategic intentions to make a fuss, Biglas's original feint had only turned harsh. The weapons crossed, and the force transmitted through the blade to the wrist told Biglas that he could win. The first opponent is not a force type, which is great. Although he is no older than Glass, he is at the peak of his abilities in his 40s, and his physical strength has begun to wane. Around a sword flower, using his iron shoulder armor to hit the opposite side with a tricky blow, the legendary sword Tokalal has completed the change of hands. Just a staggered position, Biglas turned his back on the troll slayer on the back of a juggernaut. It is a combination of strength and skill, Biglas's ethereal rhythm and unrestrained sword skills like juggling, not only inspiring his own guards, but also awakening the fighting spirit of opponents. Today, this knife must be destroyed here. A shadow hunter clutched the orcish sword master to his side and stalked toward Biglas in a terrible rage. Old. With a silent sigh in his heart, Biglas returned the sword from his left hand to his right hand. Killing the enemy with one hit seems cool and endless, but Biglas himself knows that this kind of assassin move is sudden and unexpected. After using it in front of so many people, once if the opponent is ready, it will be difficult for them to become effective again. In addition, the body that is not fully moved and open is forced to play this kind of difficult movement, and at the same time, the spirit is tense, so that Biglas's already degraded body coordination has been put to a great test, and the body is slightly nauseous and out of state. But you can't do it if you don't. When you are desperate, do you expect your subordinates to protect you from the knife? Although Biglas believed in Wu Ping, he would not place all his hopes on the young man. There is only one reason for the reverse impact, that is, there is a window outside the meter, and Biglas is ready to launch something that will make noise and shine to wake up the youngsters below it. Regardless of whether the agency's control room is opened or destroyed, it is not a person. There are some buttons. You can do it first, but the early warning work needs to be done. Biglas is a bit confused. How did these orcs get in? At the same time, he was a little upset. He believed too much in the strong defense of Thoradin's wall. Only a warning beacon was installed on the periphery and the upper floor, but there was no corresponding alarm mechanism inside. I really want to scream. While fighting the shadow hunter, Biglas was distracted, thinking in his heart how much the guards could hear if he opened his throat, and how likely he would be to mount a reliable defense after hearing it. The final conclusion is that in front of Troll Slayer, the troll is a scum. Completely lose the mood, people hold the legendary sword in their hands to guide themselves. Biglas is like a devil possessing, traverse, block, stab, 3 moves to stab the elite unit in the troll, the shadow hunter. You all know that I was holding Troll Slayer, so I sent it like this. The moment the troll died, Biglas withdrew his mind and continued to deal with the situation in front of him. Facing the orcish sword saint, the guards can only rely on the group array to support them, and they cannot give their generals any more help. But it's still 2 meters away from that window, and firing the flare requires a two-handed operation, making it difficult for Biglas. At this moment, 3 screams came from outside the window, followed by 3 roars, which broke the calm of the night. Red, yellow and red sparkler. Enemy attack. Back off, back off. Wu Ping did it. Biglas was delighted, and it seemed that his old life might live on for a long time. On the battlefield, where are the opportunities for long conversations? Withdraw, withdraw, a simple password expresses the whole meaning. The guards fought for casualties, trading the lives of the 2 youths for Biglas and returning to the Matrix, then angrily retreated to the agency control room. Just bring some more shields. Big Grass saw the good guys fall one after another, and pushed away the support of the people around him, slowed down and crawled to the back of the team, and joined the defense behind the palace. A veteran has a veteran's contempt, and a veteran must have a veteran's style. Biglas never considered himself a good general, but he never denied that he was a qualified veteran. Chapter 190. Some friends can be used to sell, some friends, you are not allowed to say that it is bad. Without much foreplay, the Battle of Maple Creek Valley culminated from the start. With the help of the orcs, Zeoman's trolls learned to assemble large trebuchets. When the High Elf scouts returned the news, Carlos was not calm. Because Turalion suggested that there are too many ancient trees around Maple Creek Valley, which could provide resources for the enemy to build siege equipment, and suggested burning them. However, the elves refused to carry out these plans to destroy the homeland, and Carlos was not prepared to do such a thankless job. So, knowing that Turalion's proposal was correct, everyone ignored this correct proposal. After all, this plan is useless without mobilizing a large amount of manpower. Those large trees that require 2 people to hug cannot be dealt with a few small shafts, and large-scale operations, general planning is troublesome business. Decisively changing the subject, Carlos felt there was no need to cause trouble at this juncture. Whatever the enemy wants to do is what we must stop, what is beneficial to the enemy is what we must destroy. Under Carlos's what's guiding ideology, Turalion took the initiative to respond and jumped on his own initiative. Although the elves did not look good, they responded positively. So, in this magical place in the Fengzi Valley, the original defender took the initiative to attack, but the attacker was actively defending himself. Offensive and defensive attitudes of benevolence and righteousness are different. Carlos didn't know why he suddenly remembered such a phrase, although it doesn't seem appropriate to use it nowadays. The hearts of the people are scattered, and the team is not easy to lead. This is the deepest insight that Carlos has felt in recent days. Due to material problems, Aliria went to the Farstrider house and went to fight with the representative of Silvermoon City. The elves that were left behind heard that Guy Elses was in charge and the Silvermoon City army was exhausted. Confidently, he was also courteous to Carlos, the coalition's nominal commander. The most terrible thing is that the soldiers who followed them to life and death were also tired and began to rape and skid. Sometimes, looking at the faces of certain high elves, Carlos would want to clear the table and stop playing, but he has already reached this point. Therefore, a battle has begun that conforms to the interests of all parties, but does not conform to the common sense of war. I'm sorry, Your Majesty Carlos, I am very sorry that you have suffered such an injury for this war that does not belong to you. Dakan seized the opportunity and found a moment to speak with Carlos alone. I am not wronged. Didn't an Astrian promise to repay me? Carlos was very polite with the Archmage. But Darkan took Carlos's true courtesy for irony, and he couldn't help but feel even more embarrassed. Those high elves who have witnessed the brutality of the trolls and played with humans all the way are fine. Darkan is really angry when he sees the 2,000 reinforcements that he has brought. I don't know where these guys' confidence comes from. Without the support of humans like Carlos and Turalion, with 3,000 elves, how to fight more than 3 times as many trolls? His Royal Highness's army. If one day it is not there, there will be no way to do it in one day. Darkan tried to use this conversation to assuage Carlos's complaints. I'm so sorry, Your Majesty Carlos, those little ones have been dazzled by merit and fame. In their eyes, war has become a shortcut to promotion, but they have forgotten that fighting is always deadly. After all, Dakan still needs a face, so he can only talk. Indeed, it's not bad. When reinforcements are scheduled to arrive, it's not bad to take the initiative to change the situation of the war. Master, you don't have to carry all this with yourself. It can be considered that Carlos listens to the meaning of Dakan's words and takes the initiative to comfort. Though I am a mage, I have also experienced war. Although we Kaldori elves are proud, we must not be arrogant. It is not a wise decision to forego a solid offensive and fight powerful enemies in the wild with inferior forces. Those the little ones simply took advantage of Marshal Aleria's departure and hijacked His Majesty's will with public opinion. So I should apologize. Da Khan bowed sincerely. Well, I accept your apology, and I also ask you and the other magicians to take care of them in the next few days. Everything will be fine when Guy Elses leads them. Carlos nodded, indicating that he knew. Thank you for your generosity and kindness. Da Khan took the initiative to leave after speaking, and it seemed hypocritical to talk nonsense. The original Maple Creek Valley Defense Force was dominated by humans. Although the High Elves were the landlords, they actively helped Carlos and his group. But when the news of the leader of Guy Elses came, everything changed, as if the High Elves suddenly found a backbone, as if with the name of Sunstrider, the troll gave up and retreated without a fight. And Maple Creek Valley itself was not the major city of Colthalas. As the materials gathered around were quickly consumed under thousands of mouths, Aleria had no choice but to go out and find a supply location. Out of her control, the elves began to question Carlos and Turalion's decision. Carlos, who had already taken care of himself, was unwilling to do the good people's work, carrying the bad people's pots, so he accepted the High Elves' war request with only a little deterrence, and should send troops, should contribute, just to be in Guy extra points against Elses. This is the impotence and sordidness of politics. At the top of the alliance, in political meetings, either Anastrian or Guy Elses said that Carlos is good, and he is more effective than 10,000 civilians than Elthalas saying that you are the king of Alterac. Warmcoat aside, politics has always been naked and ruthless. Now Carlos did not want to worry about the battle-loss ratio or the victory or defeat of the Maple Valley defensive battle. He didn't even care about his army, he just wanted to get this matter over with as soon as possible. Anastrian agreed to let Colthalas join the league, and he was the go-to. Enough. It doesn't matter if only he and the envoy from Colthalas return to Alterac. He almost forgot about Turalion. Carlos corrected his thoughts. He, plus Turalion, took the envoy. As long as the three of us make it back to Alterac alive. This is the final result. After thinking about it, Carlos rubbed his face vigorously and couldn't help but laugh at himself. Even if you have such a thought, how can you be qualified to blame your subordinates for other thoughts? Your Majesty, I want to inform you. Emir stopped Carlos without going too far. Seeing that Emir hadn't spoken for a long time, Carlos understood and motioned for the guard not to follow him, then stepped aside with Emir. Your Majesty, the reinforcements have arrived, and there are still 3 days to go. They sent a messenger. I don't think this news should be spread at will. It hides the works of the messenger. This is a letter from the country. Emir took out a wax-sealed scroll and handed it to Carlos respectfully. Well done, you can fix it later and I want to see the messenger. Yes, I'll fix it now. Seeing that her readiness had been confirmed by Carlos, Emir gladly took the order and left with a smile on her face. And Carlos opened the wax seal, read the letter and couldn't help but be furious. NM fart. Unable to vent his anger at the Chinese curse, Carlos crumpled the parchment into a ball. The letter stated that Thoratan's wall was lost 10 days ago, and was retaken after a bitter battle for the garrison. More than half of the 4,000 garrisons were casualties. The guards of the top garrison commander, Biglas Bertone, were killed in action, and Biglas Bertone disappeared, suspected of surrendering to the tribe. Human racist type guy with big eyebrows and eyes will rebel? I don't think so. Chapter 191, A true warrior always dares to face a bleak life. As far as Bingfeng is concerned, it is invincible. Carlos wanted to wave his hand, swept across the battlefield, and installed this eternal force. But the fight is for the dead, and the dead must be paid to the relatives of the placement fee. Guy Elses will be there in a few days, even if he has 8,000 troops in hand, he can't play like this. What to do? One word, constant. One more word, counseling. Before the tribe completed the offensive deployment, the reinforcements arrived early. This is the best news, but unfortunately it is also the only good news. The situation of Hillblad is changing, and the war situation between the Alliance and the Horde has been out of Carlos's control, so the memory has no effect on the trend of the war. For Carlos, the situation is out of control. Although he had waited for that day for a long time, Carlos was still a bit lost. My son, perhaps I made a mistake. Letting you go to the north to avoid misfortune, while avoiding the doubt that other countries may have against you, also makes you lose your right to speak within the alliance. An undercurrent is rising. Behind the accusation against Biglas Bertone may not only be the internal affluence of the Stromgard regime, but also a collusion of human capitulationism. My son, my king, your father, your regent duke, I have taken control of the domestic form for you. Now is the time to make your voice heard. Now is the time for the alliance to listen. Your mother misses you. After receiving Alex Barab's letter from Shanguanja, Carlos felt warm and irritated. Why can't my alliance be united? Why is there always intrigue among human beings? Why is it always so hard to do something practical? How can the alliance in the story be so bad that how can we win? The answer is, of course, because the Horde is worse than the alliance. Behind the mighty military might is chaotic decision-making within the tribe and cruel power struggles that are more ruthless than humans. This is also the fundamental reason why Carlos firmly believes that humanity will eventually win. But if you keep in touch with negative information, people will get tired and the heart will get tired. Perhaps Nizario was under the influence of negative emotions over and over again before finally accepting the spell of the old gods and finally degenerating on the wings of death. Thinking of this, Carlos suddenly came to his spirit. If you are the destroyer of destiny, I am a willing savior. How can a small setback make me negative? How can I persevere without a big heart? Your Majesty, the reinforcements have arrived, what shall we do next? Henry Chet watched the changes in Charles's expression, sensing that his king was in a good mood at this moment, and hastened to ask questions. Rest. Carlos gave an impassioned command. Rest. Guy Elses is coming, we should also go, what else do you want to do? More than 8,000 people are going to evacuate, is the plan ready? Carlos asked with a smile on his face. But our army is fighting the trolls, and the catapults assembled by the orcs already have a certain scale, Your Majesty. Henry Chet did not understand His Majesty's thoughts, so he had to consult euphemistically. Keep the current intensity of the engagement, and then take turns to rest. When the elf sends a special envoy, we will leave. Carlos took the family letter in his arms, his eyes drifted away, looking up at the sky. Even though there is no winter in Colthalas, I still miss the snow of Alterac. 5 days later, Guy Elses' striker finally arrived. Over the past 5 days, the war surrounding Maple Creek Valley has never ceased, and with enough troops, the High Elves seem to have turned all defenses over to the humans, and Ishain has devoted his time and energy to fighting the invaders. So when Alyria returned to the Fengzi Valley with the supply convoy, looking at the long list of deaths, she was so angry that she couldn't speak for a long time. Carlos, Turaleon, I need an explanation. I trust you so much, do you repay my trust with a list of 1,000 or 200 people? Sorry but... Turaleon tried to explain something, but Carlos cut him off. My dear Grand Marshal, you're finally back. It's great. I finally don't have to mess with your subordinates every day to get reinforcements and beg to send troops. It's great. You have to be fair. When Carlos used a strange yin and yang tone, Alyria heard something. You are the head coach of the coalition forces. This is what you think. But you led us to the end. At that time, Your prince had not said to come. Sorry, I shouldn't, and I don't have a position to accuse you. I accept your apologies, at least you have brought back the food and supplies for the 20 carts. Alleria sighed and said no more. He even eagerly rushed back because he heard that Guy Elsa's was coming, not to mention the guys under his own. Sounds like a lot of supplies for the 20 largest vehicles, but they have to provide a large military expense of 10,000 people, which is worth 3 days. Comparing your heart with your heart, thinking of yourself Douran, what position does he have to point out Carlos and the others? I heard your reinforcements have arrived. Well, we bring our own dry food. Carlos, I thought we were friends, can't you put your cynicism aside? Alleria got angry. What's wrong with me? I just told you that the 4,000 new arrivals don't need you to increase the rations. Why are you so sensitive? Carlos frowned. Alleria was frozen and speechless. Well, both of them have stopped. How come our original friendly and harmonious atmosphere disappeared after our strength increased? Turaleon hurried around the field. First I will go to see the wounded soldiers. Alleria left a word, turned, and left. What's going on? Turaleon felt as if he understood something, but he didn't seem to understand anything. Arrogance, worthy of being the first of the 7 deadly sins. Carlos seemed to be talking about Alleria, and seemed to be admonishing himself. Hey, Carlos, what are the 7 deadly sins? Turaleon asked puzzled. Oh, the 7 deadly sins, in addition to arrogance, there is also sleeping, eating alone, madly picking up girls, loving stinking beauty, and delaying and owing more. I didn't understand the last 2. Actually, I don't quite understand it, maybe it's not important, or why it should be last. After finishing the gossip, Carlos and Turaleon discussed the next plan of action for the human army, and then, at sunset, awaited the arrival of Guy Elsa's. The flag with a red background and gold border, an honor guard with a red background and gold border, and a robe with a red background and gold border, are like the sun on fire. This handsome boy who transcends gender, this handsome boy who has no friends, this guy who exudes strong breath, is Guy Elsa's. Seeing all the boys with a bit of strength on their side, he showed a solemn look, and seeing Turaleon looking at the close interaction between Guy Elsa's and Alleria with envy and hatred, Carlos finally admitted helplessly. A fact. I am a tall elf-faced blind patient. To humans, high elves are much more handsome than night elves, and more in line with their own aesthetic. However, Carlos suffered from the poison of 3D games in his last life, and he didn't admire the so-called elven face much, even a little greasy. In the city of South Blue, Carlos only had some cognitive disabilities. When Colthalas was surrounded by thousands of high elves, Carlos eventually fell ill. Carlos found that he could not see the high elf's face. When talking to Alleria, Carlos distinguishes her by her clothes, hairstyle, bust, and body odor. The braided one is Alleria, the blue robe is Dakan, and the red one is Guy Elsa's, as it should be. However, you can't go wrong on diplomatic occasions. In the panic, there was wit. Carlos told Turaleon, you represent the Alliance, first go upstairs and talk to Guy Elsa's. Chapter 192. There is no road in the world, there are more toll stations. Carlos, I suddenly found out that your life is incomplete. Turaleon found the opportunity to speak with Carlos after a brief meeting ceremony. Hey. Because you have never been a prince, you became a king. Prince, Xianyi angry horse, lead eagle running dog, see which one is sleeping, which one you want to hit, you can say something cruel if you are anxious, my dad is XX. You dare to say that you never imagined yourself when you were a child what will happen to you as a prince? Turaleon didn't know what he was pumping, so he described it more eloquently. No, I have been strict with myself since I was 6 years old, and I have been training in the Spartan style. There is no fantasy. And the Prince of Alterac at that time seems not to be as good as me. Carlos invented the merciless knife and hid a word from his heart. Every citizen of the heavenly dynasty has a heart to be an emperor. You are too good to pretend. I almost forgot that you are the senior young master of the Barav family, an evil rich man, a great noble cut by 100 people. Tyrrell was surprised, then whispered with a bit of resentment on his face. Enough of you, Lothar's aide, league superstar, lucky idiot. Maybe you were tempted by Guy Elsiki's beauty and shook your resolve towards Alyria, so there is nothing to look for. So, do you want to divert your attention? Carlos said with deep malice. Turaleon did not speak. It is not like this. Where did you want to go? I suddenly thought that there is nothing good underneath reputation. Magister Guy Elsis is really strong. When I just talked to him, I actually felt inferior. You said, Alyria, would Guy Elsis be what do you like it? Turaleon hastily defended his identity as a straight man. How does Guy Elsis look? Men and women kill. How does Alyria look? Elegance without peace. That is not right. How to say it? My colleagues are friends, beautiful, and they don't have any friends. Two bad-looking guys will make up for themselves when they stay together, so it's impossible for those two guys. For another example, am I a good friend if I'm not with you? So I'm so handsome. Suddenly, Carlos wanted to beat Turaleon, thinking that there were too many people around, he still held back. Hey, wait for me, Carlos, what are you doing so fast? The initial meeting is to greet and recognize a familiar face. Unfortunately, Carlos, one of the parties, is still blind. After Guy Elsis and Alyria had a talk first, they established the final result, and at the banquet, they began to talk with Carlos and the others. Although it was a time of war, the luxurious camps, the sumptuous dishes, the pure fragrant spirit wine, and the face of 1,000 people gave Carlos an unreal illusion. To the friendship between Colthalas and Alterac, I move that you all toast. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost over, Guy Elsis stood up and pleaded. I clap, you're free. Due to lack of thought, Carlos opened his mouth and said that sentence. Ah ha 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 ha, His Majesty Carlos is really empathetic. In fact, he saw that Guy Elsis is not good at drinking. This sincerity is probably one of the reasons why so many warriors are willing to follow His Majesty. Guy Elsis has lived for over 300 years. He has never seen big winds and waves. Lord Aaron has never been to any country. As an old man, it is not easy to make a round of the place and so on. With a soft word, he will be praised by many humans present. He smiled. Shit, Guy's voice is not distinctive, only his hairstyle and clothes can be used to recognize people. Carlos unfortunately found that at this moment, Guy Elsis did not have those 3 emerald orbs on his head, and the AO, who was riding thousands of people, was not by his side. Is the guy without these 2 iconic features still the well-known guy? Guy Elsis, he drank the wine and said the scene, let's hurry up, let's negotiate the alliance first, then hit the troll, take down the orcs, and I should go back to, Alterac needs me, the League needs me. After habitually pretending to be forced, Carlos decided to play the image of a reckless man. That is, to thank your Majesty for extending a helping hand in the Colthalas crisis. On behalf of all the elves of Kaldori, I would like to offer your Majesty a cup. May the friendship between the Kaldori elves and humans last forever. Guy Elsis is worthy of being a communicative veteran, the scenes are perfect, the actual content is not at all. Turaleon looked at Alyria. After changing into a dress, Carlos couldn't recognize what Alyria was, so he had to follow Turaleon's eyes to look at him. Then the female elf with the complicated hair bun helplessly shook her head. Your Royal Highness, thank you for your hospitality. Since I came to Yanga Forest, I haven't eaten such delicious food for a long time. Carlos stood up after speaking. But sons of the mountains, we Alteracs have always ruled the country with iron and blood. In such a difficult environment, we have to trust myself, my generals, and the soldiers to share the joys and sorrows. The soldiers eat what that I eat, the soldiers can drink it with muddy water. Although the food is good, I am further away with my son. The brothers outside are still eating roasted sweet potatoes. The food here is eaten in the belly, and it is in my heart. It's not just you old immortals who can act. Carlos believes that he has learned a lot of pretense from thousands of years of Chinese costume dramas, and his acting skills are no worse than Guy Elsa's. Today's fine clothing and jade food is to protect the family and country with a better name, and to entertain friends today to repay yesterday's kindness. Your Majesty deserves it. Guy Elsa saved the scene in rounds. So yesterday's kindness has been rewarded, what about today's kindness? Carlos got a little impatient when he discovered that the official scenes couldn't tell much about Guy Elsa's. Thanks again tomorrow. Guy Elsa smiled and told Carlos, then raised his glass and motioned for the two to drink together. Report. A human messenger hurried into the camp, muddy boots leaving a conspicuous mark on the beautiful carpet. Your Majesty, the report is urgent. A troll attacked at night and successively knocked down the 3 guards of our army. A troll named Esmeralda said that he wanted to avenge a guy named Quasimodo. The enemy boss is fierce, and our army is not as an opponent. Please help Your Majesty as soon as possible. This section is so familiar. Carlos felt the inspiration run from the bottom of his heart. Since I'm here, I don't have to do my Majesty. Guy Elsa's took up the conversation, nodded to an elf warrior behind him, and the warrior left as promised. The banquet continues. Report. It was the messenger. The elven allies are lost, the entire army is annihilated. Humph, it seems that every year of the Qing suppression of ancestor Amon, every year of success, he raised up a long-fighting troll elite. Guy Elsa's frowned. Notify the people of Huai's family to take care of it? Aliria hesitated to speak, then stopped, finally saying nothing. Report. It is still this messenger. The enemy will come down from my 2 guard towers, less than 10 miles from the camp. Good boy, I'll promote you when I look back. The jumping clown dares to disturb my nature, and I will return when I return home. Carlos did not wait for Guy Elsa's to speak and stood up. But the impulse is not enough. Carlos looked at the wine glass in his hand. The wine is cold. Gathering the power of the holy light, Carlos widened his eyes, and the wine was hot from the jade wine cup. Forget it, wait until you drink again. Carlos put the steaming glass in front of Guy Elsa's and left the camp with a wild laugh. And half of the human generals followed Carlos and left the banquet. I planted this tree and paved this path. If you want to pass this time, the troll will take its own life. Feeling that this simulation is so refreshing, pretending to be convincing, pretending to be elegant, Carlos sang a half-blank poem and patted his horse with his guards who were always ready. My physics is not good. Even if the deceit makes the glass of wine warm, it only takes 10 minutes. Once the wine is cold, it will be a shame. Carlos galloped on his horse, as if there was an invisible countdown above his head urging him on. Chapter 193 Learn to be bald, where Ge Pao, I have posture, I am proud. How to show yourself in a battle. Read the lines. How to show your wisdom in the game of strength and skill. Read the beautiful lines. How can I spread my reputation far and wide and be admired without becoming a fun negative teaching aid? Don't forget to win after talking hard, my dear. Your faith is worthless, your armor is vulnerable, tremble, fear, under the deep glow, all dark enemies will eventually disappear. That big guy was the one who killed my brother? Your vain effort cannot please me. Only the blood of the enemy can comfort the fallen heroes. The assassin Ren Hung kills them. What is he talking about there? Who can understand? I am afraid that now, it is too late. I, Carlos Barav, the king of Alterac, will grant you sanctions of justice, accept your fate, and then breathe the last freedom and accept the fate of death. He raised his axe. Is this going to get hit? Soldiers, follow your leader, the hunt is on. Looks like he's about to fight. This big guy will leave it to me and you'll clean up the other humans. Yes, Carlos said many beautiful words, but he used lingua franca. In other words, these scenes are not for the opponent to listen to at all, but for their own people to pretend to be. Although Carlos has a good knowledge, he also learned the troll language of the accent from the inside of a single tooth. However, Esmeralda's northern accent of the troll language still made Carlos feel the terrible dialect. Carlos's first question was who's coming. However, the other party's response made him understand I am the best, and then what? Sorry I didn't hear clearly, would you say it again? How could it be possible? This is very demoralizing. So after talking with the duck, Carlos felt that the scene was enough and paid no attention to it. So Esmeralda supported him for less than 30 seconds before being cut down by Carlos. Because Carlos is not particular about it? The meeting first involves 2 rounds of hand axe throwing, then heavy shield advance and spear throwing. When the paladin group cuts through the battlefield, the volume of the enemy's blood has already entered the line of death. In the final analysis, Esmeralda's actions appear brave, but are actually brainless. The warrior who was disturbed by the obsession with revenge was nothing more than a foolish man who thought he was smart. And luck is not so good. If the time point were to change, Carlos would still be able to follow the spirit of the samurai and have a one-on-one duel with Esmeralda. However, now Carlos is eager to return and pretend to negotiate terms with Guy Elsa. Who has the time to waste it with you? The old saying is good, and there is no need to talk about the morality of evil spirits. Everyone should stand shoulder to shoulder. As for who is the alien evil spirit, it doesn't matter which side has the most people, which side has the final say. Carlos was anxious, but he pretended to read cold lines there. The reason was just to wait for his personal guard to arrive. These heavy shield protectors are a bit slow. On the world of Azeroth during this period, individual conventional strength is not as heaven-defying as it will be decades later. In the long battle, Carlos slowly discovered that he has become a boss-level guy, and he has rarely met opponents in a single challenge. After talking about Vice Admiral Sedan de Throhan, Tyrion Fording and other future bigwigs fell to the ground, Carlos tried to find the problem with those magical creatures and discovered that he was already invincible. Who can be the enemy of my punch? So Carlos gave a big reward and asked his guards to besiege him. I want to fight 10. As a result, Carlos was fairly defeated. The defeated have no temper at all, and the defeated are convinced. Being pressed to the ground by 10 rude men, there is no room for resistance. Thanks to this joke, Carlos was a wake-up call. Even extremely powerful bosses like Ragnaros and Deathwing are also defeated by mob tactics. He is only a relatively capable paladin, and he can't be too arrogant. In later tests, Carlos discovered that in Siege, 1 enemy 5 is the limit. If you can't kill 1 or 2 quickly, there will be a defensive hole in at most half a minute. But if you have 20 guards guarding your sword, then you dare to attack the 100 people array of orcs. Boy, the long-term attack must be exhausted, the long-term defense must be lost. You are the guy with the best physical condition and talent I have ever seen, but you think too much. Understand that all the experiences I teach you are exchanged for human lives. If you want to innovate, first learn this old stuff of mine. Carlos couldn't help but remember the teachings of Sedan de Throhan when he taught his martial arts in the heart of Guy Erdlin. It turns out that the truth has always existed, but I have forgotten it. Until now Carlos discovered it early and threw away the inexplicable pride of the time traveler, so as not to get lost on the battlefield due to his overconfidence. Thus, after his shield guard cut off Esmeralda's retreat, Carlos ruthlessly ended the life of the troll powerhouse with an Arcanite axe. The three-dimensional troll girl is really uncomfortable. Your Majesty, this is not honorable. Shanguanja raised an objection to Carlos after the battle. For such a strong man, you shamelessly used human tactics and used the axes and crossbows uncontrollably. I said that I can't understand and accept them. Shanguanja, times have changed. How to defend against throwing and firing weapons will become the basic skills of warriors and knights. Today, I deal with trolls like this, and tomorrow, trolls will deal with us like this. But that's not it means we don't do it today. If you do this, the orcs will follow the rules tomorrow. Your objection is rejected. Carlos took the guard's bedding and simply cleaned the bloody Arcite axe. I'm tired of this forest. Anyone who stops me from going home will eventually be smashed to pieces. It takes 7.5 minutes to go back and forth, and it takes a minute to fake it, but the battle time compression gave Carlos time to sigh with excitement. Come on, my great knight, our battlefield is on Hillblad. Our enemy is the orcs of the horde. Do you want to condemn your king for the death of some trolls? No, I accept your comments, your majesty. Shanguanja greeted Carlos, then stepped aside and watched Carlos fly back. To be fair, the status of Oakland's national knights is pretty embarrassing. Although his name was Quilai, everyone knew that this was just a means by which former King Aiden used crowdfunding to gather private soldiers. So after Carlos registered, the division within the knights was very serious. And Shanguanja represented the majority of the neutral factions, just because Carlos was more in line with the Night King image than Aiden and swore allegiance. It was precisely because of the support of these people, or no one else, that Alterac was prevented from civil strife. Afterward, to incorporate the knights, Alex further comforted these people and gave them many rewards before finally completing the cleansing job within the knights. For this, Shanguanja contributed a lot. Due to special political status, Shanguanja has the courage and confidence to question his king. But although Shanguanja is martial, he is not mentally retarded, so he only questioned after the fact, not face to face. As a warrior, it's getting more and more tasteless, but as a king, it's getting more and more tasty. Shanguanja showed a smile on the face of an ant who had been stern all year. Shanguanja eking, won't you return with my king to the banquet? Henry Skett found that Shanguanja did not intend to go on a horse, so he couldn't help but ask. Thanks to you, this is the first time I've come to Colthalas, and I'll be back without some local specialties. The little kids in my family are still in trouble. Seeing the bloodthirsty expression in Shanguanja's eyes, Henry Skett shrugged nonchalantly. It's up to you. Anyway, you have to wait for your majesty and the others to negotiate a result. Just have a good time. I haven't eaten good food for a long time. I'll leave first, and the aftermath will be left to you. Forward. In Alterac, I've killed enough people to commit suicide, and now I'm nameless fire. Dear trolls, come join my sister for fun. Shanguanja, as the highest-ranking general present, gave the order. Notify the 5th, 7th, and 11th wings to come support, and the others will follow me to recapture the occupied camps. Chapter 194 The Man Who Became King. In a candid and friendly atmosphere, the current King Charles Barav of the Alterac Kingdom and General Turalian, the representative of the Alliance, reached a preliminary consensus with Prince Guy Elphas on the official entry of the Kingdom of Colthalas into the Alliance, and signing the letter of intent. It's all nonsense. Anastari had arranged everything early. After the main force arrived, Guy Elphas handed over the credentials that had been prepared long ago to Illyria, drove off the most famous marshal general, and then evaded the wait for days, keeping the benefits of the preparations in mind. Throw it at Carlos, then prepare supplies, just begging the humans to come out. I'm going to make a decision for this credit, so let's make a price. Carlos was very aware of Guy Elphas' mental activity. After Alleria used her power to force the court archmage to consume his strength to make divination for herself, she made a firm determination to return to Hilblad, for her enemy was in the south. Turalion didn't mind at all. He was very happy to be able to return to Lothar, not to mention the goddess. So after a few months, Carlos and his group returned to the Northland fortress again. Go Tajin, take your reward, go back and take a look, I will give you a 10-day vacation. Carlos waved his hand and ordered the entire army to rest in place. Although Northland fortress was also built in a dangerously desolate place, it is ultimately human territory. The troops who rushed for reinforcements did not have much understanding, and the first group of troops accompanying Carlos had a few tears in their eyes. Come back alive. At that time, more than 5,000 people set out, but only more than 3,000 people were left on the way home. Although the results are brilliant, it is worth choosing a sun and she afternoon to show off to the grandchildren when they are old, but the fight was really tragic when they came down this road. After all, with the exception of Carlos's guard corps, many of these people were just herdsmen and farmers before they left Alterac. Carlos, how long are you going to stay? The preliminary estimate is 10 days. You can go to Stradholm to see their recruit training work. If possible, I don't want to keep someone to help them take care of the nursing home. Cut it, you know it makes me dry. You can choose not to go. No, I'll go, it's all for the Alliance. Carlos ignored Turalion's ugly face. Isn't Alleria going to Stradholm to buy supplies? With a long sigh, even if someone like Carlos becomes strong, he feels deeply tired. The journey to the north is not small, but the heart is very tired. Especially when he really changed the trajectory of the established destiny, when the future is no longer in his own hands, the sense of achievement and fear coexist, sadness and sweet joy are mixed together. Carlos at this moment just wants to be alone. It's a shame I haven't fully adjusted my mentality, so I came to work. Alleria returned to Hilblad again as an ambassador and once again stepped foot on the Alliance stage. Naturally, she wouldn't be as messed up as the first time. Even if the 1,400-person honor guard showed sincerity, they would show her strength. 200 wizards. The High Party is a strong support that human forces cannot ignore. You can do a lot of trouble, Faye needs to rest and rest. The people below were not safe and had to report to Carlos. You can indulge, but you can't get used to it. If you have any unusual requests, you can directly ask them to report to Alleria, and Alleria will come and tell me. After dealing with the High Elf Masters, they still have to deal with the Zumasha trolls and the problem of the big blank check that was signed at the beginning. I dug Terrana's corner early on, and it was great, but the aftermath had to be done, otherwise it wouldn't be worth the loss. Then take this opportunity to pave the way for the Barav family Chamber of Commerce in Stradholm, and to support the pro-Altac forces, which is also a necessary process. If Carlos is determined to leave in 10 days, it will take more energy than in war to deal with many things. Brother Calvo, long time no see. Your Majesty is fine, you arranged my business, fortunately you did not insult his life. Carlos looked at the secret document handed over by Luian and felt the corners of his eyes twitch. Alanda's Fair is located in Stradholm. As a resident of the Knights of the Silver Hand, the Archbishop is training a new generation of paladins. It's no secret. Countries have even taken the initiative to provide highly qualified trainees and candidates. However, which of the wild paladins who have not belonged to whom came here to serve in the end is a question worthy of discussion. Luoyan did not follow Carlos north to Kulthalas, one of the main reasons being for this difficult task, digging the foot of the wall. What are the benefits of being a king? The most sophisticated equipment? The most beautiful palace? The most beautiful wife? The most luxurious enjoyment? It's a human. Being a king and being in power, the biggest advantage is that someone can help you solve your problems, you can find someone to solve your problems, and some people are willing to solve your problems for political ambitions, prosperity, enjoyment of power, etc. No matter how strong a person is, there are limits, and the secret to power lies in having someone sell their life for you. Brother Bald's current official status is Luwian, Marquis of the Alterac Kingdom. Using this identity, I made friends with many powerful and thoughtful guys on the internet. Using these months, Brother Bald has compiled a list of talents in Stratholme that could be used by Carlos. The list is now in the hands of Carlos. Name, Watzefak. Gender, male. Born into a merchant family in Hearthglen, his father is Okizefak, a trader who mainly deals in ore and lumber. His mother is Peach Penny, the daughter of noble Lord Aaron. The innocent net worth, outstanding talent, maintain a friendly attitude towards Alterac, have a tendency to worship Carlos Barav, and have excellent marks among this year's trainees. Name, alone. Female gender. High Elf Ranger, Anarch leanings, Kulthalas expelled anti-government activists. A year ago, when he traveled to Stratholme to visit the cathedral, Alan Usfair was suspected of having brainwashed him and asked him to join the Knights of the Silver Hand. He participates in basic paladin training as an apprentice. As a paladin, the qualifications are unknown, but as a high elf with the qualifications of a senior ranger instructor, he is worth winning. Name, Raislin. Gender, male. Race, presumed human. The place of birth is unknown, the background is unclear, and there is no official record in Dalaran. Wearing a black robe throughout the year, the back of his right hand has obvious scars caused by the experimental accident. Specialty, big bombardment. After only seeing the treatment of 3 people, Carlos felt a bit of a stomachache. Although it was me, I convinced Tiangong to be vigorous and take down talents in an eclectic way. But I am the man who became the king. Why is this talent list more like a list of terrorist candidates? Brother Bald, what are your criteria for making this list? Carlos asked with a bit of a toothache. He can fight, he can kill, and especially he can fight and kill. Marquis Luoyan responded decisively. Very good, I have a death squad called Garrison under me. Take advantage of these days, go and give them special training. Adjusting his mood, Carlos decided to continue watching. What is the most expensive thing on Azeroth? Talent. Chapter 195. No one can beat me in my BGM. There is only small fresh meat that has been crippled, and there is no misnomer. On Azeroth, status is very important. For example, the Knights of the Silver Hand, like the Knights of the Bachelors, like the Cursed Sect, like the Twilight's Hammer. If you want people to teach, you have to go offline first and just ask, do you know Amway? Right. The National Knights of Kings, this violent organization with obvious royal markings, was first formed to fight the Alterac National Knights, and their nature can be known by name. The king's religion means that it is the king's private army, nationality means that your material and food finances are administered by the Alterac kingdom, the knights means that it is organized, and it can be mixed in nobles or only noble knights. Join him. A simple analysis of the name shows that the National Knights of the King's religion is an armed force of the monarchist party with greater loyalty than strength. That's right, it is the legendary Imperial Eagle Dog, Feng Xifen Menning's top-class favorite. The fact is also true. This knight order, which has only been established for half a year, has loyalty, but the ability is really not good, and the loyalty bought with money is too heavy. After learning that the Alterac National Knights had basically completed the integration, Carlos felt that the mission of the King's National Knights was over. But if you rudely dissolved it, aren't so many people who depend on it for food in trouble? So reorganization is the best option. How to change? The embarrassing fiery spirit of Carlos's house restless. Carlos, who had initially stabilized his power, was finally able to take this step and establish the Church of the Holy Light as the state religion and the Knights as the king. In war-torn Azeroth, an organization called the Royal Knights of the State Church appeared. Hell! This nascent organization can tell you by name. Although from the Chinese point of view, the order of the two characters has been reversed, their nature is very different from before. In the first place, it is a king's private army, and no one except Carlos can point it out. Second, those who join must believe in the state religion, which means that this new army has a religious color and can be called a religious group. For the king, the order needs you to destroy that enemy. The holy light is on, Iman. Thinking along these lines makes sense. And due to the restructuring, the Royal State Church Knights perfectly resolved the problem of attribute conflicts and overlapping roles with the Alterac National Knights. For example, Henry Chet, because he was a High Knight of the Alterac National Knights, could not join another knight due to his pledge of allegiance, so even though he wanted to continue to get closer to the king, he could only move away. Outside of the Royal National Knights. Because the Royal National Order of Knights is a military organization. However, now, based on the fact that he is a Grand Knight of the Alterac National Knights, Henry Chet can join the recast Royal Nationalist Knights without hesitation and become an apologetic knight. The Knights of Karma King State Religion is a religious organization. This overlapping of personnel not only ensures the quality of the membership of the Royal National Knights, but also strengthens Carlos' control over the Alterac National Knights. More importantly, he can send both loyal and incompetent guys to the bases. Go and exercise again. You will get 3 things in one go. Thinking about it, Carlos felt that he was a genius. The only problem is that after the restructuring, I can continue to serve as the head of the regiment, but where can I find the Archbishop? If you are not careful, you will soon become a master of the Holy Light. Where can you find a pastor who is dear to you and capable of serving as an Archbishop? Tura Leon looks good, but it's a pity that others have a great future and can't face friends so much. In Alterac, the people are stocky and the herders are better at fisting than persuading, so forget about it. Although Carlos did not want to meet with Archbishop Alandusfa prematurely, you, Carlos, are still in the Knights of the Silver Hand in any case, and you are asking for help, so after dealing with some more urgent things, Carlos, who is not he had put on the Iron Crown for a long time, finally took off his battle armor, put on the costume, and led the doglegs in fresh clothes to Stratholm. My child, I am sincerely happy to see that you have made such brilliant achievements in the path of light. You have especially brought the friendship of Colthalis to the Alliance. Alandus Fao hugged Carlos with a friendly smile. Why didn't Carlos want to see Archbishop Alandusfa? Because taking advantage of this kind of royal old man will feel guilty. Because there is no shortage of conjunctivitis. Because everyone is equal before faith, even if you are a commoner, in the name of the Holy Light, you can challenge the king in the church. Although Carlos has the right and ability to retaliate afterwards, he still has to behave in front of so many people. So seeing those eager youths admiring themselves or trying to challenge themselves to become famous in one fell swoop, Carlos's left eyelid was a little twitching. But the Archbishop, the more you know, the greater the confusion. In front of you, I will always be a lost child. Carlos knelt on one knee and kissed the back of Alandusfa's hand. Oh dear boy, you have worked hard along the way. Alandusfa looked kindly at the humble Carlos, then helped him up, then kissed the ring on his hand, then clicked on the Iron Crown. Those who do not understand are confused, and those who understand are agitated. Your Excellency, how can you accept such an act of dividing the Knight Order? The Silver Hand cannot tolerate division, even if it is a king, even if it is a first-generation paladin. This is a naked betrayal. Archbishop Fair, you cannot accept this. Half the story, the reason prevented the opponents from saying the word thief, but the angry expression has explained everything. Archbishop. It's not me, why do you know I can't? Although he was disappointed and upset, Alandusfa still had a gentle smile, only his slightly dark eyes showing his dissatisfaction. With the active and outstanding performance of the paladins on the battlefield, the status of the Knights of the Silver Hand has risen, and the status of their Alandus Fair has become more and more important. But the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds, and the composition of the Silver Hand is also complicated. As Lord King, Terranaz will naturally not allow the Silver Hand to be independent of the kingdom of Lord Aaron. Penetration control is an inevitable move. Alandus Fao has no position or reason to stop him. But national disaster is at stake, and human beings are in the midst of life and death, blatantly criticizing a king who was born and died for the Alliance and has fought a penultimate battle. This is not something the Archbishop can tolerate. Your Majesty Carlos, as an elder, I accept your respect, and as a king, please accept my respect. Your outstanding contribution to the Alliance and humanity will not be ignored by any righteous person. Alandus Fao finished speaking, took 2 steps back, bowed to Carlos. Carlos resisted the idea of helping Alonso's fair and calmly accepted the ceremony. Any warrior who fights for the Alliance and the Holy Light can be considered a paladin. Therefore, I have no objection to the formation of the Royal State Church Knights. Alandus Fair finished speaking and bent a holy light over Carlos, offering his blessings. It's a good chance. People with ulterior motives seem to have figured something out. Although the holy light can heal wounds, the energy of the holy light is still a high-quality energy in the final analysis, and a person's ability to resist it has a limit. Seeing a large number of paladins and priests present offering blessings to Carlos, Alandus Fair was relieved and turned into a look of horror in a moment. This is murder. The uninformed and Carlos's subordinates were infected by the atmosphere and also offered their own blessings. The blessings of at least 500 light users present on the scene gathered in a sea of light at Stratholm Cathedral. The strong power of the holy light rushed into the sky through the zenith, and the distant residents in Hearthglen could see it, and the onlookers praised the holy light and admired the wonders. Archbishop, please don't worry about me. Since the blessing is a test, I am willing to accept the test of the heart again. Carlos prevented Alandus Fair's intervention, spread his unique emerald wings, floated into the air, and was exposed to the majestic storm of light. Like a green leaf in the vast ocean. However, after a moment, Carlos smiled confidently. All of the Sagias have begun studying the mimicry of the rays non. You guys are learning the textbooks I compiled, but the holy shock scum also wants to embarrass me. With more help but less help, Alterac can't break away from the Alliance if it wants to develop. If the Knights of the King's State religion want to develop, they must obtain the understanding of the Silver Hand and obtain the permission of Alandus. Even if the state is useful, it is also a constraint and a shackle. If you want to benefit from the rules, you must abide by the rules. Having resisted the thought of going berserk, Carlos gave up the counterattack, only showing his path of holy light. The swaying emerald starlight formed a solid dam, defending Carlos's body and mind under the impact of the tide of holy light. With great loss, without a suitable carrier, it simply cannot accommodate a tenth of the power of these holy lights. After Carlos once again received the spiritual torture, he recovered, feeling the strong power of the holy light around him, and his anguish was also very painful. He was wearing a tight suit, and his weapon was an ordinary decorative sword, which could not contain this majestic holy light. Such a man-made miracle, if used correctly, can completely enshrine an epic-level piece of equipment. Is it a waste? Axe Oaken, I feel sorry for you. Carlos sighed and found that there was no suitable bearer, and reluctantly used the entire Stratholm Cathedral as a bearer to consecrate. Once a handful of great gear fell under my feet, but I found my backpack was full. With so much pain, Carlos began to guide the artificial miracle. Due to the gap in the way of perceiving the holy light, some people mistakenly thought that the power of the holy light gathered by Carlos to diverge the crowd could not be supported, so they could not help but increase it. Humph, naive. Carlos did not know that under the resonance of the holy light, his superficial thinking would spread. As a result, everyone faintly heard the song that Carlos had completed in his brain. Harmony, what the hell is your whole family? Chapter 196. I feel like my opponent is just because you are not on the opposite side of me. Guy Elsa's used those eyes to follow the movements of the battlefield and bask in the joy of being in power. The immortal firebird soars in the sky, spraying with the scorching breath of fire, and spews out an orange light of destruction. Wherever it goes, it is invincible. However, a slight uneasiness lingered in the heart of Guy Elsa's. Why are there only trolls, orcs? Where did the orcs go? Due to cutting down trees to build siege equipment, Zujin gained the initiative to attack, and at the same time opened the sky above his head to the high elves. But Zujin is not afraid of the firebird in the sky. Zujin is a native of Zeumen, and there are 100 ways to kill Ao Shed. Or, Guy Elzatha's pet, the unhindered, immortal flame bird is known as the phoenix. From a long distance away, Guy Elsa's looked at Zujin through O's eyes, but in the end Guy Elsa's gave up the idea of taking a sip at Zujin. Because Guy Elsa's discovered that he was almost exhausted. Commanding an army of 20,000 people and leading an expedition team of 20 people is not a concept at all. Even though Guy Elsa's is talented and smart, inexperience is inexperience. Even if Guy Elsa's keeps the magic of quick thinking on him, the huge amount of information and complicated changes in the situation still make Guy Elsa's feel fatigue that wells up from the bottom of his heart. The Elven Prince of Kaldori really wanted to win, too much to win this victory beautifully. So there are too many things that shouldn't be carried on my back. Where there are living dead in wars, and where there are victories that don't need their lives to accumulate. However, Guy Elsa's used himself as a Magister while he performed the duties of Commander-in-Chief, and doubled the energy and effort he wasted on the battlefield. Your Royal Highness, it has been determined that the troll's secret weapon is the corpse. Archmage Astolo, as Guy Elsa's subordinate, reported the results of the investigation to His Royal Highness, but there was neither joy nor pride on his face. Bound corpse, a strange product of the combination of evil voodoo spells and black magic. To make a spirit-bound corpse, you must first pierce a strong troll through the heart with a ritual dagger at the happiest time to kill, then extract the soul, and then bind it to your own corpse, then use the power of the shadow and the gods strengthen the soul, strengthen the body with various materials, finally, under the wizard's magic, complete the solidification and control of the bound spirit. In this way, the sacrificed troll changed from its own master to its own physical driver. How many there are? Guy Elsa's asked in a flat tone. Although the trolls are furious, and according to preliminary statistics, at least 30,000 civilians died in this disaster, but the Kaldori elves' base is Sunwell, and the essence of Kulthalas is in Silvermoon City. Although Guy Elsa's also felt sad about the death of his compatriots, the truth is cruel, that is, the death of these people living in the Eversong Forest will not shake the domain of the Sunstrider family. So Guy Elsa's only had military merit in his eyes, and he only wanted military merit. He couldn't wait to fight for all the soldiers, because he wanted a flawless victory. In the eyes of Guy Elsa's, the trolls were corpses, and he was worried about the orcs who lost track. Where are those green-skinned guys? Your Royal Highness, I suggest discontinuing the magical support provided by the Magister Legion for the advance. It will be said that the Magisters will concentrate on using it. Trolls chopping down trees to build siege engines like catapults may be a cover, and their true purpose it's most likely the spirit-bound golem. Astolo gave his own suggestions and opinions. But Guy Elsa's shook his head. Tie up the corpse, Zandalar's little trick. Long before the sky broke, the Zandalari trolls were studying these magics during the Kaldore Empire. Once 10,000 years have passed, the slayer of these trolls remains these little ones' tricks. What do we have to be afraid of? Just let the arcane puppet corps be ready, and the Magister Corps will continue to eliminate the trolls. Yes, Your Royal Highness. But as your advisor, I have to remind you that the Arcane Puppets Royal application test has not been fully completed. Astalis obediently reminded him. The actual combat test will naturally take place on the battlefield. Go ahead and prepare yourself. Yes, Your Royal Highness. Facing sheer strength, Zeuman's troll Amini could not oppose Guy's army at all. If it wasn't for fear of damage and scaring away trolls, Guy Elsa's would be more inclined to push it flat. However, in a battle a few days ago, the green-skinned orcs who feared death left a deep impression on Guy Elsa's. Those scarlet eyes revealed a crazy reason, and the strong body and excellent skills made the high elves lose a lot. Although under the thunder and flames, that little orc troop couldn't escape the fate of defeat in the end. These green humanoid demons still make Guy Elsa's unforgettable. According to the information left behind by Illyria, there are at least 3,000 such orcs. And the results of their own statistics are less than 200. So where did the remaining orcs go? Using clay divination again, still no result. In the past few days, Guy Elvets has used a number of dangerous spells, including sleepwalking time and blood foreknowledge, and is still unable to penetrate the shadows that enshroud Kulthalas, while prophecy spells ordinary ones cannot be obtained at all. Answer. Guy Elvets discovered that with the destruction of the runestone, by the time the serf's blessing spread towards him, he had already been greatly weakened, and it seemed that someone had used some means to obstruct divination in Kulthalas. It doesn't matter. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracies and tricks can only become a joke in the end. Guy Elsa's was greatly comforted. In the forest, his subordinates were still reporting the battle to Zujin, so the troll's hero, the uncrowned king of Zeuman, couldn't help but feel resentment. On one hand, he resents the brutality of these long-eared elves. On the other hand, the injustice of this world also bothers me. Obviously, they have penetrated the entire Yanga forest, and they have clearly piled the corpses of the elves as high as a mountain. Why do they still have so many troops and so many elites? Zujin hated elves, humans, magic, and even his orc allies. Why hasn't it been prepared for so long? What are these orcs doing? According to the agreement, the orcs should have completed the round about 2 days ago, flanking the elf army from the flanks, but what about the people? What about those orcs? Although there are many thoughts in his brain, Zeojin's voice is still calm. Tell the people of Amini, persevere, and victory will ultimately belong to Zeuman, to our troll. That bound spirit corpse. If the situation is urgent, use it. Zujin thought for a moment and made a decision. And 600 miles from Zujin, Koromar stood respectfully in front of the Redban Cleft Hoof Slayer. Master Chiban, is it really okay for us to abandon troll allies like this? Koromar asked hesitantly. The impression those trolls left on Koromar was not bad. You are the warlord of the horde, not the thug of the troll. Chipborn removed his water bag and took a sip, then looked calmly at Koromar. But Master Chiban, don't we abandon our allies by doing this? Zogsh asked directly, and Kolomar kicked him again. The orc's ally has always been another orc. The Redborn Cleft Hoof Slayer calmly said, when Silvermoon City is captured, we will come back to rescue them. Chapter 197. Hey, Raistlin, have you made up your mind? The female Kaldori elf Sola blocked the black-robed mage at an isolated corner of the street. What decision? The black-robed mage has no affection for female elves, but it stopped due to the mage's cultivation, and the corners of his eyebrows still couldn't help but tremble. King Charles of Altarak's request. Sola put her arms around his chest, making his majestic chest even more eye-catching. I'm sorry, I haven't received any invitation to meet with His Majesty Carlos, let alone request one. Raistlin nodded, noting that he had something else to do and was about to leave. The result was blocked by Sola. Come on, anyone with a heart doesn't know that the big bald Luian who is a rogue and ruffian is Carlos Barab's mouthpiece. Are you sure that bald guy hasn't requested you? High Elf Archer had a mocking smile on her mouth. Well, it's no secret. Yes, Sir Lucian spoke to me. However, what does this have to do with you? The black-robed mage's patience was gradually running out, and he didn't know how long he could endure the female elf in front of him. Of course I do, because we're both the same kind of people. Sara seemed very happy all of a sudden. Sorry, I am a pure human, and you are not the same species as Kildori. Raistlin couldn't help but show a quizzical look, and then found that he had lost his temper, and soon returned to his expressionless state. You don't understand, I don't blame you, you're just a kid after all. Sara nodded, of course, and didn't mind the black veins exposed on the black-robed mage's forehead. If there's nothing else, I'll go first, ma'am. The black-robed mage couldn't understand the depth of this female elf, and had no intention of causing trouble in Stratholm, and finally decided to avoid the trouble. However, Raistlin did not want to cause trouble, but trouble came to him. High Elf Archer stepped forward and stopped in front of the black-robed mage, who turned and was about to leave. Well, I won't try to guess riddles with you. To be clear, we're both aliens asking for Archbishop Alanda's Fa, and we're both attracted to the larger alien Carlos Barav. People. So, I want to hear your opinion. Sara kept his joking expression, showing a serious look. The black-robed mage was thinking of something, but did not speak to him. After hearing the trainee's qualifications, I was sorry. Although the paladin class was developed by Alanda's Faer, almost all paladins admit that the strongest man in the world is Carlos Barav. Even the Holy Light of the Knights of the Silver Hand copied a large part of the book Who Shines in the Holy Light written by the Alt Errant King last year. So, I'm very excited. Following the ancestor, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Hearing Sara say a lot, Raistlin was unmoved, because the female elf was nonsense throughout the story, there was no substance at all, and she was completely sensational in her tone and tone. Except for the fact that His Majesty Carlos had knocked him out by the way, High Elf Archer had almost nothing to say. But the mage scholar's heart disagreed. Raistlin was a bit distracted. Although there are different opinions about the origin of humanity, all researchers basically agree that Lord Aaron is not the oldest hometown of humanity. Therefore, as the dominant theory, the migration theory falls into two main conjectures. One is that human ancestors migrated from Kalimdor, the other is that human ancestors came from Northrend. With the deepening and development of research, more and more evidence points to the second type, that is, the human ancestors came from Northrend. And the circumstantial evidence of the Kildori elves also denied that the Kalimdor migration said they came from there. Therefore, it does not seem an exaggeration to say that His Majesty Carlos has returned to his ancestors. After all, only the Vrykul of Northrend has such a tall physique, and now humans are much smaller in physique. But no, who would dare to say that the ancestors of human beings were those barbaric Vrykuls? He didn't tie himself up by lighting a sky lantern in the plaza. Raistlin had no interest in dying for this sort of thing. Just as the black-robed mage Raistlin was distracted, High Elf Archer Sola continued to speak. And you, little boy, also asked the Archbishop. Why, let my sister see if your left hand is good. For an instant, Raistlin felt a rush of electrical current from the tail vertebrae rushing up into the sky. You think? The words were not finished, and they only had time to get into a defensive posture. The left wrist of the black-robed mage covered with rune bandages was grabbed by the former elf ranger lord. Relax, at this distance, I can push you to death with my nails. Your undead is my greatest sincerity. Sara shook his hand for about half a minute and let go of Raistlin's hand. The black-robed mage immediately withdrew 3 steps, displaying magic auras on his body, and applied 3 layers of defense magic to himself in the time of 1 breath, displaying that extraordinary strength. But what puzzled Raistlin was that his counterattack seemed to have no effect. Are you wondering why the curse of weakness didn't take effect? Of course it's because my magic resist is much higher than you think. Sorrow laughed happily. Mary Dongfeng's disciple and grandson, no wonder you want a black robe, ha 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 ha. After laughing for a while, Sara added. By the way, before I became a pastor, I was also a not-so-bad mage-ister. The black-robed wizard gave himself a look like an enemy and took out his magic wand. Easy little boy, your left hand should be played by yourself, right? So you need the power of holy light to stop the spread of withering. Mary Dongfeng was only studying that when her life came to an end. You are a young man, what can't you think of? Sara asked with some confusion. Strength has a price. The opponent really made him unable to find out the depth, so Raistlin couldn't bring himself to do it. Furthermore, his own end result, Alan Usfair, knew that as long as this elf Sola was not an enforcer in Dalaran, she did not need to go violently to the act. The cost of killing in Stratholm is too great, and Raistlin doesn't want to go underground before being driven out before the objective is achieved. Then be my little brother. Sara spread his arms wide, a saintly smile on his face, like a pious virgin. That. The black-robed mage was stunned. What is this chant? If you want to switch to a club, you naturally need to form a clique. I was only here to ask your opinion, but I said that I convinced myself. Come with me to the guy having fun in the grave, let's hang out. Big sister will it covers. Sara spoke vulgarly with a straight face. Almost at the same time, Carlos heard the Bald brothers report, and the three corpses jumped out. Now, Brother Bald, as a king, right? Carlos asked. Yes, Your Majesty, as it should be. Carlos' intelligence chief responded respectfully. So the snow on top of the mountains is angry, how about this name? Carlos continued to ask, his voice shaking. Very good, Your Majesty, it suits you. Brother Bale's response was very sincere. Then can you tell me what's up with the title of Tumtio Ubendi? Carlos, trembling, threw the pencil in his hand onto the map placed in the center of the table. You mean the white flames flying over the enemy's grave? This is what Lord Turalion has furiously manipulated based on the snow on top of the mountains. Brother Bale answered truthfully. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ah ha 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 ha. So there's no mention of my original copy, and the pirated version of Turalion has been widely known. Carlos let out a low grunt of exhaustion. Your Majesty, with all due respect, there is quite a gap between you and Your Excellency Turalion in terms of nicknames. After becoming Carlos' personal intelligence director, Brother Bal always reminded himself that honesty and loyalty are the key to doing well in this position. Chapter 198. In the night sky of Azeroth, there are two moons. The white one, always round, is called Mrs. Bai. It is said to be the courtyard of the moon god and the residence of Elune. Blue is mutilated forever. It's called the Blue Boy. Some people say that it is the backyard that Elune prepared for her children and her husband. Some people say that it is the place where the sister of the moon god lives. Some people say it's Elune's restraint. Xiaoyu prison. However, Fang Zhou once told Carlos that by calculating the planet's gravitational pull and tidal changes, there should be a third moon between Mrs. Bai and Blue Child. Through spectral analysis of pure crystals, it should be a red moon. Tile used rigorous magical theory to infer the result, telling Carlos that Red Boy shouldn't be a regular sphere, it's probably square. So Carlos couldn't help but laugh out loud. It wasn't the ridiculous brick quirk that had even experienced the journey through the Renaissance, and Carlos had nothing to disbelieve. The problem is that a straight-talking square-headed person tells you that Red Boy is right. In the end, Carlos spent 100 gold coins to appease Uncle Brick's wounded heart because he owed his mouth. Sitting on a lying cowstone, Carlos discovered that although a moon is invisible today, the entire night sky is red. Looks like Uncle Brick has two paintbrushes. 3 moons, one bright, one dark, and one faint. 3 colors of moonlight, a circle, and a missing side. Forgetting whether it was the previous life or this generation, and also forgetting where he saw or heard it, Carlos remembered a word. The circle is in the hometown, the shortfall is on the horizon, and the square is in the dream. Your Majesty, within 10 miles, 31 guards returned, and 19 were missing. The head guard reported to Carlos. Human teleportation magic technology is still immature, and long-distance teleportation is prone to various problems. Carlos was very satisfied with the return of more than 60% of the staff safely, and the rest, let it be fate. The assembly place after the separation has been arranged in advance, and a complete plan has been made, and the rest is face to face. It is not that Carlos rushed into life, living in this troubled world, whether it is dying of fools or dying, the difference is also a matter of death sooner or later. When Carlos entered the portal for the first time, the guards no longer resented him and the rest quit. It's worth it? Aliria lay down on the grass next to her. The poor human teleportation technology made her extremely uncomfortable. Almost 3 hours have passed since the afternoon, and she still hasn't recovered. It's worth it? Donna's is my friend. Uncle Biglas fought for me on the inside. Now they're in trouble, how can I stay out? After Carlos answered Aliria's question, he stood up. Give up the search. After 15 minutes, everyone will assemble and prepare to depart. Aim for Dunhold. Yes, Your Majesty. Although Carlos's reasoning is high-sounding, it is not everything. Because the detective eavesdropped on Stromguard's internal meeting. The permanent stalker with a combat power of only 5 heard the truth of the incident during an operation by accident. Uncle Biglas' slander stems from the Stromguard regime's internal power struggle. The current supreme ruler of Stromguard, Thoras, is already 53 years old, and is considered a longevity on Azeroth. However, Thoras has no heirs, so his scepter will eventually be taken by one of his brothers. Originally, Vigor's Bertone was very likely and very prestigious. However, the life and death of Uncle Biglas are unknown, so Donis has become a backup supporter of his faction. To denigrate Biglas is to deny the legitimacy of the Donis succession. And Wu Ping is just an innocent victim of this rights dispute. Now that Hillblad has been divided into Whiteland, Gilneas and Lord Aaron have also mobilized a large amount of manpower and material resources to respond to the tribal offensive. Only Stromguard's rule in the Arthi Highlands is due to Balance Bridge and Thoradin's Wall. The Army Haven used only conventional troops to deal with this race war that has been going on for over a year. It can be said that besides Lord Aaron, Stromguard has the greatest war potential. If fully mobilized, Stromguard can also mobilize 100,000 strong men to participate in the war, and does not need Lord Aaron to provide food and grass. At this special time, having a special status, which gives the holder of the highest power in Stromguard a special right to speak within the alliance. So the people who discredit Biglas are the people within the Talbian family. This is a political conspiracy using a special form of warfare. Wu Ping, an innocent political victim. In this special battle, force is useless, and the competition is wisdom, authority, and power. Powerful, imposing, and popular. In this special battle, Carlos has no armies to rely on. He can only rely on the bloody wind of him, and through the east wind of Kulthalas joining the alliance, in the judgment of the alliance's high-level meetings, own voice. Like the voice of the king. Not only for friends, but also for me. Carlos wants the alliance to hear his own words. After long preparations, the balance of the war has tended towards alliances. While the Horde remains dominant in combat, campaign-level alliances have regained their disadvantages. In terms of strategy, the kingdoms of Lord Aaron that have seen the brutal orcs have begun to mobilize. Time is on the side of the alliance. In the foreseeable future of victory, whoever speaks louder will get more benefits. Your Majesty, we found an orc squad in the southwest, about 100 people. The guards who gradually gathered brought the latest news. Ah, this kind of moonlight is perfect for seeing blood. Carlos stretched and got up from the stone. When commanding the army, as commander-in-chief, Carlos must take care of the overall situation. The so-called fight is more of a show that improves morale. In fact, the role of the individual has been weakened in battles with a scale of more than 1,000 people, and this kind of battle with a scale of 100 people is Carlos' favorite. Under the support of the guards, Carlos did not need to estimate his back and did not need to worry about the cold arrow in the dark. The king of Alterac had only enemies waiting to die and enemies fleeing before his eyes. As if affected by the crimson moon, Carlos felt that he had become bloodthirsty. "Aliria, are you leaving?" Carlos asked. "What do you think?" Under the crimson moon, Aliria seemed to be infected as well. There was no one else to care for. The Windrunner's Avengers propped up her head with the backs of their hands, revealing a crooked, pleasant smile. That's the smile that belongs to the Avengers. The former Grand Marshal Aliria was just the disguise of a distraught person who had lost a loved one. Right now, this crazy woman who exuded brutality and malice was Aliria, who had released the restraint within him. The heart is broken, how can the smile not be horrible? Are we really going to bother the orcs? The number of opponents is 3 times as many. The newly added guard asked Senior in a low voice, and what he got was a merciless taunt from Senior. "Don't use your mind to think about the problem, all you need to do is follow your majesty, and then hack and kill." Carlos did not notice the episode behind him, reached out to Aliria, took the ranger's palm, and lifted Aliria off the ground. Carlos, a patient with tall elf face blindness, could not see the face of the elf in front of him, but he could clearly see the almost crescent-shaped smile. "Do you want to compare?" Carlos asked in a good mood. "You are happy, I am free," Aliria said with a shaky voice. On the burning plains, the storm shrine built by Tyrone Gorfiend has been completed. To progress, many humans, dwarves, slaves, prisoners of war, and even orcs died of exhaustion at the construction site, falling into the hot lava. But to Gul'dan, these were only trivial sacrifices. Because just today, just tonight, right under this scarlet moonlight, after 10,000 years of the Burning Legion, there is once again a great commander-level demon standing on the land of Azeroth. Under Gul'dan's guidance, enormous empty energy broke through the barriers of space, and the mountain-tall body crossed the cracks of time and space with incomparable power, appeared on the fiery plain, appeared on the altar of storm. Overlord, Khazak, this nearly 100-meter-tall demon only relied on his passive talent, and his aura of fear caused the 300 human sacrifices prepared by Gul'dan to die due to frightening their guts. "I heard the cunning say about you, orc, very good, you are very good." Having absorbed the fearful and desperate soul of the sacrifice, Khazak bestowed the Legion's bounty Gul'dan. "My hands, harvest despair, my feet, come out of war. I am the Overlord, Khazak." Not restricting his true name, Khazak ignited Gul'dan. Tyrone Gorfiend watched all this in horror, wondering how his master angered the great demon in front of him. But soon, Tyrone Gorfiend discovered that he was wrong, and in the shadow flames, Gul'dan showed a happy and content look. "Legion, is this the power of the Burning Legion?" After absorbing Khazak's gift, Gul'dan became even more elusive and unfathomable. "Continue to serve the Legion, orcs, thousands of worlds are waiting for the Legion to conquer it." After Khazak finished speaking, he flapped his wings and flew thinking in the direction of the dark portal. In the underground mirrored tower of Karajan Tower, Egwene Magna appeared to be in a daze before the crystal coffin containing the body of her son Medivh. "It's a little too close, there's one last piece, it's very difficult to handle," Egwene muttered to herself. "Huh? Maybe a big devil horn is a good idea as a means. But now I don't have the strength to kill the big devil head on, it's hard. I need to make some preparations." To expel the fragments of Sargeras' soul and resurrect his own son, the ancient guardian has fulfilled the duties of a mother, breaking his heart and breaking God. Medeva's death is the end and the beginning. Egwene has completed the remodeling of her son's body. The problem now is that the last fragment of Sargeras' soul is hidden too deep for the mage to find a trace. But the rising demonic energy that suddenly appeared earlier gave the mage a new idea. Perhaps it could be a trap to draw the last piece of Sargeras' soul fragment into manifestation on its own. Then Medivh, the last guardian, will regain a new life, truly free and independent in this world. This is the responsibility of the ancestors and the love of the mother. Defeat within 10,000 years gave Khazak a profound influence on Azeroth. However, what the Overlord does not know is that he has been seen by a difficult opponent at this time. Chapter 199, Apple on the Chessboard. In Dunhold Castle, except for Terranaz Manethil II, who was absent due to the long journey, almost all the royal powers of the Alliance gathered. Even so, the king of the Kingdom of Lord Aaron still sent a document, and Anduin Lothar's decision represented the will of Lord Aaron. Thoras Bertone also delivered the decision to the top commander of the Alliance. Dalen Proudmoore's attitude is unclear. Jean Greymane was silent throughout the 5 days of discussion. Wildamir's dwarves were busy purging the orcs that had wandered into the interior, holding out against the trolls' counterattack, and declaring that they would take no part in human infighting. As for the Alterac envoy, he could only say one sentence: Alterac's will is determined by His Majesty Carlos. A thing that was originally very simple, a person that was supposed to be honored, is now locked in a cage because of Game of Thrones. This made Lothar very dissatisfied, but helpless. Lothar met Wu Ping, who was a young man with light eyes. It was impossible to have strong, well-proportioned muscles without long-term exercise. Good manners and conversation also showed that the family learned well. Although there is no evidence, Lothar does not believe that such a person would take refuge in the tribe. It's a shame Lothar couldn't say that, and didn't dare say that. The war has been going on for over a year, and although the dawn of victory has been revealed, maintaining this alliance also makes Lothar feel exhausted. The original Mediterranean hairstyle is now almost completely bald. Due to pressure from the Orc tribe, the kingdoms of Lord Aaron must be closely united to hope for victory. However, on the battlefield, people are dying all the time. Kings, nobles, and common people are suffering losses every minute and every second. There is no love without reason, nor unconditional trust. Lothar not only commanded the nearly 200,000 Alliance soldiers, but also balanced the various forces within the Alliance. To counter Erwin, Lothar favored the people of Arthi. Not only because the Arthi Highlands is the birthplace of the Arathor Empire, but also because, as the last blood of Thoradin, Lothar has a natural appeal and influence to Stromgarde and the residents of the Arthi Highlands. In other words, in addition to the refugees in Stormwind, in addition to the Brotherhood of the Iron Horse, the recruitment of Stromgarde can also be counted as half of the soldiers for Lothar. For this reason, Dalen Proudmoore's fleet has lost more than a third. Gilny has abandoned nearly all farmland in the southern Silverpine Forest to block the tribe's access to the north, Outland, not to mention that the mobilization of a large-scale war means that no matter if the war is won or lost, the country will not be better for years to come. Although Terranaz had never complained to Lothar in the letter, Lothar knew that Terranaz would not feel comfortable subduing Lordaeron's internal opposition. Lothar is not a saint, he also has selfish intentions. His current goal is to defeat the Horde Orcs, and his primary goal is to restore the Stormwind Kingdom. So he favored Stromgarde. Compared to the losses of other kingdoms, the residents of Arthi live in heaven. So this time Stromgarde, there was a problem within the Bertone family, and the attitudes of the representatives of the various kingdoms were ambiguous, and it was not difficult to understand even making a scandal. Do not suffer from poverty, but suffer from unevenness. Lothar had keen insight into this. This is not a trivial matter. Once not handled well, the alliance can even fall apart. So Lothar felt as if he were in a deep quagmire. Obviously the orcs have shown their decline. Obviously, the soldiers have gone through the experience of blood and fire, and their combat effectiveness has become stronger and stronger. More suffering has persisted. What is this inexplicable emergency situation now? Lothar's heart was irritable, but his face was unusually relaxed and he seemed confident. Although I only lied to myself. The case is really very simple. The process is also not important. After layers of political hijacking, now it's an alternative situation. If Wu Ping is guilty, he is more innocent than Glass Bertone, and the Stromgard regime is not to blame. Wu Ping is not guilty, he is more collaborating than Glass Bertone, Stromgard must pay because of the family members. It's ridiculous, there is no logic, and it can even be said that it is incredible logic. But he got everyone's acquiescence. Because for the big shots, it doesn't matter if Wu Ping is guilty or not. What they want is Lothar's attitude. And Thoris Bertone is really caught in a dilemma. On the one hand, his most trusted brother, Biglas, is stigmatized, on the other hand, the power struggle within the Bertone family. There is already a Bertone who is not clear about his life and death, is he going to catch more people? Although Thoris was still healthy, he was an old man in his twilight years. This difficult decision made him not have time to take care of the soldier named Wu Ping. Whether it was to sacrifice a potentially innocent person for the sake of the alliance's stability, or to magnify the matter for the sake of his own morals, ethics, and conscience, Lothar fell into a deep entanglement. Alterax's delay gave Lothar time to think. So in Dunhold, this remote castle, all kinds of fights and secret transactions never stop. Until the messenger notified Lothar that the king of Alterac had arrived. Out of courtesy, all the nobles left the protection of the siege and went to meet Carlos. Whether you want to admit it or not, at least all the bigwigs in the league have admitted it, so no one dared to question whether Carlos's crown is legal. Royalty is at the same time the law. However, when Carlos appeared in front of these nobles, everyone was shocked. God, you are so tall. Wearing the traditional blue bottom and white dress, 22 guards entered the greeted crowd surrounded by Carlos, who was dressed in a beautiful suit. It is a pity that the beautiful costumes cannot hide the pungent smell of blood. It feels like you're growing taller again, Carlos. Lothar hugged Carlos casually, slapping him on the back like a junior. War always makes people grow. Carlos waited 3 to 5 seconds before releasing Lothar, speaking significantly. The road here is not very smooth, so the body is a little heavier. These should be treated as a gathering ceremony. I hope everyone will not feel shaky. After Carlos finished speaking, the two guards took off the 2 large pockets that were hidden under the cloak and dumped the contents on the ground. God, at least 300 orc heirs, all left heirs. To everyone's exclamation, Lothar asked, "How many troops did you bring?" "That's all." Carlos broke his mouth and laughed, and then Admiral Marine Dallin laughed too. "Very well, Carlos, come to me tonight, I have good wine." "Of course it's good, Uncle Di Linear." Carlos responded to the kindness of the Proudmoore family, then stepped aside and greeted Alleria Windrunner. Still in the garb of a ranger, Alleria had no plans to dress up. However, even without makeup, the beauty of the female elf still attracts everyone's attention. Alleria, everyone knows this, but I think it is necessary to introduce it again. After Carlos finished speaking, Alleria nodded and stood up. All, thanks to the selfless help of His Majesty Carlos Barab and General Turaleon, as well as the selfless help of the Alterac soldiers. On behalf of His Majesty Anastrian, the Sun King, I come to speak of Quilsa. Lars joined to the alliance to fight the tribe. This kind of diplomatic rhetoric is actually very inappropriate, but Alleria doesn't care at all. Anyway, it won't be long before professional diplomats come to fight with the humans. Now I am a false helper for friends, and the problem is not big. Let the Silvermoon City Councilman have a headache. If Carlos's arrival was just a courtesy greeting from everyone, after Aleria's speech, everyone could no longer ignore this tall man from general to king. He brought the covenant from Kulthalas. Although humans don't know how powerful Kulthalas is, everyone knows that this elven realm is very powerful. This extravagant pact was heavy enough to suppress all disputes within the alliance. Lothar was delighted. Carlos brought hope to break the game. Maybe there is a third possibility for the development of things. This is great, Carlos. Before Lothar finished speaking, Carlos cut him off rather impolitely. Donas, I heard someone slander Uncle Biglis for betraying the alliance. Is there such a thing? Carlos saw Donas standing in the crowd with a grim look from a distance, and he took the initiative to speak. This is a slander. Donas seemed to have a bad life this time. Her eyes were dark and her face was pale. Although he sent a letter to Carlos, time has passed and Donas is not sure if Carlos's attitude will change after he becomes king. Well, I think so too. How can a man like Uncle Siang take refuge in an orc? Carlos' statement made Donas's face shine again. So who said that? Stand up, I want to stand out with him. Carlos undid the buckle on his shoulders, took off his cloak, loosened the buckle on the wind collar, and moved his neck. If you're afraid, I can let you have a hand, left hand, or right hand, either. Facing Carlos's arrogance, Dallin let out a happy laugh. Jean frowned. Salas couldn't see his expression, and Lothar was thinking quickly in his mind. Carlos, the more I look at you, the more pleasant in my eyes. Do you want to be my son-in-law? The Proudmoore patriarch asked as if joking. Let's talk about this later, Uncle Dilinear. Carlos shuddered inexplicably. I heard that there is a hapless person named Wu Ping. I don't know what you plan to do with him, Marshal Lothar. Seeing no one around to answer, Carlos changed the subject and asked. One trial, guilty, hanged. Not guilty, medal. Taking advantage of Carlos's sudden attack, Lothar finally breathed a sigh of relief. There is peace in the world, and no sinner is not ignorant. Lothar can send soldiers to die in war, but after all, he cannot bear the internal condemnation brought about by the murder of an innocent person. Take this opportunity to quickly characterize this matter. 347 orc heirs, I bought innocent Wu Ping. Carlos made a bet with chips that others were temporarily unable to come up with, and everyone was speechless again. Uncle Thoras, just say something, this boring charade should be over. There was no negotiation and compromise behind it. Carlos openly brought the matter to the top of the table during his own wind reception ceremony. Also, the dim court in the castle made me sleepy. It just so happened that everyone was here. Let's hear what Wu Ping said. When Thoras finished speaking, his shadowy eyeballs flared with a sharp look. Chapter 203 minutes are doomed, 7 points depend on hard work, and the remaining 90 points are filled in the blanks. Although he was confined to the cage, on Lothar's orders, Wu Ping was not abused, and apart from a bit of a listless spirit, there were no obvious injuries on his body. In the presence of the most powerful people in the human realm, the young man once again repeated his remarks that he hasn't changed his words in the face of all kinds of coercion and temptation these days. That night, General Biglis faced the orc raid and was sent to sound the alarm and light the smoke, while the general took the rest of the control center to guard. If you can't keep it, destroy the organ. When Wu Ping used the martial arts acquired through hard training since childhood to defeat the powerful enemy to complete the mission, and brought reinforcements to rescue Biglis Bertone, Thoradin's gate was lost and the prepared orc army rushed towards the tunnel. The only thing to be thankful for is that the defensive installations in the tunnel played their rightful role. With sufficient preparation, the defenders of Thoradin's wall withstood the first wave of orcs with difficulty. Although the defense line was lost once, the warriors guarding Thoradin's wall fought stubbornly and repeatedly regained their positions, and the human defenders even blocked the passage of the tunnel with corpses. Wu Ping took reinforcements to meet Biglas, but found that in the central control room, the lock of the city gate was opened, and the opening device of the defense team was destroyed. Corpses in the same robes were scattered throughout the central control room, but General Biglas was nowhere to be seen. And he left the locks of the 5 iron valves in the hall, and was firmly caught by troll killer Tokeler. Later, Wu Ping did his best to pull Bagratha's legendary sword out of the 2 jammed gears and leave the iron gate, giving the defenders a chance to breathe and providing precious resources for the alliance to regroup. Wu Ping described the facts that he knew with a calm attitude. Then Carlos couldn't help but laugh. Donas, are these people accusing your father of rebellion just because Tokaraka is in the center? But seeing everyone around him looking at him strangely, Donas's face was also terrible. Carlos found that his inertial thinking went wrong. The inference of innocence is not popular in this age of hell. The disappearance of a general and the evidence of the legendary sword are really enough to convict. Didn't you ask a magician to use the spirit of Dead Slayer to follow the story? This is too unmagical, right? Carlos decisively changed the conversation. Seeing the people around him talking, Carlos breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but luckily he was not embarrassed. However, Your Majesty Carlos, it is a pity that the communicative spirit is not as simple as you think. I am afraid that only the elves of Kulthalas or Master Antonidas have such strength. I cannot do it. Kadger stood up and said. As Lothar's magical advisor, he must defend Lothar. Carlos, even Silvermoon City, there is not much that can be done. The legendary quality magical creation is itself a magical product backed by multiple disciplines. It is easy to want a communicative spirit, and it is easy to ask a clear question from it. Is not a simple matter to respond to the question or to the memory of the spirit of the spectator. Aleria's speech eased the embarrassment of the humans at the scene. Look, it's not like we're unexpected or incompetent, but even elves say it's hard. Let's change the way. However, when Carlos did not arrive, so many smart people could not fight for 1, 2, 3, 4, and Carlos, who was a stubborn man in disguise, came, and it was impossible to comment on 5, 6, 7, or 8. At the end of the discussion, Wu Ping spoke for himself. Your Majesty Carlos, may I ask you something? You say. I stand here and stand trial, on the one hand for my own innocence, and on the other for the reputation of General Biglas. But now, I can be sure that with you and Marshal Lothar upholding justice, I am not concerned that the general is the people have framed it. So things have become simpler. Some people say that I colluded with the tribe to assassinate the general. I have asked the military judge. This crime can be requested for a holy verdict. Therefore, I would like to ask your Majesty to act as my guarantor. I am willing to accept divine rule. After Wu Ping finished speaking, the entire place was silent. But your current state? Carlos couldn't help it, but Zhou frowned. The so-called holy ruling, to put it bluntly, is a gamble on life. The defendant can choose one of 4 tests: fire will not die, stone hammer will not die, lightning will not hinder, or sword will not hurt. As long as it happens, you're innocent. However, the first 3 are nonsense at all, and the only viable one is the so-called innocuous mango. That is, a life or death fight with the samurai authorized by the prosecution. The samurai entrusted by the accuser can wear armor and a shield, while the accused only has a knife. In this way, the difference between the pros and cons of weapons can also be offset by skill. The key is that behind the seemingly fair, Wu Ping has been in the cage for almost half a month, and his physical and mental state are very bad. In the sacred ruling, only the surviving party is innocent. Don't wait for the opponent to release the water. The guarantee that Wu Ping mentioned was only asking Carlos to guarantee himself that he would not violently injure people after obtaining the weapon, so Carlos's hesitation was not due to this. Carlos is worried that Wu Ping will lose. For an inappropriate reason, a guy as fierce as Sethun was still pushed by the footman in a weak and resurrected state. Wu Ping, whose physical function is at a low point, can be as excellent as your martial arts. If you can't hold your opponent with a single shot, how can you fight? Your Majesty, please take advantage of me. Putting Carlos's name before Lothar, it can already be seen that Wu Ping's heart is resentful. After thinking for a moment, Carlos nodded. In unfair competition, Wu Ping took his opponent's chance to put on his armor, doing some warm-up actions that seemed unthinkable to ordinary people. Because he was afraid of suicide, Wu Ping's belt was taken away. The waist of the straw-tied pants is naturally impossible to enter the field of martial arts. Donis took off his weapon belt and handed it over to Wu Ping. Carlos took out a guard saber and handed it over to Wu Ping. Lothar whispered into the ear of an officer next to him. After a few words, the senior officer personally went to prepare a small pot of wine and a half of bread and handed them over to Wu Ping. This move made Carlos feel so much better for Lothar. The war is about to feed the party in the sacred government. If you win, it's okay to say so. If you lose, you will probably be accused of doing things. Lothar's move was ungrateful, but he had a clear conscience. Wu Ping accepted everyone's kindness and sat cross-legged calmly, eating slowly. And the guy who served as the ruling warrior didn't care too much. In his eyes, Wu Ping was already dead, so why be hard on the last supper of the dying? In this way, for about 5 minutes, Wu Ping finished eating and stood up, and a small group of sergeants pulled out the cordon to prevent the noble lords who saw the battle around Wushuan on both sides. Carlos did not use the holy light to treat Wu Ping, because Carlos discovered that Wu Ping did not have any major physical damage under Lothar's protection, but his weakness was his spirit. Under grievances, complaints, lack of will and anxiety, this young man's energy was greatly consumed. Not as good as Altman, Carlos concluded that if Wu Ping can't win in 1 minute, then he has no chance. But a warrior with armor and a shield cannot last a minute, which is unrealistic. Carlos racked his brains to think of how to make it less obvious and less offensive to help Wu Ping. Because it interferes with the holy rule, even as a king, it is a disqualification. Just when Carlos was thinking about it, the contest began. Wu Ping knelt very strangely on his knees, dragging a knife behind him in one hand. The ruling samurai couldn't help but sneer, and now he knew why he chose the holy rule. Step by step cautiously advancing to the side, the ruling warrior raised his sword and slashed. Wu Ping leaned over and crossed her legs between the flickering stones. The ruling warrior was thrown to the ground. Wu Ping used his waist and twisted his hips. The hand that did not hold the weapon pressed the upper part of the ruling warrior's helmet and pulled it back, and the long knife cut into the exposed neck. The battle is over. Knife to the ground. Carlos stared. Final chapter 200. Welcome to Patreon, where there are many more chapters of this novel as well as many more novels. Have a happy day. As well as many more novels. Have a happy day.